Well, good afternoon, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set the 18th of November of this year as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 16th of December of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimate hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I further remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I also draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of the 13th of May of 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please also make sure that all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example at suspension or at adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute your microphone when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat as set out in the guidelines. Senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones, other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearing were requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents the day prior to the hearing so that documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. And I ask if you could liaise with the Secretariat if you need further assistance. Now, the committee's proceedings today will commence with representatives from the Australian Signals Directorate. The hearing will then follow the order as set out in the committee's program. I'd like to now welcome the Senator, Honourable Jenny McAllister, representing the Minister for Defence, and Ms Rachel Noble, PSM, Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate and officers of the agency. Minister, do you or Ms Noble wish to make an opening statement?
Not in my case, thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
No,
Minister.
thank you.
Thank you, Director General. Okay, well, on that note, I'm happy now to go to senators with questions. Senator Chandler?
Senator Patterson first.
Senator Patterson. Senator
thank
Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you. Welcome, Director General. Welcome, Ms Bradshaw. I want to start with some questions about Red Spice, and I just flagged for the Chair's benefit in terms of time management. I have a number of questions, but I'll be guided by you how you would like me to break that up, and if you want to share the call with one of the senators, I'll understand. But I want to start with Project Red Spice, which is obviously funded in the March budget under the previous government to a tune of $9.9 billion over the next decade. Firstly, Director General, can you just confirm that in this budget in October that there were no cuts or reductions or in any way repurposing any of that funding for ASD?
That's correct. There were no cuts.
Thank you. And obviously the previous government recognised the importance of the capabilities that ASD would be able to acquire thanks to this investment. I've been pleased to see statements by the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister which echo that recognition. In particular on the weekend in Greg Sheridan's article, the Prime Minister recognised the importance of offensive cyber capabilities, and the Defence Minister has a number of times recognised that. How important is it to being able to deliver that capability that both governments have asked of ASD, that for the remainder of the Red Spice program, that all of that $9.9 billion is delivered in full without any cuts, without it being repurposed for any other purpose?
Well, I think as having been the agency and the agency head who put the business case, if you like, to the former government, we obviously believe very strongly that the measures set out in Red Spice are important for the cyber security of the nation, the cyber defence of the nation, our ability to have cyber offensive capabilities and the important signals intelligence to support that. And as you pointed out, both the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister are on the public record as fully supporting Red Spice.
And let's just step through it just in a little bit of detail. The offensive cyber investment that's going to occur under Red Spice, talk about why that's important.
Well, it becomes an important part of a deterrence strategy, just like other military hard power that a government might ask the Department of Defence or ADF to procure. The first part of that is to help our adversaries understand that we have a capability and we are willing to use it. And that's an important part of a deterrence calculation, that if the adversary believes that the cost to themselves might not outweigh the benefit of a cyber attack, say, against Australia, then it changes their calculation. That's an important part of deterrence. But also the capability in itself is important to us as a nation. Firstly, actually, as I've sort of set out, in a military sort of construct, it becomes an important part of our capability to defend ourselves, but to also strike back, just like in the same logic that governments buy missiles, for example. But in cyberspace, it's an important deterrence, and it is an important tool that we operationalise often against cyber criminals.
Also part of the Red Spice program is increased investment in the signals intelligence capability of ASD. In a modern world, in a connected world with all of our devices, signals intelligence is an increasingly important way for government to get an insight into what our potential adversaries are doing, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And the three are a continuum, if you like, managed within the Australian Signals Directorate. So Abby is really awesome at defending our country in cyberspace because she's enabled by classified signals intelligence that not only ASD itself generates, but that our Five Eyes partners generate for us.
And the third major component, the defensive component, I mean, it's kind of self-evident after the last few weeks that we've had why defensive cyber capabilities are important, but just for the record, can you illustrate why that investment in ASD, which will flow through to ACSC, is important?
Well, the intelligence certainly helps us understand, I guess, how to prioritise our work in some respects. So we can see through our intelligence apertures the threats coming at us, which then inform and assist Abby not only to repackage that intelligence as we do and then share it with the private sector through some of the platforms that are funded under both CSER Plus and, in due course, Red Spice, such as the Cyber Threat Intelligence Sharing Platform, which is well underway, and we have some fantastic Australian companies doing bi-directional threat sharing with us. So it's not just us sharing with them, they're sharing back machine to machine and at machine speed.
Yeah.
And in some cases, some of our customers are receiving at the moment and working towards bi-directional sharing. That's really just one example of how that intelligence then can inform both ourselves, our government customers, but importantly our private sector customers about where to look and where to strengthen their shields in a prioritised order. But also we use that intelligence and insight to inform the public advice that we put out for small businesses and individuals in the form of step-by-step guides to help them understand how to set their phones or their computer at home with the strongest possible settings.
Thank you. And if I have time later in the Chair's indulgence, I might come back to the CEDIS platform and how that's going. But just to kind of sum up this part of the conversation, it would make your task more difficult in delivering these really important capabilities for our country if the Red Spice program in any future budget was cut, or perhaps if the funding was reprioritised within the defence portfolio to fund other projects, or perhaps within the national intelligence community to fund other projects, wouldn't it? If that funding was reduced, it would be a harder task for you.
I guess that would be true of any government program that is funded, but of course it's a government's prerogative to make different decisions or prioritise things differently based on their understanding of the threat environment and their own priorities or prerogatives. Certainly at this stage, Red Spice is full steam ahead from our perspective.
Great. And look, I really welcome that. And certainly from the opposition's point of view, we think it's very important that it is delivered in full, and we'll be watching closely in upcoming budgets to make sure that's the case. Moving on to some of the kind of implementation of Red Spice, one of the big challenges that you'll have to do is to find the people to do the work. Can you give the committee an update on how you're going in recruiting to have that very significant uplift in the number of people you employ?
Certainly can, and I'm very proud, of course, of ASD and my people, because we are fortunate that ASD itself remains a very attractive employer, and we finished the financial year 21-22 with a headcount that was 107% of our target for the previous financial year. We have had over 600 new staff onboarded in the 21-22 financial year, and we received over 9,000 applications for jobs in 21-22, and about 4,300 of those, or about 50%, were received post the Red Spice announcement. So it certainly has lifted ASD's attractiveness as an employer. We have, after so far this year, after accounting for attrition, filled 189 of our Red Spice positions. So 4 months into the Red Spice program starting, we've already hit about just under 50% of the target for this year, so that's exciting. And that includes cybersecurity specialists, data specialists, linguists, analysts, ICT and engineering specialists, as well as 25% in the enabling skill sets, which are really important to us, especially as we're sort of ramping up Red Spice. So human resources, people who can recruit people, psychologists, of course, security people, compliance people, our legal team and our communications team. So we've made a good start.
Yeah. So recruitment's obviously one half of the challenge. The other half is retention. We're obviously all operating in a highly competitive employment market, and the skills which you are often seeking are highly sought after skills in private industry as well. How is ASD performing on retention of existing staff?
We're doing really well. So ASD's separation rate as at 30 June 2022 was 9.8%. That compares with the whole of the Australian Public Service separation rate of 13.4%. So we still are an attractive employer, and our people are very passionate about the mission of ASD, and it's a great gift to us that our people therefore wish to stay with us. It doesn't mean that we don't work at those issues, and we have a lot of other policies that are important to modern workers, such as a family-friendly environment, support for parents, and other initiatives where we'll try to maintain that edge as an employer that people want to stick with.
What are the most critical skills that ASD seeks that are the most scarce in the marketplace? What are the highly sought after ones?
Data sciences, they're probably the most challenging, but our opportunity now under Red Spice to stand up significant workforces in Melbourne and Brisbane will give us a new opportunity that we've not had for 30 years to tap into bigger populations in those cities. And Melbourne in particular, is some of their universities are particularly well known for data scientists. So we're working with some of those institutes and universities to develop a partnership arrangement where we can try to offer undergrads the opportunity to work for ASD over the summer, for example, and increase our chances that at the end of their degree they will choose ASD as an employer.
Great. Obviously, a unique challenge that you face as an employer, distinct from private sector competitors, is the need to clear staff, to vet them appropriately. What's the current average timeline for vetting staff before they join ASD?
I might ask for some help from Mr. First if he's got the top secret clearance processes, but we are trying to transform the way that we work at ASD, and our new building at Majura Park in Canberra is a great example where we've built those physical spaces to be separated. So there is some space for top secret cleared people, some for secret and some for below secret. And we've recently changed our employment policies to allow people to join ASD as a permanent employee with a lower clearance level. So they can start working with us, start building their skills, access training and development opportunities, whilst also getting their security clearance, so that wait and that gap where we have in the past perhaps lost people out of the pipeline, for want of a sort of better explanation, is something that we're able to remove by changing the way that we work and repackaging our work so people can do meaningful analytical work, fighting cyber criminals. We do that at a lower classification level and really start to develop their ASD skills while their clearance is underway. But I don't know whether Mr. First, you wanted to add to that in terms of...
Sure. Senator Dale Furs, Chief Operating Officer for ASD. I don't have the exact timeframes on the PV clearance rates at the moment, but I can say, based on our experience, is that it is moving quite smoothly based on what we're seeing in terms of the numbers coming into the organisation. We have reached a memorandum of understanding with AGSFA in relation to the clearances, which was part of the proposal for Red Spice, and that is enabling us to put more people into that clearance pipeline. We are also using what the Director General just described as we are putting people through ideally the first level of clearance, which is the baseline, providing meaningful work and getting them in the door, and then while they're in the organisation, moving them to a higher clearance, and that is also helping us.
Yeah, look, that seems very sensible to me. Perhaps you can come back on notice for those average times for baseline, NV1, NV2 and PV, just so the committee has a picture. Director General, you mentioned in your previous answer the decentralisation of ASD away from Canberra to regional cities. I'm interested in how that's going, particularly the new facilities that you're building. I understand it's Perth, Melbourne and Brisbane are the main ones. Have I missed any?
That's absolutely right. So the buildings are well underway. We have signed heads of agreement for all 3 locations. So these are the buildings that will become our permanent buildings that will ultimately have top secret protected facilities in them. In the meantime, because in the case of Brisbane and Melbourne, they will be big and they won't be completely fitted out for us to move into until 2024, 2025 timeframe. We are also in the process of leasing, if you like, interim facilities for Brisbane and Melbourne for up to protected level workers. So as Mr First described, it's a pipeline for us, and those buildings will be available next year.
Okay, great. Perhaps to save time, come back to me on notice with just the timelines for each of those 3 builds, those ones that you're doing, of the new facilities in
Certainly.
Brisbane, Melbourne and Perth. Chair, that concludes my questions on Red Spice. I can either move to other topics, or if you want to share the call, it might be a good time to do
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't mind actually sharing the call, and I've just got some follow-ups on Red Spice, and then I'll go to Senator Roberts and then Senator Shoebridge. Could I just ask, following on from Senator Patterson's line of questioning about Red Spice, how has the ASD met that 1,900 personnel recruitment target? So I just want to sort of dive in a bit deeper from some of the line of questioning that we just had.
Do you want me to kick off or you want to do it?
Happy to.
Thanks.
Senator, there's a few different ways that we're approaching achieving the 1900. The first has been to identify the key families or the key skill sets that we have wanted, and we have done targeted recruitment for each of those activities. So as an example, we have gone out specifically for, say, data scientists. We have also tried to use other mechanisms, and so recently we launched, for example, a coin to celebrate the 75th, and as part of that coin approach, there was you had to solve a problem, and we used that to attract cryptologists, which is actually a very hard skill set, and we saw a larger number of cryptologists apply that we've ever had before. So we're trying to use some unique ways of doing this. The third way that we are doing this is actually growing the pipeline through partnerships with universities and technical institutes. So as an example, we have a partnership with ANU here in Canberra. It's called the CoLab, and we sponsor people to do their honours in areas that are specific to ASD. And we are expanding that program both in Melbourne, Brisbane and in Perth, which is where we are having our new facilities.
Okay. Has there been any other form of advertising or targeting of particular individuals other than the coins or?
Yeah, I mean, we have been advertising through social media channels. So, of course, we are using platforms such as Instagram, which is interacting with an audience cohort of an age that is very of interest to us. We are using platforms such as Facebook, and then, of course, the traditional ones like Seek.
Okay. Which one out of all those mediums that you found to be more effective than others?
We do find Instagram to be quite useful at targeting the age group that we are interested in, but of course it really depends on the skill set that we're interested in.
Okay, and I guess what have been the challenges that you've had to encounter in trying to get to that target?
Part of the challenge is actually increasing the brand recognition. Not many people, if you meet them on the street, know what the Australian Signals Directorate is, let alone what actually the agency does. And when you
for
say,
good reasons too.
when you say we do foreign signals intelligence, the reality is that not many people also know what that is. So the challenge for us has been trying to break down an understanding of what that actually is and to publicise that. And part of the way that we've also done that is, as an example, on our website, there is actually a career quiz that you can take which asks different sets of questions, and it directs you to then the type of jobs that you could undertake with ASD.
Okay. All right. And I guess how will Red Spice uplift Australia's cybersecurity resilience, especially in that short to medium term?
So there are a number of very specific measures within the Red Spice program that are focused on more direct cyber security defence capabilities for Australians and Australian companies. And as I said before, though, importantly, our improved intelligence capability that Red Spice will deliver is the secret source that informs ASD through the Australian Cyber Security Centre on what we should focus on to improve our nation's cyber defences. But I might hand over to Ms Bradshaw to take you through some of the specifics.
Thank you. Senator Abigail Bradshaw, Head of
The Australian Cyber Security Centre, a group within the Australian Signals Directorate. Under initially Red Spice, CESA funding from the 2020 Cybersecurity Strategy and prior to that the Defence Strategic Update, and extended through the Red Spice program, there are a number of cybersecurity measures which are designed to increase the resilience of Australian entities, both government and private, and in particular critical infrastructure, but in particular designed in a way that gives automation to blocking technologies and detection technologies, which will enable us to get the speed and scale and automation to block threats as quickly as we understand them and they appear on networks. They are, for example, increasing our situational awareness through technologies like sensors, forward processing sensors, to enable better visibility of what's happening on networks, but connectivity between those sensors and our national operating picture so that we're able to detect patterns. At the centre of that is technology like the Cyber Threat Information Sharing Platform, so CETIS, a measure which was introduced, in fact, we've had a platform since 2019. Initially, that was one directional, that is from us out, but in acknowledgement that, in fact, we don't see everything, we are informed by our partners about what's going on networks. CETIS in 2021 became a bi-directional threat sharing platform. That now enables us to send to partners, both industry and government, who wish to access that database, to send us indicators of compromise, which they see on their networks. We authenticate and verify whether in fact that is a malicious link or a malicious piece of code. We are then able to send that out to every other partner who wishes to take part in that platform. Most importantly, that occurs in what we call a machine-readable format and in an automated way. So it sits in a language called MISP or STIX, which is internationally recognised format, and is immediately absorbable into those networks, and therefore they're able to detect threats a lot quicker. There's no manual process involved. Red Spice also includes increases in people with an understanding of how to conduct what we would describe as hunt exercises, where you actively go on other people's networks with their consent, of course, searching for malicious actors. So at the moment we do have a hunt capability which we use regularly on everything from unclassified networks, government networks, and now increasingly critical infrastructure. Through Red Spice we will have a nationally deployed workforce, in particular in Brisbane and Melbourne and Perth, in recognition of the fact that there are large, important networks and systems of national significance in those locations. And we anticipate being able to really evolve that hunt capability in a way in which we're able to work side by side with our industry partners. So there are a few examples there.
I'm going to see why you probably need the extra personnel. In terms of staff retention, how much of that is an issue from your perspective, Ms Noble? Because I suspect it's all well and good to try and recruit people, but retaining folks as well is also part of the other equation.
As I touched on before, ASD is a pretty attractive employer, and our separation rate, which I think is a correct term for it, sits well below the average for the Australian Public Service. But it is really important for ASD to be able to provide working conditions and environments in which our employees are happy and productive. And as I mentioned, we're very committed. I'm certainly personally very committed to ensuring that we have a great culture of diversity and inclusion. Nearly 30% of ASD's workforce, for example, report to us that they come from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. ASD at the senior executive service level have almost a 50-50 split of women and men, for example. So these are important other issues and things that our workforce value that we try to work very hard at, in creating an inclusive environment for parents. We have an operational morning meeting every day like you would expect and is typical for most operational agencies. We don't start that until 9:30 in the morning so that mum and dad can do the kid drop off, get to work in a reasonable time, for example, and be prepared to come into that meeting. So we've made very deliberate decisions as a leadership group in ASD to also try to create an environment in which people want to stick with.
I guess aside from those issues, I think matters to do with probably pay and other pay and conditions. Are they no doubt issues that you receive or your organisation receives as feedback when people do exit the organisation?
Yes, absolutely. I think.
'Cause I guess you're trying to compete with the private sector in the industry.
We are, and we can't, is the bottom line. We work within a budget. We're a government agency, and our scope sits within any government's enterprise bargaining framework and policy, which is why it's important to me that what my people also tell me is, of course, we would like to be paid more, but my experience is that our employees value working in an organisation who has a great mission to which they feel very motivated and attached to, and importantly so, that is to protect our country's national security. And it's amazing how important that is as a value proposition for people who work in ASD, and secondly, to find ways to be competitive on the environment in which they work. And we have many wonderful examples of our very clever employees going out to the private sector and then choosing to rejoin ASD. And it can be on factors such as they have more generous paternity leave arrangements available to them with ASD as a government employer than they perhaps had in their private company. So there are things other than money.
So you're prohibited from being able to provide conditions like paid parental leave above and beyond what is within the EBA?
Those ultimately sit within the Maternity Act, interestingly, and it's actually our dads who I think need more support to be able to access more leave upon the arrival of a child into their family unit, so that the man and the woman in that unit have a greater opportunity or greater parity on which to choose. And ASD, as part of the National Intelligence Community, has made a submission to the previous government's and now this government's consideration of a reform of the Maternity
What's the
Act.
gender breakdown for your employees at ASD?
It's about 48% female and 52% at the senior executive service level. But at the non-senior executive service level, I'm going to get Mr. First to help me. It's a little lower.
Senator, it's 39% female
39%
across our entire organisation.
Okay. All right. Now, I think Senator Watt had a follow-up question.
Employment question. So, you know how there is a range of rates in the public sector depending on departments, and my understanding is defence is at the higher end when relative to, say, other departments, particularly small agencies, can be at the bottom end. How are you placed within Defence in terms of the relativities of the rates of pay in Defence?
So ASD being part of the defence portfolio, and I'm sure you know, only 4 years ago was within the Defence Department.
Yep.
Our employees have the same base salary rate as the Department of Defence, and they actually sit in the lower percentile. I don't have the exact figure when compared with other departments. We stay in lockstep with the Department of Defence on base salaries, but we also deploy or employ the arrangement which is called Building the Defence Capability Payment. And what this enables is that based on a skill set that you might possess and based on its sort of market competitiveness or value to the private sector, let's say, we can pay people who meet those skills criteria in ASD this extra payment in recognition of their skills, and that can go some way to, I guess, bridging the gap between what they ultimately get paid as a salary within government when compared to perhaps what they might get paid in a big private company.
So let's talk elsewhere in Defence. 48% women would be quite high in comparison in Defence, wouldn't it, in terms of workforce?
Well, I'm certainly very proud of that.
I know.
Our gender
you might need to figure out
balance.
where I'm leading. How does it
Yes.
compare with other male-dominated parts of Defence in terms of rates?
I don't know. They will be here later, though, and I'm sure you can
No,
answer.
but I'm asking
that
how you
question.
compare with your rates compare with them.
I don't know what their figures
Has anybody
are.
done an analysis of that, or could you do a brief analysis and give us an idea about that?
Well, the Department of Defence will appear next, and they may be able to
They may be able to say?
Yeah.
they may be able to talk to their percentage. I certainly know that, if you like, anecdotally, some engineering-based industries certainly have a higher percentage of male workforce than we do, and so we do have a reliance on STEM and engineering skills, and 40%, while also 39% for the agency, is we would still like that to improve.
You understand where I'm going, though, can't you? You can see what I'm saying to you. That is, you've got where you sit and your ability to attract people might have. You say it has got something to do with what's going on in the private sector, and I'm just interested in your relativities with the like departments. But anyway, I'll ask.
Thank you, Senator. We'll probably come back to that point later on. Senator Malcolm Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here today. My questions are to the Australian Signals Directorate. Section 273AA was inserted into the Commonwealth Electoral Act by the Electoral Legislation Amendment Assurance of Senate Counting Act 2021. That provision required the Australian Signals Directorate to conduct a security risk assessment of the security of the computer systems used to scrutinise the votes in a Senate election. Did the Australian Signals Directorate conduct that audit prior to and immediately after the 2022 federal election?
We may have to take that on notice. I'm sorry, Senator, we don't have that between us.
No, I'm just wanting to check that an audit, we introduced the idea of an audit, and I just want to make sure it was done.
Senator, I do recall the amendment. I recall talking to you about it, I think, a couple of estimates back. If I could just take it on notice, I may be able to answer in this session.
Sure. Can you remember, was the AEC fully cooperative and supportive of the audit, whether or not you put the report in or not?
I'll have to
Take that on notice
It
too.
assumes that the first part of
Yes.
the answer is yes, but can I say in general terms, I've never found the AEC not to be incredibly supportive and
Good,
collaborative.
thank you. The third question, you'll probably already also have to take this on notice. Section 273AA Clause 3 requires the Australian Signals Directorate to provide a written report of the assessment to the Electoral Commissioner. Take it on notice, please. Did that occur? In other words, for clarity, does the report exist?
We will take that on notice
Yep.
as well.
This one on notice too. While conducting the audit, did the Australian Signals Directorate detect any issues which may give the Australian Signals Directorate cause to question whether the AEC systems were fit for purpose?
We can take that on notice
Okay.
as well.
If unacceptable outcomes were recorded, can you confirm the matters were remedied?
We can take that on notice.
Is the Australian Electoral Commission computer system fit for purpose?
We will take that on notice.
Two more just very brief ones. Are the computer and other systems and processes implemented as intended and effectively implemented?
We will
The
take
idea was
that.
to have an audit of the systems
Yes.
before the election, and then after the election to make sure the systems, so the systems would be fit for purpose before the election, and then an audit after to make sure that they're actually implemented and carried out.
Yes.
Last question. Have you done any work on the scans of the Senate ballot paper and checked it back to the actual votes cast?
We will have to take that on notice, but that doesn't sound like that is a legislative role that ASD could undertake. But we'll take that on notice, and if it's a question better directed to the AEC, we'll let you know through that process.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
You're most welcome, Senator Roberts. Happy to hand over to Senator David Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair, and thanks everybody for attending. You've been having a busy time, so maybe this is a restful couple of hours for you, given the work you've had on over the last few months. Can I first of all ask about one of the performance measures in the annual report is the Signals Directorate's offensive cyber activities, and where they are to meet whole of government security requirements to counter offshore cyber threats. Is there a threshold for ASD before it engages in offensive cyber activities? And here, I suppose I'm specifically thinking about offensive cyber activities that are at least designed to counter offshore cyber threats.
So, under the Intelligence Services Act, our functions are set out in Section 7. And one of our functions, and I won't get these words exactly right, is to prevent and disrupt offshore cyber crime. So our remit, if you like, is limited to us being able to use those capabilities when we are confident operationally that it is a network that is offshore or being undertaken by people who are not Australian citizens. So that's the limit of our legal powers, I suppose, in plain language. Yeah.
Yep. Well, I suppose I'm interested because the blur between offensive cyber activities and offensive military activities is getting more and more blurred. Is there a hard line that you have to ensure that your activities don't blur into a kind of aggressive, almost quasi-military offensive activity?
So I'll take you through how those activities are authorised perhaps, but I do just want to start by saying that there's a reason that the Australian Signals Directorate is in the defence portfolio and that we have these capabilities that we have had since the Second World War, which is to provide the government and the Australian Defence Force in intelligence and build capabilities that support us in our warfighting abilities.
I suppose I'm asking you specifically about Performance Measure 6 because it's separate to Performance Measure 5, which seems linked to warfighting ability, to the ADF's role and supporting the ADF's role. That's why I suppose I might go to Performance Measure 5, but I'm particularly asking about Performance Measure 6 here, which is not linked to the ADF.
Right. It is. It is. So we can undertake offensive cyber operations when in support of the Australian Defence Force. So in that sense, it can be part of Australia's warfighting capability. We can also undertake offensive cyber capabilities in pursuit of our Section 7 function to prevent and disrupt offshore cybercrime.
All right. What is the authorisation that's required before you undertake those offensive, destructive work? And it may well have a valid purpose, but it's defensive work is one thing, but overtly going into an external jurisdiction and causing havoc or destruction, what's the threshold before? What's the authorisation before that happens?
It's the same authorisation process that the Australian Defence Force would go through if it were to undertake an offensive real-world hard power action. So it's identical to that.
So what is it?
So it will be authorised by the Deputy Prime Minister as the Minister for Defence, who has the prerogative, of course, to in undertaking that legal decision, and most likely would consult with the Prime Minister at the very least, the Foreign Minister and other ministers, perhaps through the National Security Committee of Cabinet. And then the activity that ASD might undertake in that regard has to be linked to a named Australian Defence Force operation, which would also go through the same operational approvals internal to Defence, so risk, proper calculation of risk, cost and benefit, and then through the Chief of the Defence Force as the head of the Defence Force, having been authorised by the Deputy Prime Minister.
But the legislative political check, if I could call it that, is the sign-off of the Minister for Defence.
Right, and that authority is, or the process for that authority is set out in the Intelligence Services Act, and the Minister for Defence is required to give us ministerial directions that go to that very issue.
Yeah, and the Minister for Defence may choose to consult with the Prime Minister or may take it to the National Security Subcommittee of Cabinet, but the actual legal requirement is the approval and the direction of the Minister for Defence as you describe it.
That's right. I'm just checking with my General Counsel, Mr McGlynn, who will surely correct me if I'm wrong. Thanks,
Senator
Steve.
McGlynn, General Counsel for the Australian Signals Directorate. The only proviso in addition to the Minister is where it involves an Australian person, in which case the Attorney General is involved.
Okay, but if it's about foreign nationals and it's just the Defence Minister, if it's about foreign nationals and Australian citizens or just Australian citizens, it's both.
So where it's a foreign national, foreign overseas, that's correct. So Section 8 of the ISA sets out a requirement for the Minister to issue directions which require the Director General to seek an authorisation under Section 9 in those circumstances.
Thanks, Mr McLean. Without asking you to disclose any details, in the last financial year, and indeed to the extent that's happened since 1 July, has any such activity been undertaken by the Signals Directorate?
It becomes difficult for me to speak about operational activity.
I'm not asking you to give any details. I'm just asking whether or not such authorisation has been sought and received in the last, for the time period I said.
So we do and have undertaken operations to disrupt cyber criminals who have attacked Australia.
In the last 18 months?
Yes.
And you can't do that without seeking ministerial authority, is my
That's
understanding.
right. That's right.
Who, if anybody, outside of the executive and your organisation, do you report those activities to?
Well, as I described, there is an authorising chain through the Chief of the Defence Force because in the context of war, if you like, then any activity that ASD took with respect to how you described it in a warfighting kind of context has to be also approved through that operational chain that sits outside the executive or ASD itself.
That's within the Defence Force,
Yes,
which is, I suppose, part of the executive, although a particularly well-armed part of the executive.
it certainly is.
So, but there's nobody outside of the Defence, the Minister and the ASD that you're required to report to
That's
when
right.
those...
That's right. Noting, though, that our activities are oversighted both by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security.
Do you report each occasion that you've sought the authorisation to the Parliamentary Joint Committee?
We provide a classified annual report to that committee, and I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head whether we list our offensive cyber operations. I don't think we do, because its remit is administration and expenditure, and they don't oversight our operational activities. That is within the purview of the Inspector General for Intelligence and Security, and that person and his staff can have access to anything and everything that ASD does, and any document that we generate can and does look at. Our authorities, our documentation of the approvals we seek for those authorities, including the ones that you're describing.
Is that on a request basis, or is it on a mandatory reporting basis to the Inspector General?
Well, it's a matter for him to determine what he looks at within a given year within the resources available to him. So it's entirely a matter for another organisation to determine that.
Your 2022-23 corporate plan states that part of your strategic plan is to make Australia the most secure place to connect to the online world, foster national cyber security resilience. They're worthy goals, but they've been a little bit challenged in the last few months. What do you currently perceive as the biggest threat to Australia's cyber security, particularly noting, the barrage of attacks we've seen?
There are two, I call them sort of two lots of bad guys and gals out there, and they create different harms for Australians. The first is state-based actors who are motivated to collect intelligence and information about us and about Australia and about Australian companies in order to inform their own policy making and decisions, but also in order to pre-position their activities with the potential that they could deny, degrade or disrupt essential services or critical infrastructure to Australia. So that's one set of harms, if you like. The other are criminals, and for individual Australians, they are sadly more likely to see and feel the impact of the actions of criminals, as we've seen in recent months. But our Australian Cyber Threat Report that was released last week tells you some terrible statistics about the individual cost to small business and individual Australians if they are a victim of a cyber crime.
Are you seeing a blurring of those state and non-state actors, consistent with some reporting that we would have seen over the last few months, that there's an increasing blur between official state actors and perhaps, more sort of cyber pirates that are operating with the support of and knowledge of some of those state actors? Is there a blurring happening?
We've certainly observed that, particularly through the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And we saw a number of things really go from a somewhat hypothetical appreciation of what might happen during war to it being played out in real life. The first one was actually the integration of cyber activities as a component of that warfare, and we saw Russia, for example, try to affect Ukrainian government services to undermine the people's in Ukraine's support and access to those services, as an example.
It's my understanding that one of the defensive measures that Ukraine took with an imminent threat happening was actually to move many of their government services into the cloud and away from identifiable, distinct territorial servers, if you like. Was that part of the response that was seen?
It was one of many that the Ukrainian government undertook, and I think there's a really important exemplar that they have set about how they have withstood those attacks in cyberspace, both against their government and their critical infrastructure.
So sometimes when we talk about cybersecurity, we talk
Last
about
question, Senator Shoebridge.
retaining territorial control of data and retaining it onshore. But in some ways, the Ukrainian example showed that there was greater security in uplifting it to the cloud and not having it vulnerable in identifiable physical locations in the country. Is that one of the potential lessons out of Ukraine? And if so, how would we apply that to Australia?
Well, I think it depends. Maybe the smart thing to do is have a mix of all of those things, because it does depend what risk you're seeking to manage. So it's certainly also the case that if data is stored outside of your country and not within your sovereign control, then it can, in different circumstances, make that data more vulnerable to access by foreign governments. So it's probably a question of what it is that the data is for, how it's used, and therefore understanding your risk and making sure that you take measures to manage it based on your particular unique circumstances. So I wouldn't say, unfortunately, that there is a simple universal answer.
I wasn't suggesting it was.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'll have to give the call now to Senator Patterson, but we will have time to come back to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd now like to move on to the Optus and Medibank cyber attacks, and what I'd like to try and do is establish, as best as we can, a timeline of events for each of those incidents. I did try and achieve this with the Department of Home Affairs last week, or the week before, without much success, unfortunately. So I had preferred to have achieved that already, but I'm going to have to use some of our time here today to do that. So let's start with Optus. When did ASD first learn of the attack on Optus?
So Optus advised us via a phone call at just before 7 p.m. on Wednesday, the 21st of September.
Okay. And then perhaps from there, can you outline your interactions with Optus?
Certainly. We had, I might get Ms Bradshaw to perhaps take you through the detail, but I guess from my perspective, we had definitely daily, sometimes multiple times a day and through the night. All of us were working 24/7, including Optus. And we were incredibly grateful for the collaboration that we had with Optus throughout the entirety of this incident. And I think it's really important to understand, in the case of both Optus and Medibank, that whilst the SOCI Act, the Systems of Critical Infrastructure Act, does require both of those companies now as listed critical infrastructure providers to report the fact of a cyber incident to ASD. They have 3 days to do that, and in both cases we were really the first people to know outside of the company what had occurred. And
I think
then,
just to clarify in terms of the obligations, it's 12 hours for an initial notification, then a further 72 hours for a full report. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. You're correct. The Act does not require them to collaborate with us from a point of view of technical advice and assistance. Both companies did that willingly and in the very best spirit of acting in the national interest. So we can step through.
If you could step through the timeline, that would be very helpful, of your interactions with Optus in the first instance.
Sure. So on the date of Optus reporting the event, there were a number of lines of communication at various levels between ASD and Optus, including from the CEO, the VP of Public Affairs, through to the incident response teams. At the technical level, those interactions with Optus were daily and sometimes many times in one day, virtually every day for at least the first 5 days, starting from our major objective in the first instance is to encourage the entity to share as much information, noting they're not compelled to, with other industry partners, in this case telcos, to enable the other telcos to lift their defences if so required, and Optus did so. To work with us so that we were able to provide technical assistance from an outside perspective to determine the level of ongoing vulnerability, both for Optus, but also that was an offering which we made available and fulfilled to all other telcos within the first 3 days of the incident, to collaborate with Optus, who very early on in the piece brought on at least one private incident response provider. And in these instances, we do not attempt to get in between the entity who has an active compromise and the large and capable incident response provider company, which is providing them on-site technical assistance. But in this case, to provide and offer, if you like, a third-party assurance of the advice that's being provided by that incident response provider and any other information that we might be able to obtain from our intelligence holding or our Five Eye partners about what is going on. So those interactions...
Perhaps I'll go to some more specifics to assist. So you were notified 7 p.m. Wednesday the 21st. How much earlier than that do you think Optus was aware of the attack?
We don't know.
And in your investigations so far, including in conjunction with the AFP, when is your best guess of when the intrusion began?
Well, I need to be careful about that because that is the subject of an AFP criminal investigation. But perhaps it might assist by explaining ASD's role. So as Ms Bradshaw said, we were there at the beginning to provide advice and assistance to Optus and their incident response company to just work with them and understand the nature of the attack. Why are we trying to understand that? It's because at that point we don't know if someone else is going to be next. So it is, and we were very grateful to Optus for the open way in which they shared that technical information for us. So we're focusing on the whole of Australia and what this incident might mean for others, but also we're fulfilling a role with Optus to make sure that from what we could see from the outside of their network, that the initial vulnerability was closed, and that's the work that we did do. Then there's a period where we are satisfied that we have an understanding about what's occurred. Then Optus continues to work with its private incident provider, sharing with us technical information as they go, but ASD is not then in the thick of the detail of
Understand.
that. Our focus then becomes supporting the AFP in their very fine leadership and fantastic partners in Reece and Ian McCartney and others, where our people, as Commissioner Kershaw told you this morning, are co-located side by side, then becomes really more using our signals intelligence capability to try to understand and support an AFP criminal investigation. So I guess I'm telling you in a very long way why we don't have that sort of great detail on what Optus might have known and at what point in terms of the technical detail of what happened. But importantly, my number one priority is absolutely to maintain the confidence of those companies to continue to work with us in a voluntary way without fear that in this forum or any other that we would outline technical things that happen.
I do understand and respect that, and I'll come back to that point about collaboration. So just to be clear there on the timeline, we've established Wednesday 21st 7 p.m. You were first notified. When did you notify the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security or her office?
So her office and the offices of our own Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, were notified by 7:45 p.m.
Okay.
And then that's followed up in writing via email by 8:37 p.m.
Okay. And look, I don't want to ask you an unfair question about why it then took from the Wednesday evening until Saturday afternoon before the Minister made any statement, and that it was only in the form of a couple of tweets, and that the first interview the Minister did was not until the Monday. But isn't it important to communicate to the millions of Australians who are impacted by this attack, to share with them what government knows and any advice they might have about what they need to do to protect themselves?
Well, I think the first obligation is the company itself, and they reflect on their different obligations to their customers and to the public writ large. And in the case of an ASX-listed company such as Medibank, they have additional obligations. But it's really a matter for the company to make those public statements, and it's certainly not a role for ASD.
I partly agree, except that I wouldn't be confident in relying on the mitigation advice that a company might provide me as a customer, particularly one that's just suffered a cyber attack. I'd be much more interested in hearing from, if I was an affected customer, ASD or ACSC or the government or the Minister, for any steps that I might need to take or any things that I might need to look out for. And I don't think that was forthcoming for a number of days either. When did ACSC put out their first advisory for customers?
Senator, we issued an alert on the 23rd of September on cyber.gov.au to inform affected customers to link first to the public statements of the entity concerned, and then to list the actions that customers of Optus could take to protect themselves. In this case, the likely risk arising was one of scams, because we're talking about not an ongoing vulnerability as such, but a large amount of PII information. So we assessed that the major harms were likely to be people using that information to scam individuals.
And indeed, we saw an instance of that.
Or secondly, to use it for identity theft. And so our mitigation advice addressed those two threats. We responded to over 1,000 calls on our 1300 cyber line from Australians who wanted more advice on how to implement those mitigations or referrals. We, as I mentioned before, provided support to other telcos. We briefed and held a number of National Cyber Security Committee meetings. That is a meeting which is co-chaired by me and, at the moment, my Sydney counterpart, but where we share information that we have so that those jurisdictions are enabled and informed to take measures within their own state governments. And we updated Report Cyber, which is the tool available to all Australians to report cybercrime. In the instance of last year, 76,000 reports of cybercrime. We made adjustments to that tool to enable us to readily discern any complaint or report of cybercrime, I should say, which referenced the Optus breach, and those reports were automatically referred to the appropriate law enforcement jurisdiction, and that collaboration is in fact what led to the law enforcement action taken by the AFP.
Thank you.
The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner did make a public statement on the 22nd of September, but that's not a matter for us.
Thank you. Noted. Mr Pezzullo took on notice from me to provide a detailed timeline of events, and he said that the Home Affairs would work with ASD to do that. Has that work commenced to your knowledge?
Yes, we've started that work post your questioning with Home Affairs.
Thank you. I'll look forward to that. Has the ASD or the government initiated any review of the government's response to the Optus attack?
Well, for ASD's purposes, we've gone through our own process of lessons learned, which is what us operational agencies call a battle damage assessment. It's a bit military, hence how
I'm sure. Sorry, I don't
background.
mean to interrupt. Just conscious the chair was going to move me on in a moment.
No, that's right. I was just going to ask you, Senator Patterson, have you got some more questions?
Yeah,
We could either break and then come back to you.
Yeah, I'm in your hands, Chair. I do have plenty more questions, so happy to break whenever you think is appropriate.
Well, why don't we break now, given that we're just past the 3:15 hard
Okay.
marker?
And I'll come back on this question of the review.
Yeah, and then I'll hand back to you just for those
Yep.
about the particulars on the review.
Thank
and then
you.
I'll hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, well, we'll suspend for the next 15 minutes and come back just after 3:30. Thanks, everyone. Excellent. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. We're in continuation. Happy to hand back over to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to do, in continuation this issue of the review, well, I was asking, I didn't mean an internal ASD review. I of course assume you would do that as a matter of course. I mean whether there's kind of any independent review with any external experts.
Of the legal framework that governed the process that we consider are inadequate, and provided some indication about areas for reform and change. I'll take on notice whether there are any other approaches such as the one you described.
Yeah, certainly. I wasn't thinking of a policy review either. That the government's clearly flagged that, and that's understandable and appropriate. I was more thinking of whether any person has been appointed, whether they have started any work, perhaps with the Department of Home Affairs, on any independent review of the government's response to the Optus attack.
I understand.
Okay, and not able to help me with that today?
I'll take it on notice.
Okay. Chair, I can continue on this theme or break here if you want to share the call.
Look, given that Senator Shoebridge is not here, I'm happy just to hand over to you, but
Great.
once he does come back, I might hand to him.
Fair
if
enough.
That's okay.
Director General Noble, you were talking before about the importance of collaboration, particularly with entities who are under attack, and I've heard Ms Bradshaw talk about that repeatedly as well. How important is it, particularly in the midst of a crisis, to have a trusted and collaborative sharing relationship with the target or the victim of that attack?
We think it's incredibly important, especially to encourage companies to share technical information with ASD, as I said before, where they're otherwise not required to, but do so on a voluntary basis. We then importantly put that information, to help them to the extent that they require that help, which can't otherwise be managed within their own capabilities, or as Ms Bradshaw said, in the case of some of these big companies also had big private incident response firms, in a situation where ASD and ACSC are trying to understand what's occurred, make sure that we're utilising our powers and capabilities to the best possible extent to assist the company, but understand what's happened and try to ensure that from a national security or national interest point of view that we can understand how we might be able to push out information to help others.
Yeah, over the course of the last month or so following the Optus attack, I've met with probably 20 to 30 CISOs, either individually or in small groups. And they've had very interesting feedback for me about the government's response to the attack. They unanimously said to me that they were alarmed by the way in which, in the middle of the crisis, the minister was publicly attacking Optus and that disputing facts about the nature of the attack and whether it was a simple or complex or a sophisticated attack. And they said to me it made them think twice about whether they shared information with government if they were to become the victim of a cyber attack, because they couldn't guarantee the CEO that that information wouldn't be used against them in the public domain. Is that concerning to you to hear that sort of feedback?
Well, it certainly wasn't our experience with either Optus or Medibank in the context of what may or may not be said around them publicly. It certainly, we were certainly confident and grateful for the continued open channel with both those companies with ASD. Of course, though, there are other government departments, as you know, the Home Affairs Department, for example, in its role of regulator, has ultimately been given powers to regulate the activities of some of these critical infrastructure providers and apply penalties subsequently, as does also the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, who can also apply penalties in the cold light of day, if you like. Sure. So ASD has always sort of sat in an environment with these companies where we're just there to help them. I sort of characterise us as the ambulance or the surgeon for the emphysema patient. We want to work with them to understand what's going on without judgment. But there are even other government organisations who have a very different role to us, sure. And so we're not all the same.
A number of commentators have observed that the minister's public response to Medibank has been very different from Optus, that there hasn't been the same public criticism of Medibank. In between the Optus attack or after the Optus attack, did you provide any feedback to the minister that how important that collaborative and cooperative relationship is?
Well, I don't want to go into the contents of private advice between me and any minister, other than to say that Minister O'Neill has been asked about that both in the media and in the Parliament, and she has made her own remarks about those matters, and I just refer you to
Sure.
those.
To kind of put the political point aside and just think about this from a policy point of view, one of the people I met with recently was a cyber lawyer, and they said in good conscience they couldn't advise a company that it was a risk-free exercise to share with government when they're under attack. And some in industry have been calling for some kind of safe harbour or some kind of mechanism where there can be a way in which they can know that they share information that will never be used against them in a legal proceeding, for example. Is the government thinking about whether or not that would be an appropriate structure? What are the merits or demerits of a proposal like that?
Well, speaking purely from ASD's perspective, I think that safe harbour concept is a most excellent idea because, to your point, where there's ambiguity of if I'm dealing with a government, do you hand that information over to other government departments or don't you? How can I be sure that that won't occur without my permission and so forth? So from an operational perspective, in that sort of heat of the incident, if you will, where we're still trying to pull people out of the water and into the lifeboats, to have that absolute confidence for the private sector that at the very least their operational engagement with ASD would be exempted from, the inquiry of others, whether they're other government agencies or other people scrutinising the process, like we've seen in class action lawsuits, for example. That's very attractive to us as well.
Chair, I'll just ask one last question on this, and then if you want to rotate the call. I have heard, it might not have been the case in Optus and Medibank, but I have heard that some companies in their dealings with government after a cyber attack have quite quickly pivoted kind of to the lawyers and wanted to conduct their engagement with government, including your agencies, through the lawyers. Obviously, that's a far from ideal scenario because that really slows down the cooperation. Do you think that some kind of legal safe harbour might be a way to give them confidence that that's not necessary, at least to the extent when they're dealing with the ACSC or the ASD, and they can worry about regulatory action from the Privacy Commission or anyone else in a different realm?
I think that would be a very attractive arrangement for our technical people who are in that, minute by minute, hour by hour engagement with a company under duress.
Yeah. Minister, do you have any reflections on that?
I think, as indicated, the government is interested in looking at the legislation which governs all of this. It's been indicated that I don't think it has. It's been found wanting in the circumstances that have presented over the last couple of months. I think the countervailing point, which I think you'd accept needs to be considered, is the obligation of the company to do everything in its power to protect data that it collects and to mitigate harm should there be a breach, including through their communications. And so, any reforms, I think, would seek to balance those obligations against the opportunities that Ms Noble points to have a collaborative approach between governments and enterprise.
Fair enough. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very
Chair.
much, Senator Patterson. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. The only clear additional cybersecurity expenditure in the budget was the $5.5 million for the Office of the Information Commission in responding to the Optus breach, and then some additional funding to maintain the 4 trial cyber hubs that was established under the previous government through to the end of this financial year. Does ASD, well, first of all, is that the extent of the additional cyber expenditure that you're aware of in the budget? There's no.
None of those. I don't want to speak on other portfolios or agencies, so none of those measures pertain to the Australian Signals Directorate.
I know that.
Yeah.
What additional budgetary support did you get for cybersecurity?
None in this budget because we already have $9.9 billion under Red Spice from the March budget.
You didn't say 9.9 billion, did you?
Yes.
Okay, yep.
And prior to that, 1.345 billion, which was announced as part of the 2020 cyber security strategy not too long prior to that.
And when you look at your capacity, particularly given the surge of attacks we've seen over the last few months, are you satisfied with your capacity to respond to those cyber threats?
Yes. There's certainly the Red Spice investment, which will double the size of the Australian Signals Directorate over the next 5 years, will absolutely push my organisation to deliver at great pace in a very significant transformation, which I am confident that my people and I can achieve. But any more than that, and perhaps we might find that a struggle.
No. And I heard your evidence earlier about the challenges you're going to have about upscaling, particularly given the ability to attract talent. But I note from your most recent annual report, you say during the report 2021-22, during the reporting period, ASD provided timely advice to Australian individuals and organisations to support them through their cybersecurity incidents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This included the provision of awareness, mitigation and response for a variety of products and services. ASD responded to approximately 1,100 cybersecurity incidents, an average of 21 cybersecurity incidents per week in the last financial year. Was that support available for the Optus breach?
Yes.
And was it available and scalable for the Medibank breach?
Yes.
And is it available and scalable for the other 7 or 8 breaches that have happened in the same time?
Yes, and it's important though that in the case of both Optus and Medibank, they themselves have also offered tailored support for their customers, both spanning a spectrum of mental health support, right through to, very importantly, we think, identity and fraud services, which sort of help people become strengthened to and aware of if there is any attempt on against individuals to steal their money as a consequence of their personally identifiable information having been stolen by these criminals.
To what extent will the Red Spice expansion of ASD allow you to do is it intended that a proportion of that will allow you to do some of the investigative work that's currently been undertaken by the AFP, say in relation to the Optus breach?
So ASD does not undertake investigations, so we provide intelligence support to the AFP's criminal investigations, and we partner very closely together in order to bring each of our legal powers and capabilities to bear in a very seamless way. Cyber criminals don't really care how our legislation is organised or how we're organised in departmental or agency terms, and as you heard Commissioner Kershaw perhaps describe this morning, that our people literally do sit in joint teams, physically co-located together in instances, on an ongoing basis, but we particularly surge for both Optus and Medibank, and that work continues.
So, is it fair to say that right now ASD staff are sitting alongside co-located with AFP staff dealing with the Optus breach?
Yes.
How do you ensure the functional separation then, if they're working together on a team?
So each of our agencies have very strict compliance training. So I'll speak only for ASD. We invest a great deal of time and effort to train all of our staff in their compliance obligations, both in the technical detail of the law, which for ASD we are governed by the Intelligence Services Act, but to also act in the spirit of the law. There are then very detailed and careful layers of control over that. So if our operators want to undertake an action, they have to go through internal authorisation process to get approval for any sort of action to be undertaken, right from the simple and 75-year-old business of collecting signals intelligence.
All right. Can you give it then a description of what that functional distinction is? Say, for example, at the moment in the Optus. So the AFP may be following investigative leads. I'm sure some of that involves leaning upon your organisation for expertise in perhaps doing some data tracking or the like. Where does the functional separation between investigation by the AFP and your organisation's work?
We're an intelligence organisation,
understand.
so we provide intelligence to support AFP and actually a range of other organisations in undertaking their legal roles. That it is a very different body of work or requirement for the Australian Federal Police to take the intelligence that we may or may not have to support their investigation and meet the evidentiary thresholds that might be required for the AFP then to undertake law enforcement action. So we can be but one input to their process.
I note that your 2021 annual report indicates you met all of the performance measure outcomes, including those relating to cybersecurity. Given what we've seen, in the 4 months since on and from 1 July, have you reflected on that in terms of what your performance targets should be for this year? Because I don't doubt you did good work, and I don't doubt you were busy. But there's clearly an environment where we are extremely vulnerable to cyber threats, and repeated cyber threats have hit us, notwithstanding, for example, your goals 3 and 4. Do you reflect on those goals, and do you think you need a changed posture over this next 12 to 24 months?
So I guess in response to that, I want to make a distinction. So ASD's role under the Intelligence Services Act is to provide advice and assistance on cybersecurity matters. And I am confident that ASD has done everything within its power, and actually with the help of successive governments and successive ministers, to raise awareness among Australian businesses and the Australian community about the risks out there in cyberspace, but also that we have the ability to provide that assistance 24/7, and I'm not aware of any company or person who has tried to ring us and not be able to get through to access that assistance. But at the end of the day, ASD is not responsible for the running of networks in the private sector, and there is, and it has been now expressed through law in the form of the SOCI Act, that companies too must play their role in that regard.
Well, say, for example, in performance measure 4, the metric is cybersecurity information and expertise exchanges with partners, and you've got some 80,000 partners or something last time I checked, to help prevent, detect or remediate cyber threats to Australia, and you indicated demonstrated impact. I'm no doubt that the work was useful and has made us more resilient than we otherwise would have been, but we're clearly miles from where we would want to be in terms of cyber resilience. When you say demonstrated impact, what is the demonstrated impact that was achieved?
Well, we can certainly provide you with some statistics about just how much reach ASD has, and I'll hand to Ms Bradshaw to take you through some of those. But
rather than do this in 2 steps, I'll also indicate 4.2 was ASD supports emerging cybersecurity research that may help prevent, detect or remediate cyber threats to Australia.
Sure.
I'm not saying we can get to perfection, but there have just been so many cyber attacks that the prevention, particularly the prevention aspects in that goal, don't seem to have been met.
Senator, I might respond with some of the statistics that have informed that assessment, but firstly, I might say that we have a close relationship, I do obviously, with my Five Eye counterparts, and in fact the level of malicious activity, which has increased over previous years, as well as the consequences for national networks, is not dissimilar in this country than it is to our Five Eye counterparts.
Even though we're not on an island.
Yeah,
Yes.
indeed. I would also point out that the publicly releasable categorisation matrix, which we release every year in our cyber threat report, and actually categorises the extent of compromises, has for the last 2 years actually not featured a C1 compromise, which is, whereas it has in the past, and that indeed informed as well that assessment, which was right at the time of the release of the, well, I believe was accurate at the time of the release of the annual report. Some of those other measures which you've asked about, for example, blocking technologies which prevent attacks, we have as a CSER initiative delivered the Australian Protective Domain Name System to defend Australian networks. And since June 2020, that system has blocked over 28 million malicious domain requests. That means people clicking on the link cannot get to, from those networks, malicious domains. We have, in relation to the queries processed by that system, processed over 20 billion queries. The cyber.gov.au platform, which is our primary mechanism for engaging with the Australian public, has an average of 200,000 or just under 200,000 users per month from the period March 2022 to 30 September, which I think somewhat goes to your question about the accessibility of our advice and our services. They are all available via that platform. The hotline 1300 Cyber One during the reporting period received approximately, well, just under 15,000 calls. The partnership program, which is our primary mechanism of quickly pushing alerts out to the public and pushing advisories out to them, particularly of priority vulnerabilities. If I might, on the 30th of June 2020, we had 751 network partners. Today we have almost 2,500. That's a 40% growth over that period. Business partners, in June 2020 we had 1,000, and today we have over 3,700. That means business partners and network owners, those are people who are running networks themselves, are able to access, if they want to, information automatically pushed to them in a machine-readable format if they wish to block indicators of compromise and malicious activity on their systems. And as for home partners, we have now about 90,000 individuals who follow us on social media and seek to receive our alerts and advisories.
Oh, no, sorry, you go, Ms. Bradshaw.
So another primary mechanism we use for engaging with the public is our joint cybersecurity centres, which are available in every capital city with the exception of Hobart, which is serviced by our Melbourne-based staff, and Darwin, which is serviced by our staff in Brisbane through a collaboration with the Northern Territory local government. We have deployed over 35 technical staff into those centres, and the JCSCs have hosted over 300 events in 2021 and 367 in 21-22. Those are information, they could be an incident response exercise or a vendor-led session.
To get a sense of how you characterise the severity of an incident, C1, C2, C3, have you been able to characterise the Optus breach?
The characterisation which you give to an incident is dynamic, so it may, you may give an initial categorisation which changes over time. Both those matters are still the subject of ongoing technical inquiry, and so a final categorisation has not been given.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Senator Claire Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to
ASD for appearing today. I think my questions will be most appropriately answered by Ms Bradshaw, but Director General, feel free to jump in when you wish. In 2021, the ACSC and your international counterparts produced a report that warned that Iranian state-backed hackers were targeting critical infrastructure organisations in the US as well as organisations in Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this an ongoing threat to Australian organisations now?
State-based actors are conducting espionage, scanning and reconnaissance of Australian networks is an ongoing threat.
Specifically Iranian-backed state-based actors?
There are a range of state-based actors which consistently scan our networks, and that is one of them.
Okay. Your counterparts in the US, I know, have produced a series of reports and documents raising concerns with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Do you consider them to be one of the state-affiliated organisations that are involved either directly or indirectly in cyber threats to Australia and Australian businesses?
Senator, that would not be at the top of my list of state-based actor groups targeting Australian networks.
Okay. We also know ransomware attacks have been in the public spotlight recently in Australia. In September this year, the US Treasury sanctioned cyber actors affiliated with the IRGC for conducting malicious cyber acts, including ransomware activity. Does the ASD believe that the Iranian IRGC and its affiliates are or have been involved in ransomware attacks in Australia?
I would need to take that on notice, Senator.
That would be appreciated, thank you. Are Iranian state-sponsored organisations likely to continue to be a source of malicious cyber activity in Australia for the foreseeable future?
They are one of a number of state-based actors that would have an interest in Australian networks. I can't foresee that finishing anytime soon.
Thank you very much, Ms Bradshaw. I think, Chair, we're going to Senator Patterson.
I'm also mindful Senator Van has also been waiting patiently too, but I'm happy to go to Senator Patterson and then Senator Van. Senator Patterson.
Just want to move to the Medibank and try and establish as best we can a timeline for Medibank. When did ASD first become aware of the Medibank attack?
ASD first engaged Medibank on the 12th of October.
You engaged them rather than them engaging you?
From a technical point of view, we did reach out to Medibank and they were already aware of unusual cyber activity on their network, which the CEO made public the next day.
Yep. So what time of day did you contact them?
We contacted them at about 1:20 in the afternoon.
1:20. And you said they'd identified it, so they hadn't yet contacted you. Did they say that they were likely to or about to or contemplating contacting you?
They were, like us, both trying to understand what it was we were both seeing from different perspectives. And then Medibank, I think, formally notified ASD. Looking at Abby, thank you, Abby, on the 13th of September. My apologies, October.
13th of October. Okay, and what time of day was that notification?
That was at 1:30 p.m.
And they made a public statement that day as well, didn't they?
They did, yes.
Around the same time, I think. When did you notify the Minister for Home Affairs and Cyber Security or her office?
So we first notified the Minister for Home Affairs on the 12th of October, just before 10 p.m. at night. Just before
10 p.m. at night, okay. And at that stage, the company's belief was that customers' data had not been breached. Do you know how they came to that conclusion, and did you share that conclusion at that point?
That's a matter for Medibank. And just to go back to our earlier testimony about the roles, Medibank, as they said in their public statement on the 13th of October, had immediately engaged cybersecurity firms to assist them in diagnosing the incident and assisting them with managing their response. So ASD does not go in and try to seek
Sure.
independent technical knowledge. We were reliant on and are reliant on both the company and their specialist advisors to try and let us know what they've seen.
When did ASD become aware that it was a more serious incident?
If by more serious you mean at what time did we become aware that Medibank thought data may have been taken from the network?
Yep.
Yep. So that occurs on the 19th of October.
Do you have the time?
That was about 2:30 in the afternoon. Yes.
And I think they made a public statement that afternoon as well, which
They
indicated
did.
that it was more serious than they first feared. And unfortunately, there were a series of public statements to that effect
That's
as it
right.
became more serious over time. When did ASD learn that a compromised credential was a possible source of the breach?
Well, I believe that there has been media speculation about that, but Medibank itself has made no public statement about the technical nature of what occurred. So I don't wish to add to that in any way.
They have made a public statement about it on Monday the 17th in the morning. I believe it was around 9 a.m, a bit after 9 a.m. They held an investor phone call, which I believe media was also present on. And at that time, they disclosed that a compromised credential was involved, or they'd identified that a compromised credential was involved. So without you attributing that as the source of the breach, had Medibank notified you prior to that Monday morning of the 17th that there was a potential compromised credential?
Medibank, we were in constant contact with Medibank, and their collaboration with us really was exemplary. I would have to take that on notice at the sort of precise time that our technical people had that more technical exchange with Medibank.
It'd be good if you could take it on notice, because I think it is a key date. I mean, it should be possible once you learn that a credential has been compromised to work out what data within the system that credential has access to. And once you're aware of that, then the severity of the attack or potential severity of the attack should also be clear, shouldn't it?
Not necessarily. One doesn't necessarily follow the other. So without sort of speaking specifically about what may or may not have happened to Medibank, it's a different question, I suppose, of if there has been a compromised credential. It may be that on the face of it, you might think that that would immediately tell you what the criminal could also have access to, but criminals can move and do move laterally
Sure.
through networks, and it's quite common, unfortunately, in the case of cyber criminal activity, that they will sit in the network for some weeks doing their own reconnaissance.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I'm not suggesting that it's a complete picture, but for example, if you know that the credential that's been compromised is someone who had administrative access to certain records or certain databases, then you would know that there's a potential for those to be compromised. Not having access to those things doesn't necessarily mean that the attacker couldn't get access through them laterally within the company, but if you know that credential has that access, then it's clear it should be serious, isn't it?
It would certainly be one input to your understanding about what's happened, but it might be that there are other layers and mechanisms that limit control for legitimate workers once they're inside a network, for example. So it would only be one aspect of the picture, I think.
The Minister announced in question time that week that the ASD or it might have been the following week actually, referring back to that week, that ASD and AFP were deployed. I think, yes, it was on the 20th of October that the Minister announced that. When was the ASD and AFP deployed? When did you start to be co-located with the Medibank team?
So AFP and ASD have co-located people all the time.
Yes.
And we were, both of us, working together and with Medibank on a continuous basis. I think the the change that occurred that the Minister was referring to in the Parliament was the agreement for ASD and AFP personnel to be directly embedded side by side with the technical people working on the Medibank matter.
Yep.
And
What date was that? When did that?
Friday the 21st of October.
Friday the 21st, thank you. Why wasn't that deployment, why didn't that take place earlier? We knew about the attack on the 12th. We knew it was more serious on the 19th. We had some information on the 17th that it could have been broader. Why wasn't it until the 21st that that occurred?
So the step change that's occurred there is that Medibank, and I think they have made this, and I just want to check public on the 20th of October, that they had received they had been contacted by a criminal claiming to have stolen 200 gigabytes of data, and the criminal has provided a sample of records for 100 policies. So here you see the step change with ASD and the AFP shifting from sort of supporting and understanding with Medibank what may have occurred to their network and playing our sort of cyber defensive role, to them being embedded with the AFP and Medibank to start to understand the nature of the criminality and ensuring that we could in real time have access to the technical.
It's kind of alarming or concerning, though, that we are reliant on the hacker to tell us when the attack is serious or not and when we should take it seriously, rather than either the company being able to identify it or ASD or other agencies of government being able to identify it. Because if I was a hacker, I wouldn't want to give you too much notice or too much heads up until I'd done real damage. Shouldn't, rather than taking a company's statement at face value, as it appears the government did on the 13th, that they said it was not serious, shouldn't, when a company like Medibank is involved and the sensitivity of the data, which the Minister's spoken about, is involved, shouldn't we just assume worst case scenario from the beginning, assume it, and then hopefully we find out it's not, rather than assuming, oh, this is okay, we don't have to worry?
So I guess your question sort of depends on what is our understanding of the incident and the risk, and also what is our understanding of the company and its private cybersecurity experts that it hired to assist it to manage the issue on their own, if you like, and allowing us to play really that, I don't know, I'm terrible at sporting analogies, but really that backstop role while we have an understanding from them that they have the incident response components under control, while we take the technical information and understanding that they can provide us, and as I sort of described before, then look out over the rest of Australia and try to make sure that there isn't a risk to others. So that's typically the role that we would play. We're not the incident responders, and we do rely on other experts to diagnose the harm that's occurred.
The assumption that I'm making is that we will always have imperfect information, particularly at the beginning of a crisis. And if we have imperfect information, we can make one of two assumptions. We can assume that this is a low risk, low consequence attack, or we can assume it's a high risk, high consequence attack, and our response will depend on that. Given that we have imperfect information and we can't know for sure, isn't the safest thing to do, let's assume this is a worst case scenario, let's deploy our resources, and if we find out we've unnecessarily deployed resources, well, that's unfortunate, but it'd be much worse to find out that it was serious and we hadn't put in place the support and the teams that we have.
I guess the judgments that we're making within ASD, and you've seen the statistics in the cyber threat report, we're getting one report every 7 minutes, and we are making difficult judgments every 7 minutes about where ASD places its resources. So we do live in a world of imperfect knowledge, and we are heavily reliant on these companies and these cyber security expert companies to
I
assist us
do
in making
appreciate
those
that. Even
judgments.
with the investment that you have had recently, it's still limited resources and the threats are unlimited. But I imagine, and I know there are reports every 7 minutes, but I imagine not all of them come from companies as large and as consequential as Medibank or hold as sensitive a data as a company like Medibank has. I mean, we now know up to 10 million Australians have been affected, not all of whom, thankfully, it is their private medical information, but have been affected in some way. Shouldn't the risk matrix that government uses, that your agency uses, be sensitive to the nature of the potential breach if it happened?
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying, and certainly, you know, for a multitude of companies and people that report to us, there is always a potential that things will become far worse than they are. But we're making trade-off decisions which are also based on our judgments of the capacity of those already in there, working the incident response issue to be able to manage on their own. So in contrast, just for example, we've spoken about the risk of ransomware. Horrifically, one of the most impacted sectors that we hear from day in, day out are schools, and this is information then that is about children who are, you know, particularly vulnerable people in our society, of course, and we might be making an operational decision to actually help a school protect the data of children, whilst, you know, a company who's capable and did in this case purchase the expertise of another private company, and our judgment is that they should be all right for a while we look after the kids, and those are the sort of decisions that my technical people have to make.
That's a point well made and a fair point. I just think looking back at this attack, given that the Minister and her office were notified on the 12th, that the Minister didn't make her first public statement about it until the 19th, a week later, and we now know that it was a very serious attack. You know, as I've heard both of you say before, time is often of the essence when it comes to cybercrime, and acting faster can potentially help mitigate the consequences. When did the ACS...
Senator Patterson, I just might say, I don't think you should equate whether or not a public statement is made to the level of effort and engagement on the part of the Minister in any of these instances. The government has been deeply engaged in and regularly briefed on the matters that we've been discussing today. I know that ASD have regularly engaged counterparts across government, and a range of government ministers have been advised.
Yeah, I take that point, Minister. That is a fair point. But all that we can judge the government by is what's on the public record, and I don't have visibility of the activity that might have been taking place behind the scenes. It's one of the reasons why I've asked for a detailed timeline from the Department of Home Affairs in conjunction with ASD, and I look forward to receiving that, and maybe the government will be able to demonstrate a hive of activity and a seriousness with which this was taken, but we can't take that on trust. We have to have that verified, so I look forward to that answer being provided. Just quickly before I move on, when did ACSC put out their first piece of advice to Medibank customers akin to the advice that was provided to Optus customers?
So on the 13th of October, Medibank published their alert. Sorry, Senator, I want to make sure I get it right.
That's okay.
On the 21st of October.
The 21st? Okay, thank you. Chair, just notifying you, I have other topics to move on now, but if you wanted to rotate the call in the meantime.
I think that would be helpful if I was able to rotate the call to one of your other colleagues, Senator Van, who's been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Chair. I tried to. Ms Noble, you mentioned right at the beginning of your testimony here today of the importance of cyber intelligence and the work you do in that sphere. It wouldn't be stating it too highly that that's one of the most important parts of what you do?
Yes, and as I did say before, it's the secret sauce or the magic sauce that makes Abby awesome at cybersecurity defence.
Hopefully not the only secret source.
Yeah.
No, and we do appreciate the secret sauce and how good it turns out and the end product. So thank you for all the work you're doing. There was also mentioned earlier about Ukraine and about some of the cyber activity that occurred at the commencement of the invasion or leading into. One of the things we saw leading up to that invasion was the US intelligence community, if you like, putting out or declassifying intelligence and putting it out as a warning tool to people. Do you think there's a place for ASD or the government to be moving faster to declassify some intelligence to be able to give that warning, both as a deterrence to the attackers, but also forewarning to companies that might be compromised?
So I guess the first thing I want to say is that our US intelligence colleagues were absolutely, I think, awe-inspiring.
I couldn't agree more.
What they did, and I know also probably internally terrifying at the same time. Those intelligence it's hard to get. On the question of the way that we share our intelligence with the private sector, Ms Bradshaw did describe before that is something that we work on 24/7, where we will take that top secret intelligence, if you will, we will declassify it, we will then actually turn it into machine language and then push it out to private sector machines that will ingest that intelligence, if you like, and then their machines will automatically block those threats.
Yep.
This is a really new capability for ASD, and we have some terrific private sector partners who are participating with us, where they too pass their intelligence back to us, and then we will push that out in the form of public alerts and advisories, and to all of those nearly 100,000 altogether partners that Ms Bradshaw mentioned. They may not know it, but they are the beneficiaries of some of our most secret intelligence that the Five Eyes can collect. So, and our ambition through the funding provided to us under Red Spice is to vastly increase our capacity to do that.
Well, all strength to your arm on that endeavour. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I've got more questions to continue with if you're happy.
Look, I am.
Carry on. I'll move on to another topic now. There was a report in the Financial Review by Max Mason on the 4th of August, which said MPs urged to get second phones as TikTok security worries rise. And it referred to a briefing for some members of Parliament and their staff, which was apparently offered or provided by ASD, at which potentially having a second phone for social media apps was advised. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes.
And is that an accurate reflection of any briefings that might have been held?
No.
Okay. What can you tell us about any briefings that may or may not have been held?
Well, Ms Bradshaw and I did participate in the briefing referred to, and it's disappointing that the contents of that private briefing was reported in the media. We do many of those sorts of briefings to a range of people about how to improve their personal cyber security, but also we brief C-suite boards and so forth. We did provide a briefing about cybersecurity on personal phones.
Okay. Can I ask when that meeting took place and who was present? I don't mean the names of the individuals, that's not important, but what grouping of people was it? Was it new MPs, or was it government MPs, or was it crossbench MPs, or whatever?
The briefing took place on the 28th of July.
Yep.
The invitation went out to, I guess, the body known as the Labor Caucus.
Yep.
And the people that attended, I don't think there was a record kept
No,
of,
no, and I don't
of
need the
names
names.
in
It's-
any
that's not
case.
important.
It was mostly staffers
Okay.
who attended.
And you said it was about social media security. I mean, briefly, to the extent that you can, what was the advice if the description in this article is not accurate in your view?
So it was a question and answer session, and we provided the advice that we provide publicly, which I'm sure you've accessed. The latest update was on the 14th of July 2022, and perhaps we'll come to that in a moment. In response to questions, as we described, that many social media apps will access and seek your permission to access other content on your iPhone, such as your contact list, photographs, of course, and some of them depend on that for you to be able to engage with that social media platform. And in response to questions about, well, what settings can you put around those social media apps that would absolutely protect that social media app from being able to access your photos or your contact list or so forth, our advice was, frankly, for people who are members of Parliament who might be particularly targets of espionage, which of course you are by definition of your roles, and that if you wanted absolute certainty that your social media app couldn't have access to those things, then the only way to assure that would be to have a second phone, which you exclusively use for that purpose.
Yeah, look, I think that's sensible and obvious advice. Are there some social media apps which pose higher risk than others?
All social media apps are monetising what you do on your phone, what you access, what you look at, for how long, who your friends are. They will seek to get demographics of your friends in order to push you other information and get you to click through to buy things, but also to collect that data to on-sell it to others who might be building capabilities to market things to you particularly. And I'm sure we've all had that spooky moment where on the one hand you were just looking at dogs for sale in Canberra, and then in a different app it'll pop up and push you an ad. And that's exactly what all of them do, and all of them are seeking to monetise your actions.
But to come back to my question, I totally agree with that, and of course all of them pose a risk, but I don't imagine that the risk is equal with all apps. For example, apps who are headquartered in authoritarian countries who have different systems of government to Australia and different laws to Australia might pose a greater risk if, for example, those companies are compelled by law to cooperate with intelligence or law enforcement agencies. Is that a fair statement?
Right, it is, and I want to draw your attention to our public security tips for social media and messaging apps that go to your point. It says social media and messaging apps, for example, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Messenger, Pinterest, Reddit, Snapchat, Telegram, TikTok, Twitter, WeChat, WhatsApp, YouTube and others, typically collect extensive data as part of their business model. These apps may also collect additional data from individuals' devices, which extends beyond the content of messages, videos and voice recordings. Note the type of data collected may change over time, including when new versions or features are released. The terms of use and privacy policies relating to what data is collected, as well as how and when it can be used, may also change at short notice or be difficult to understand. Sometimes this data is stored outside of Australia and may be subject to lawful access or covert collection by other countries. In such cases, current Australian legislation and privacy or consumer laws may not apply. That is really the nub of our warning to any Australian who engages with social media.
And one of those countries with a different system of government to us is China. It's an authoritarian system of government, and it is the home of a number of social media companies. And it does have relevant laws which compel both individuals and entities to cooperate with the government, including its intelligence agencies. In particular, the 2017 National Intelligence Law. This was a relevant consideration in a previous Australian government decision to ban Huawei from our 5G network. It was one of the criteria that determined that Huawei was a high-risk vendor and should be excluded from the 5G rollout because it was subject to Chinese laws, and in particular that law. Is that jurisdiction and are those laws relevant to Australians' consideration, and particularly to Member of Parliament's consideration about what devices we should have on our phones, what applications we should have on our phones?
Our public advice, as I just read out, particularly in that last sentence, encourages individuals to be thoughtful about that dimension, whilst also being mindful of the technical things that can happen on their phone.
And the Minister for Home Affairs has recognised this. She gave an interview a couple of months ago where she said that apps headquartered in authoritarian countries pose a greater risk, and she's seeking advice from her department about what, if any, legislative steps are required to address that. Is it still the case that Department of Defence employees are banned from using TikTok on their work-issued devices, and does that apply to ASD employees?
Well, ASD receives a shared service from Defence for its internet-facing network known as a Defence Protected Network, including our iPhones. So our access to apps is set by Defence policy, and yes, it is my understanding that some applications are not permitted to be downloaded onto a Defence phone. I think if you wanted a list, we'd probably refer you to the Department of Defence, who are on tomorrow.
Could I ask you to take that on notice, and if necessary, I can. You could then refer that Quan to Defence to answer if you're not the relevant agency to answer. But TikTok is one of those apps, isn't it, that's not permitted to be downloaded on Defence Department issued devices?
Can you, or Abby, confirm that? Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes.
I understand that the Department of Home Affairs has the same policy in place. Department of Home Affairs issued devices are not permitted to download TikTok. Is that correct?
I think so, but
believe
again,
so, but it's-
we can take that on notice if you
If you could
like.
take that on notice, that'd be great. There was a media report, again, by Max Mason in the Financial Review on the 4th of February 2021, which said that Home Affairs was joining Defence to ban TikTok on their issued devices. It certainly wouldn't be appropriate for Home Affairs or Defence or ASD or anyone else to dictate to Members of Parliament whether or not they were allowed to download these applications, and I certainly would not advocate a ban on Members of Parliament downloading it. But when I questioned the Department of Parliamentary Services about this issue yesterday, because they do provide advice to us about the devices which they issue to us, they said the reason why they hadn't issued any advice to parliamentarians rather than banning, but advice about specific apps, is that they hadn't received any information from any relevant agencies about any particular apps. It seems like a gap to me if the Department of Home Affairs has banned TikTok on their devices and Defence has banned TikTok on their devices, but DPS hasn't received any information about the greater risk that they clearly obviously pose, given that that decision's been made. Is it not ASD or ACSC's role to provide that advice to DPS?
Well, we have public advice, and it's then a separate matter for any department to make risk-based decisions based on the threats that they have to their network, but also the needs of their customers to make their own decisions about how they treat that advice. You know, our role as set out in the Intelligence Services Act is to provide advice and assistance, not to make individual choices for departments. So it is a matter for them.
Yeah, and look, I've encouraged DPS to consider this issue and to seek advice on it, because what they conveyed to me to be seemed quite passive, that until someone told them that they had to tell us, they weren't going to tell us anything. In practice, how does that advice work with agencies like DPS? Do you seek out agencies and say you should be aware of these risks, or do you just publish it on the website and hope that they take notice of it?
Do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, so with the DPS in particular, obviously we have a close relationship given the importance of their customers. Mind you, all Australians are important customers to us.
Indeed.
We do provide the full range of services that are available to any government customer to DPS, and as a consequence of the high profile of that entity for targeting, that I would say it is one of our closer relationships. We do, at their request, come in and give, and we have on a number of occasions over the last couple of years, given information sessions for their staff and other of their customers who would like to come along to those, and we have answered questions on a range of personal cybersecurity matters, including social media. Any updates to our advisories are available and they are pushed to our partners.
Okay.
So that update on the 14th of July would have been pushed into every single one of our partnership program.
Thank you. I've encouraged DPS to reflect on this. I hope that they seek your advice, particularly in light of the fact that the New Zealand Parliament equivalent body to DPS and the US House of Representatives equivalent body to DPS has issued formal advice on TikTok, and that advice is don't download it on your personal device, on your work device. So I'd be interested to see whether there's any developments on that. Chair, that's my conclusion of my questions on this topic. I can, if you'd like to rotate the hall, please do. Otherwise, I can continue with other topics.
I'll just consult quickly with the Deputy Chair for just 2 seconds. Senator Patterson, we are due to, we are a bit behind on our schedule. We've got Defence Housing in Australia as well as the Australian War Memorial. In the interest of time, I'm happy to maybe provide you with another 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Would you be able to then perhaps conclude and any remaining questions, put them on notice to the department, to the agency, if that works?
To assist you, Chair, I'll be very happy to.
Thank you very much.
So just 2 final topics then from me. On Monday, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute released a report on cyber-enabled foreign interference. It detailed instances of harassment and intimidation online of predominantly young women of Asian heritage being targeted by sexualised smears and slurs. Each of them are involved in research and journalism and investigations that are embarrassing to the Chinese Communist Party. Are you familiar with that report and that coverage?
Yes, I've seen it.
Is it concerning for you to hear that people, including young Australians, are being exposed to this kind of online harassment?
That the content of what's carried over networks is outside of ASD's lawful purview. It's our job to provide advice and assistance on the security of the network itself. So whilst I might have my own view, it's outside of the scope of ASD's roles and functions.
There is an element that might be closer to your purview, though, which is that it appears that this is an act of foreign interference by a foreign government, and that putting aside the content, it involves the mass creation of accounts which are spamming on networks like Twitter. If it's not ASD's responsibility to protect Australians from this kind of cyber-enabled foreign interference, whose job is it in the Australian government to be concerned about that?
So three important organisations. So yes, ASD, to the extent that there is technical advice and assistance that might assist in mitigating that threat. ASIO, of course, has responsibility for understanding and providing advice and assessments about foreign interference and foreign espionage as it pertains to Australia, and the Department of Home Affairs, through the Foreign Interference Coordinator, has policy responsibility for recommending policy or legislative change which might make Australia a harder target for foreign espionage and interference.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll pursue that with ASIO when they are recalled before the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee in a spillover. Moving on to the second topic, you're familiar with the Microsoft's Digital Defence Report, which was published last week?
Not in great detail, but yes, Microsoft are a great partner with us. Yep.
Yeah, look, I think it is a very welcome publication, a very responsible thing for Microsoft to do, to kind of share the threat intelligence that they're privy to. They assessed China, Russia, Iran and North Korea as the 4 primary nation-state threats that are targeting Microsoft customers at least. You may be reluctant to comment this on in a public session, but nonetheless, I'll put it to you. Do you agree with that assessment?
We haven't done our own detailed analysis of that assessment, and it's really a matter for the Australian government on attributing particular activity of state actors, and as you know, it's ASD's advice to provide technical input to that process, which is undertaken in partnership between the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Department of Home Affairs.
Sure, I do understand that. One particularly interesting feature of the report was their focus on zero-day vulnerabilities, which are, of course, the identification and exploitation of previously unknown vulnerabilities. And they said that Chinese actors are particularly adept at, or particularly proficient was the word they used, at discovering and developing zero-day exploits, and they believe that they are storing them up or collecting these vulnerabilities to be used at a future time. That probably won't come as a surprise to you, but how concerning is that activity?
Well, just answering in the broad, we are very focused on zero-day vulnerabilities, and IB looks like she might even quote the cyber threat report on that issue.
Indeed, I can. We are very concerned about the increasing number of vulnerabilities and the reduction in the time between proof of concept and exploitation of those vulnerabilities. On page 12 of our publicly issued threat assessment, we point out that we've observed a 25% increase in the number of publicly reported software vulnerabilities. And we give, in the back of the report, 2 examples of recent exploitation of vulnerabilities, which in the past we would have expected to have several weeks or in fact months before they were prosecuted, but in fact in real life it has been a matter of days. That is why our response has been to update the Essential 8 strategic mitigations, and it is now our advice that systems need to be patched sometimes within weeks and sometimes within days.
And it is the case that it's not just criminal actors who take advantage of those zero-day exploits, isn't it? It's state actors that use them as well.
That is correct, and there is a public statement made by the Australian government, but also with the support of 26, I believe, other countries globally who publicly called out China's action in exploiting the Microsoft Exchange server vulnerability last year.
Yes, I remember Director General Noble's testimony on that topic before the PJCS in a previous inquiry. I do have other questions, but I am mindful of the Chair's desire to move on. I will place some on notice and perhaps pursue some when we see you again for estimates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Patterson, for being very accommodating. Appreciate that. Just double check with the Deputy Chair. Any other questions from Coalition Senators? No? Okay, well, excellent. Well, on that note, I'll release the Australian Signals Directorate, and thank you for appearing before the Senate Committee this afternoon. We'll just suspend very shortly and get ready for our next witness. Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll now move on to, and I call representatives from Defence Housing Australia. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator.
Okay. All right, excellent. I'm just having a look around to see if any senators wish to have any questions for Defence Housing Australia. Deputy Chair, did you have
In the
anything,
interest
Doreen?
of time, the Coalition was happy to put their questions on notice to Defence Housing.
That's right. I'm mindful that Senator Shoebridge also had some questions. He's not here at the moment. But I think Senator Green may have some questions to assist the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Jordan. I just wanted to ask a little bit of a broader information about DHA's role. I'm based in North Queensland, so obviously I was in Townsville last week at the Laverack Barracks. It's a really important part of the community there. How many residents are within DHA's portfolio, and how do you ensure that you're meeting the ADF housing provision requirements?
If I may, Senator Barry.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Barry Jackson, Managing Director of Defence Housing Australia. I will actually get Mr. Jorgensen to run through that with you in more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Brett Jorgensen, General Manager, Service Delivery in Defence Housing Australia. One of the main ways we work through the housing requirement is through our relationship with the Department of Defence. The Department of Defence creates a defence housing forecast and shares that with DHA on an annual basis. That forecast looks at the housing required for members with dependents and their families, and projects the number of housing solutions required across Australia and in each region. We have a separate forecast for single members, of which we provide a partial service to those members. There's also defence members in their own houses, so this mainly includes members that need a housing solution in the various areas. DHA, under our services agreement with the Department of Defence, produces a provisioning schedule or a plan against that housing forecast, which goes back to Defence. We work through the proposal and ultimately approve a provisioning schedule that we then provision against across the next 4 years.
Okay. You said there that there's you want to make sure obviously that housing meets expectations of members. How do you do that? Do you have a certain level of a standard that needs to be met? How do you go about making sure that the housing quality is, meeting the needs of our Defence Service personnel?
Yes, I mentioned we had the services agreement with Department of Defence. It specifies the various services that are sought from Defence Housing Australia for Defence members. It also references the housing policy within Defence that covers the requirements for service residences and other housing support provided to Defence members. So that sets up the requirements of where the housing needs to be, some minimum requirements and a number of inclusions that are required in the housing. We then deliver that housing on behalf of Defence across Australia. You asked before...
Can I ask you, you can go to that in a second, but are the standards the same across Australia? Or are they, the standards, they're not different depending on where you live, I'm assuming?
There's some standard requirements that apply in all posting localities, and there's also different requirements for different rank groups, including different rent bands or rent settings that we need to meet as well.
Okay. And sorry, you were about to fill in part
I was just going to say our portfolio has approximately 17,000 houses across Australia, made up of owned properties, leased properties, and some properties that are owned by Department of Defence as well.
And how are you tracking in terms of that regional housing portfolio? Obviously, we hear a lot about rent increases in regional areas, and also just a pure shortage of housing, and yet there's obviously a focus from the Defence Force in making sure we have people posted in, I'm thinking particularly in North Queensland. How are you managing to maintain the portfolio, having any issues or concerns, particularly in those regional areas?
Yeah, we're travelling at about 98.2% of the provisioning schedule for defence housing for members with dependents at this point. We do have some properties leave the portfolio as leases end and so on, and there is a challenge to maintain the housing portfolio and replace those properties, but we're travelling quite well at the moment.
Am I right in terms of where DHA offices are located? You have people all across the country. Yeah.
Yes, we have something like about 19 office areas across the country, and we have generally some property management type staff and management staff at those areas.
Okay, fantastic. That's all I have for the moment, Chair. Thank
you very much, Senator Green. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, and thanks for coming along, everybody. I've got some questions about the proposed defence housing facility in Randwick. You're familiar with that project?
Yes, we are, Senator.
Yes. I'm happy to go through you, Mr Jackson, and you can feed the questions to wherever you like.
If I'm unable to answer, I'm sure my colleagues will be able to assist, Senator.
Will a heritage and archaeological assessment be undertaken for the site and protocols established for any construction to protect significant Indigenous and non-Indigenous finds, especially during excavation?
Yeah. Okay, it's probably worth noting, Senator, that the Randwick Barrack projects or Bundock Street development consists of two parts. There's a part one which is for living in accommodation, which has been managed direct by Defence and for about a 992 accommodation positions. There was also a second component of 62 townhouses that will be built along the Bundock Street boundary. Our role in that is that these are not actually defence houses, as in Defence Housing Australia. The land is on Defence land. It has been funded by Defence and will remain in the ownership of Defence once completed. Our role is purely as a project manager, no different from an architect or an engineer or the like, and we are contracted to Defence to provide that project management service. So whilst Mr Jorgensen will be able to answer some of the questions, some of them may more importantly need to be directed direct to Defence as being the owner of the project per se in this particular case.
All right, well, consider my questions for the moment, primarily addressing, did you say it's 992?
Could be 991, but it's plus or minus.
991 bedroom development?
It's the living in accommodation, so it's not dormitory, but it's for the new recruits that live on base.
All right. So, well, how do we best refer to those so as we don't get confused? The 990
LIAs, living in accommodation.
All right, the living in accommodation.
Yep.
So will a heritage and archaeological assessment be undertaken and those site and protocols established for the living in accommodation?
I'll ask Mr Jorgensen to go into the detail where we have it. Otherwise, on that particular project, it has not been managed by us. It has been managed by the Department of Defence.
Sorry, the living in
accommodation
is managed by
the Department of Defence directly.
Sorry, you're saying that's done by Department of Defence, not by you?
That's correct.
But you have a role in it?
Not on the living in accommodation, we don't, Senator, no.
Well, what about the 62 townhouse developments?
We can answer some questions on that, and Mr Jorgensen will endeavour to do so.
Senator Brett Jorgensen, General Manager, Service Delivery and Defence Housing Australia. Yes, as Managing Director mentioned, we're managing on behalf of Defence the construction of 62 low-density houses along Bundock Street. That adjoins the boundary of the site. We're fairly early on in the planning work for this site. We've, at this stage, done some work around the civil engineering aspects, architectural aspects, a number of site investigations and contamination requirements, and of course started some community engagement. The project still requires to go through the Public Works Committee, and that's not expected till around 2023. We're also working with the Department of Defence on the requirement for some environmental planning assessments required to go into the Department of Climate Change.
What environmental investigations have you completed for the site?
I don't have that information at hand, Senator. I could take that question on notice.
By all means. Have the investigations that you've undertaken been shared with the local council, Randwick Council, and have they been made publicly available to residents?
I don't quite have the full detail there. I know we've, through the Department of Defence, shared some information with the council, and we've also shared quite a bit of information with the community through some community sessions.
What are you intending to undertake a full environmental impact study as part of your planning process?
I'm not sure a full environmental impact assessment is required on the 62 house site.
Why not?
But working closely with Defence, we'd obviously, given that we're managing on behalf of them, take that into account with whatever is required for the larger site.
Sorry, so you're proposing a 62 townhouse development on the edge of the site, overlooking neighbouring properties on an environmentally sensitive site with potential contamination, and you're not going to do an environmental impact study?
If I could assist, Senator, the project will be referred through the EPBC process, through the Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water, I think it is. And that, as part of that process, the department determines whether or not a full environmental impact statement is required.
But the EPBC process is only where you're going to have some significant impact on a listed or similar species or environmental community. I'm asking you...
It does go towards other issues around heritage and...
I'm asking you whether, given you've got a 62-unit townhouse development on the edge of a site in a highly settled part of an extremely populous city, on land that's potentially contaminated or known to be contaminated, with significant environmental values, why you're not going to do an environmental impact study?
As I just explained, that part is part of the broader EPBC process. The department will determine what level of work needs to be done as part of the initial EPBC assessment, and then should an EIS be required. I do go to my previous comment, Senator, where we are a project manager on this. We are not the decision maker nor the authority with respect to what does or does not get done, and I suggest that it would be more efficient for you to direct these questions to Defence, who are up tomorrow.
I can see how you might think that.
Look, I'm just mindful, given the evidence by the witness, whether you may want to consider about tomorrow. We've got the Department of Defence who are here.
Well, no, I think this will have to be dealt with. These are the project managers for the site. They have the obligation to manage the project from conception through to completion.
Defence Housing Australia have been, I think, fairly clear that from their perspective, they're not in a position to answer your questions.
Well, they said they can't on the 992 unit development, but they are the project manager for the second development.
And we take our direction from the client, who is the Department of Defence.
You don't take direction on what contamination studies to undertake and what environmental studies. You're the project manager. Are you saying you just passively accept from your client whether or not a contamination study is needed?
No, it's absolutely not what I'm saying, Senator, and I think it's an unfair assumption to make to draw that line. What I'm saying is we are employed by the Department of Defence to provide work for them, and I think these questions are better answered by the Department of Defence.
Are you going to undertake a contamination study? And have you undertaken a contamination study?
a contamination study is part of a normal suite of documents that would be done on any development to ensure that the ground is suitable for its purpose.
Have you done one for this development?
I'll check with Mr Jorgensen whether we have organised one, but I do know that Defence have, of their own volition, undertaken a number of studies, particularly around contamination, heritage and the like, which they are the owners of.
Have you got a contamination study for this development, Mr Jorgensen?
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator, and provide the exact information. What I can say is there have been some environmental studies completed for both projects on the site, and it does indicate that there are considerations under the EPBC Act that need to be addressed. And as the Minister has just said, we'll be going through that EPBC process and providing the appropriate studies to support that process.
Well, you told the community in a fact sheet that your detailed site investigation discovered heavy metals, asbestos, hydrocarbons, PFAS contamination in groundwater, potential pesticide or herbicide, and also a low probability of unexplored ordinances. It's not unreasonable for the community to be asking, show us the contamination study, given the information you've told them. So will you show the community the contamination study?
I think the statement you're referring to was actually the statement from the Department of Defence, was it not, as opposed to ourselves?
Got Australian Government Defence and DHA Defence Housing Australia at the top of it. That's you, isn't it?
That we are DHA, Defence Housing Australia, yes.
So, you've told the residents that there's heavy metals, asbestos, hydrocarbons, PFAS contamination, potential pesticide or herbicide, and even a low probability of unexplored ordinances. Residents are asking, show us a contamination study before you start digging up that land right next to us.
Well,
and I'm asking on their behalf, will you do it?
It would be normal practice as part of the EPBC referral for contamination studies that have been completed and a range of other studies that we completed to be made available as part of public consultation, yes.
Well, they're only made available if you've done it. So I'm asking you, have you done a site-specific contamination study for the development?
Shoebridge, I think one of the challenges you are encountering is that this is a project in the preliminary stages of planning. In delivering the project, Defence will, of course, engage with the entities that are responsible for providing the approvals, and those entities will provide indications of the kind of information that would be necessary. I think that you are assuming certain things. The officials are, of course, able to tell you what they have done to date, but to assume that that is the full extent of all of the work that will be done in the course of progressing the project is simply incorrect.
Well, Minister, I'm not assuming, I'm asking. So I'll break it down into two simple questions. Have you done a contamination study of the site?
We personally have not done one, no, but we believe the Department of Defence have done a contamination study for the site, hence the nature of their release.
Will you provide that contamination study to the council and the local residents?
That would be the decision for the client, being the Department of Defence.
Do you have a mitigation strategy in place to ensure the health of the local residents if you start digging up land with the kind of contamination noted in your own fact sheet?
As Senator McAllister very helpfully pointed out, that the preliminary nature of where we're at the project, there will obviously be a detailed mitigation strategy for the entire project throughout its construction, work health and safety. The project has to go through the Public Works Committee for review, and I'm sure the Public Works Committee, who are very detailed in their forensic study, will also ask these questions and ensure that work has been done.
Can you provide on notice the details of the author, the date and the date of the contamination study that you're referring to?
I'm going to take that on notice, Senator, yes.
Has a remediation action plan been developed?
Given that the final product has not been designed, it would be premature for that to be done because it will be aligned to the outcome that has been built as opposed to just a generic plan.
Do you accept an inevitable element of a housing development such as 62 townhouses will involve the excavation of land, the excavation of soil?
Yes, it will.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yep. No,
last question, please.
You're aware, aren't you, that there are a large number of preschools, there's primary schools, high schools in the immediate surroundings of this site. Can you point to any study available to the local residents that will show that they will be safe and protected from potential contamination as a result of the excavation for this development, given the contaminants that you've acknowledged exist?
Well, there's two issues there. The excavation per se doesn't necessarily link to contamination. An excavation will have to be done in a design with engineering design work that is yet to be undertaken. The contamination report will also reflect the level of work that needs to be done to safely remove any identified contamination on that site. But to answer your question, yes, we can take on notice and provide you that information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Pocock.
Chair, thank you for your time here today. I'm just keen to learn a little bit more about your proposed North Lawson development. You able to talk about
yes,
it?
I can give you some
I've got a
high
few-
level, and I'm sure you'll have some follow-up
great.
questions, Senator.
Thank you. Just looking at the proposed development, you're proposing to develop 47.16 hectares, which is nearly double what the National Capital Authority recommended. Is that correct?
It's firstly, yes, it is correct that we are proposing to develop 47.1 and not develop the other 85 hectares of the site. The original NCA approval was for stage 1 of the project, is my understanding, and that there would have been a supplementary application at a later date. Because at the moment, the proposal that is before the department is for 443 lots, leaving, as I said, about 85 hectares of land to be retained. From an provisioning perspective, which is why we do these developments, we need to, as Mr Jorgensen said at the start, provide the ADF with accommodation throughout Australia. As part of the provisionary requirements, the ACT is a significant user of ADF members, and we're looking at probably in the order of about 150 to 200 of those 443 houses will be for ADF members and their families. And you'll be no doubt aware that housing supply on the ACT is challenging at the moment. But as part of the broader proposal that has gone through the EPB submission, has been lodged, and we did receive a decision on the 7th of October from the department, who identified the site as being a controlled action under their legislation. There was basically 3 possible outcomes. Outcome 1 would have been that it's an uncontrolled action and we can go off and do what we wish. A controlled action, which is the middle of the ground, or it's a prohibited development. They have chosen that it's a controlled action, which is consistent with what we would have thought, and they have in turn requested that we complete an environmental impact statement on that site, which was consistent with the process that I was explaining to the previous senator.
Is there a timeline for that?
We have, as I said, the original decision came down on the 7th of October. We are waiting for additional information from the department, who will give us some guidance as to the level of information that we didn't submit first time around that they'll need for the EIS. We anticipate that hopefully sometime in the next couple of weeks. We think that it will probably take us in the order of, depending on what their request is, it could be 4 to 5 to 6 months to prepare that work. Certainly in our original submission, we've submitted a lot of information over and above the minimum requirements to try and be as helpful as possible, particularly around the heritage, the indigenous, as well as the flora and fauna for the site. But again, the department no doubt will have some additional requirements. We will submit that, and then it's back with the department to consider in the fullness of time.
Thank you. When DHA acquired North Lawson from Defence, I believe.
Yes.
How much was it required to pay for the land?
Mr. Jorgensen? In the order of $15 million.
Okay. And has that transaction taken place? Have you paid for the land already?
Absolutely, yes. We purchased the land quite some time ago. And it's also adjacent to the ACT government's development that they've been doing in Lawson as well, that they recently sold a block of land, and they have developed quite a large portion of the non-defence land out there, which is very similar in its geographics to our site.
And so, just to round this out from my understanding, your understanding of it was that the sort of area that the NCA said was probably appropriate, you're proposing to develop double that, but your understanding was that the NCA had said, okay, this is stage one and we'll give you more land down the track, and you've just proposed to do it all at once.
It's not a case of giving us more land down the track, because as the owner, we would have put a submission in for what we thought was the appropriate at the time. And again, as a staged development, so the NCA approved what was in front of them at the time. They now have a new development in front of them. One of the earlier submissions we did was actually in the order of high 500s. We have scaled that back because I thought A, it was excessive, and B, that it was actually impacting on some of the flora and fauna on the site. But again, we do it primarily for the purposes of providing provisioning for the ADF members. Should a typical land developer seek to develop the site, I'd be fairly confident that that density would be significantly higher.
Okay, I've got a bunch of questions. I'll just put them on notice. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. I think that concludes our line of questioning for this agency. I want to say thank you very much for appearing before today's Senate hearing. We'll just suspend very briefly and call the Australian War Memorial representatives to the table. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I now call representatives of the Australian War Memorial. Welcome. And do you have an opening statement you'd like to share with the Senate committee today?
I'm very conscious of your time, Senator. I don't have an opening statement.
All right, thank you very much, Mr Anderson. I'll hand over to Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for appearing today. Look, I have some questions on proposals for the memorial to commemorate frontier wars, and in asking these questions, I do want to place on record and recognise the hurt that especially First Nations people felt during those times. And I do think that should be reflected in some form of memorial. But I do note that on your website, Mr Anderson, that's who I'll ask these questions of, I presume. Mr Anderson, on your website, there's it's under the media releases section of your website, and it's titled, Will the Australian War Memorial Tell the Story of Colonial Conflicts? It was published on the 27th of January 2014. In that article on your website, it states, and I quote, "The memorial has found no substantial evidence that homegrown military units, whether state colonial forces or post-Federation Australian military units, have ever fought against the Indigenous population of this country," end quote. Is that statement still the position of the Australian War Memorial?
That's correct, Senator, with regard to military units, correct.
Thank you. In that article, later on in that article, it also says, and I quote, "As defined in the Australian War Memorial Act 1980, the memorial's official role is to develop a memorial for Australians who have died on or as a result of active service, or as a result of any war or warlike operation in which Australians have been on active service. The definition does not include internal conflicts between the Indigenous populations and the colonial powers of the day." And that quote, again, is that still the position of the Australian War Memorial?
It certainly is, Senator.
Right, okay, thank you very much. So, just to be clear, so you're saying that the actual, if I'm not getting this wrong, the War Memorial Act does not include or does not provide a function to the War Memorial of including internal conflicts between the Indigenous populations and the colonial powers of the day?
Senator, where it also goes into defining under our Act military history, and that military history is defined as two things. It's both those wars and warlike operations that Australians have been engaged in, and also the history of the Defence Force. And under that Defence Force, the definition includes any naval or military force of the Crown that was raised in Australia prior to the establishment of the Commonwealth of Australia. So it does go back a fair way and does actually also include those forces raised by the Crown in Australia, both naval and military.
Okay, so that's the definition of Defence Force and the interpretation.
Yep.
Defence Force raised in the Australia before the establishment of the Commonwealth. But that particular, I presume, if I just I've got the Act in front of me here. So under Section 5(1)(e) of the Act, you have a function of disseminating information relating to a number of things, including Australian military history. Is that correct?
Correct.
How does that link in, though, with the definition of Defence Force? Defence Force is not listed in that particular section.
Well, under the Defence Force is listed under military history, means the history of two things, all wars and warlike operations, and the history of the Defence Force.
The key thing, though, is that Section 5.1e mentions Australian military history.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't include or capture necessarily before the Commonwealth.
Well, that,
do you see where I'm going?
I see where you're going in terms of the definition of Australian military history, but it does actually does two things, Senator. One is expands the definition of Defence Force to being that pre-Federation, but the Act also goes on to say that that the memorial has broad powers under Section 6.1 of the Act, which gives the memorial the general power to do all things necessary or convenient to be done in the connection of the performance of its functions.
Yeah, that does link back to its functions, though. I suppose we could go round and round on this, and neither of us, I'm not sure about you, Mr Anderson, but I'm certainly not a lawyer. I mean, has the War Memorial asked for or received legal advice about the definition of the functions there in the Act or your ability to capture providing a memorial for the frontier wars, given those functions?
The memorial did, Senator, back in 2013, sought advice from the Solicitor General on that interpretation of the Act.
So there's been no advice since 2013?
No,
and so the conclusion I read it before, that the definition does not include internal conflicts between the Indigenous populations and the colonial powers of their day, presumably that conclusion from your website was based on that 2013 legal advice?
I believe so, Senator.
Yeah, I know it goes back a while, but thank you, appreciate that. And so, that being so, I am struggling to understand here on what legal basis the War Memorial would now be considering, I believe, or planning to showcase the frontier wars. Then the legal advice seems to indicate that that's not a function under your Act.
Well, Senator, under the Australian War Memorial since about 1986, Senator, has had frontier violence in its galleries. So successive councils since 1986 have interpreted the broader functions of the Australian War Memorial to enable it to tell that story as it relates to particularly the pre-colonial forces, those forces raised in Australia prior to Federation, and the impact that it had on Australians. That's been the interpretation. And if I can just, Senator, in terms of...
I've been to the War Memorial many times, it's been a little while, but I do agree with you, there's certainly the Boer War exhibits there. What can you tell me exactly what exhibits you're referring to?
Well, the instance we had prior to the development taking place, we had what was called the colonial galleries. And within those colonial galleries, we covered the Boer War, Boxer Rebellion, Sudan, and we also included...
I remember that.
Yeah, and we also included in that section, Senator, frontier violence. Particularly, for example, we had some lithographs and other things relating to, for example, Slaughterhouse Creek, and they've been in there at least since 1986.
Right. And so, is there any plans for the War Memorial to take legal advice on the current plans?
There are no plans, Senator, simply because we believe that we have the discretion available to us to do this.
But on what basis do you believe you have that discretion, if you haven't taken legal advice?
Well, on the basis of legal advice that was provided in 2013, Senator, did actually give us the broad powers under Section 6.1 of the Act that gave it the general power to do all things necessary and convenient with regard to the performance of its functions.
With all respect, I thought we'd gone over that and you agreed with the conclusion that the definition, this is your quote, or the War Memorial's quote I should say, the definition does not include internal conflicts between the Indigenous populations and the colonial powers of the day. That's pretty clear to me. Mr Anderson, what's changed since then?
I think
that was based on the legal advice.
Well, Senator, I think a couple of things have changed, frankly. In terms of the Australian War Memorial's engagement with the public, our understanding of Australian military history, Australia's understanding of, Senator, if I can, Australia's understanding and certainly our mission is to lead the nation's commemoration and understanding of the Australian experience of war.
So the vibe's changed. I mean, this is about the law. I mean, I'm asking if you're complying with your Act and the law. We've passed certain laws here in this Parliament that you, as an independent statutory agency, must comply with. And with all due respect, saying that somehow the understanding has changed is not a very firm basis in law.
No,
I mean, what different advice have you received to draw what seems to be a totally different conclusion than what you published just 8 years ago?
Well, Senator, I think it's important to note that in 2013 we sought advice. That's fine, and that advice did actually provide as I said, the broad powers to interpret the functions of the memorial, for the council to determine the functions of the memorial. Peacekeeping, for example, is one example, Senator, where that was not considered war or warlike. However, council took the decision that in some of those peacekeeping operations, they were worthy of recognition at the Australian War Memorial, and they've subsequently been acknowledged. And that's the exercise of the same broad powers or functions that council's been exercising, as I said, since 1986.
Given you have quoted from, or at least referred to the legal advice quite specifically here today, could you table that legal advice from 2013 for the committee?
Senator, I think you understand the constraints that have been accepted by the Senate for a very long time.
Well, I don't believe they include
providing legal advice.
Well, could I? I'll ask specifically if you could respond, Minister, with the public interest immunity you're relying on there not to provide such advice. I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Okay,
and
thanks.
I would also make the point that there is a well-established principle that once officials start referring to legal advice for a justification, there normally is the publication of at least a summary of that advice, because the confidentiality usually has to include a strict confidentiality, not being able to cherry pick from it for what
Senator
might be
Canavan, I'll take it on notice, and I appreciate
self-interested purposes. I just I want to go now to an FOI document that was released by the Australian War Memorial, I believe, in the financial year 21. It was titled AWM PwC Report Key Talking Points. In those talking points composed by the War Memorial, and I quote, with more space as part of the development project, will you be able to including frontier wars in the galleries? So this was clearly a response to a question in these talking points. The talking points propose that the answer is, and I quote, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have a long-standing tradition of defending country and continue to serve with honour among our military forces. We're committed to telling their stories in the context of the Memorial's Charter and throughout conflicts. I just wanted to clarify here, what in those talking points, what is the Charter? Is that something different than the functions of the Act that we've just been through? So you're referring just to the
functions of the
functions
memorial
of the Act there. Okay. All right, that's fine. Moving on now to related but somewhat different issues. I'm sure you're aware the budget's provided $5.8 million over 3 years to establish an independent Makarrata Commission to oversee the process of agreement making and truth telling. Have you submitted, or are you intending to submit any of the proposed showcasing of frontier wars to the Makarrata Commission?
I'm not proposing to, no, Senator.
Sorry?
Not proposing to, no, Senator.
Okay. I'm going back now to that the War Memorial media release or article on your website in 2014. In that it says that it is important to note that the state police forces used Indigenous Australians to hunt down and kill other Indigenous Australians. Will those aspects of the Frontiers Wars be part of the planned showcase?
I imagine they would, Senator, in terms of that. In fact, one of the largest paintings we currently have in the Australian War Memorial is an A.P. Wylands painting, which is in the galleries, at the starting of the galleries. And that depicts, it's called Our Country and Culture Will Be Defended by Spears. And that painting, Senator, at the very, very top of it, features spears coming inwards to acknowledge that actually prior to European settlement of Australia that Aboriginals were often at war with each other. So it's certainly, it's an acknowledgement.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm sure you're aware there's been an article in The Australian over the weekend about these issues. A spokesperson for the Australian War Memorial has quoted in that article that, and I quote, frontier violence is a part of our story as a nation and all cultural institutions have a role to play in telling our story. That same newspaper said that the Minister was unavailable to comment on the issues we've gone over today. Did the War Memorial liaise with the Minister's office before providing its response?
No, Senator, my understanding is that the questions came to us and we responded to those questions put to us.
Directly?
Directly
you
with the
didn't liaise
journalist.
with the
No,
Minister's office on your response at all? Okay. And I've got two more quick questions, sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator.
I'm happy to take
wrap
over
up. That'd be great. No.
I'm sure also the War Memorial is aware that funding has been approved to build a NARA complex in Canberra, and the budget papers say this will be a learning and knowledging centre, a national resting place, and a new home for the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. Have you had any discussions with the builders of the NARA about how they will showcase domestic conflicts and how you might work in with them?
Very preliminary discussions, Senator, just to get a sense. We've had Craig Ritchie, the CEO, into the War Memorial just to give us a briefing on the general details of the Nara precinct, and we certainly asked him whether or not frontier violence would feature, and he told us that it would.
Okay, thank you. And this one might be perhaps for the Minister or other officials. Haven't been here all day, but I'm just referring now to the portfolio budget statements for Veterans Affairs. From the advice I've given, there's not a single mention or a single reference to the words Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander, Indigenous or First Nations. This is quite strange given the plans at the War Memorial and other cultural institutions to showcase frontier conflicts. I mean, is there a reason that there's no mention of Aboriginal peoples in any way in the PBS for the Veterans Affairs Department?
Minister, I'll take it on notice. I obviously was not personally involved in the preparation of the PBS. I'm representing Minister Keogh here.
Can I also just ask, I'm sure you probably have to take this on notice, but how many times has the War Memorial been involved in discussions directly with the Minister about showcasing frontier wars? And if so, what dates did those discussions occur? And also if any notes were taken at those meetings, and if you could provide them to the committee. Happy for you to take that on notice.
Thanks,
okay. And look, just stepping
Last
back.
one, please, Senator Canavan.
Sorry?
Last one.
Yes,
please.
very much so. This will be my last. It does seem to me that there certainly does seem a change in at least the interpretation of the legal advice from 2014 to today. I mean, is this the interpretation you've got now of using that section 6.1? Has that been discussed recently at your meetings of council?
It was certainly part of a paper that was presented to council. That was what was the legal, as a historical paper that was prepared on.
When was that? When was that paper?
The most recent council meeting was back in August.
In August, okay. And did you have any discussions with the Minister or the Minister's office before that?
No, so, Senator, the only I instigated when both the chairman and I called on the minister when he took up his position and I know it was on the 15th of June. We were the ones who raised this. We were the ones who raised what the memorial was doing, what our priorities were, what our processes were, but it was raised by us.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Could
Senator
I just quickly ask
Canavan?
if you could table that paper that was at the August meeting as well?
Senator, it's already been been FOI'd.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I hand over the call to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the gargoyles have been there for a while, Matt, so you might want to check how long they've been out and get some legal advice about why there's black gargoyles with dirty water running out of their mouth. But anyway, I'll get on to my questioning. Previous questioning to the War Memorial and something that I've certainly been passionate about since my time in here, the reasoning for not having the frontier wars mentioned, the excuse from the government in those times was that it was bound by the Australian War Memorial Act, and that's what was prohibiting this from happening. And certainly Senator Canavan asked about that, but given that legislation hasn't changed and we're now doing the frontier wars, finally, after over 200 years, is it a case that the Act was never a barrier and it was just a government covering up genocide?
I can't speak to the Act being a barrier, Senator, but what I can speak to is that certainly since 2013, when that response was provided, the Australian War Memorial, as I say, we've always had that discretion, the broad powers under its Act, or the interpretation of those broad powers But it's important to note too, Senator, that in the process of the memorial development, we've engaged in extensive and national consultations relating to what people would like to see in the galleries, what they would expect to see in terms of the, the finished works and the like. And it's fair to say that, certainly since 2018-19, amongst other issues with regard to the galleries, greater representation of the Navy, greater representation of women, greater representation of the home front, people have raised with us and with our teams greater representation of frontier violence in the galleries. Now, I would just state that that's greater representation. It already was represented in the galleries, as I said, since 1986 at least. And it's been in our travelling exhibitions, it's been in our publications, it's been in our talks, it's been in our papers, it's been the thing that we have been acknowledging. In fact, I think it was first raised in 1979 that the memorial would need to seriously consider it. So it's been an ongoing debate, but I just wanted to stress, Senator, that it's been in the galleries at least since 1986.
Thank you. You heard me refer to the gargoyles of Aboriginal people outside the War Memorial, which has dirty rainwater running out of their mouths. As part of the redevelopment, will those colonial gargoyles be removed?
Well, Senator, with regard to those gargoyles, they're no longer water features, first and foremost. Secondly, when they were most recently restored or refurbished, there was a long consultation with the Indigenous communities related to the first thing, do they stay there? And if they do stay there, under what circumstances do they stay there? And the overwhelming position, there were of course differences of views, but the predominant position was that where they are located, inside the commemorative area, basically at the foot of the tomb of the unknown Australian soldier, brought great respect on the Aboriginal man and woman that had featured in those motifs. And most importantly, when they were reinstalled, they were reinstalled in a culturally appropriate way, including a smoking ceremony to welcome them formally to the space. So that's what we did, but they're no longer water features. They are actually figureheads guarding the tomb of the unknown Australian soldier.
Thank you. I've been Indigenous, Black, First Nations, every name that we get given to us by the colonial project, which changes depending on the government. Can you tell me who the Indigenous community is and the consultation that took place, and who are the Indigenous people?
So no, if I could take that one on notice, it predated me, but I'd be happy to provide you with the details of the consultations and who it was with.
So you said the decision around the gargoyles was community consultation. So the government and the War Memorial directors, what's the story behind the gargoyles? I mean, is there going to be a story around what those gargoyles will put there for in the first place?
There already is a, they've been there since the memorial opened, Senator, on Remembrance Day 1941. So they've been permanent features inside the commemorative area. Yeah. We speak to that, but if there's something specifically you'd like in terms of the artistic interpretation of every single one, I'd be happy to get that for you, but...
Well, it's just that given they were there since the establishment of the War Memorial, which was at a time where, it still is the situation in this country today, is First Nations people aren't we're the afterthought. And usually when we're included in something, it's there's an agenda behind it. So in terms of the gargoyles, information as to why they were made water features and why they were that descriptive in the War Memorial without any other information or dedication to frontier wars, except for two dirty gargoyles that represented the blacks. So what I'm saying is, was there any racism behind having two dirty black gargoyles at the front of the War Memorial as part of that time, that era And should we be telling that story too?
Well, if that's the story, Senator, of course we'd tell it, but I don't know that that is the story. I just know that, and I'm happy to go back and do the homework on the installation of the features in the commemorative area, who produced them, why they were produced. But certainly the one thing I can say is they were a product of that time. I can speak to contemporary sort of leadership of the Australian War Memorial, including my predecessor, and when they went back in, they went back in with full consultation and an appropriate cultural treatment to ensure that they were actually put back in a dignified, respectful, thoughtful way in consultation with the local Indigenous community.
Thank you. And in terms of the Frontier Wars and having the Frontier Wars finally recognised and have an official capacity within the War Museum or Memorial, where did that decision come from? Did it come from community or the directors of the War Memorial or government? Where did the push come from?
As I was saying before, Senator, as we've been going through this community consultation process around the initial business cases, detailed business cases, EPBC processes, National Capital Authority processes and others, one of the things that was brought up regularly was the community's expectation that in the new galleries there would be a deeper exposure of the nature of the frontier violence in Australia's history. So it's been driven as much then there's been community consultation, but I think also it's just building on what we already had. I keep on, if I can just restate, Senator, and also if I can put this into perspective, the pre-colonial galleries, as they were called, and will now be called the 1914 galleries, about 408 square metres of space. That's what we're talking about, and in that 408 square metres of space, we will also discuss the Boer Wars, we will also discuss the Boxer Rebellion, we'll also discuss Sudan, and we'll also discuss the New Zealand Wars. But Senator, in that process, and those gallery teams will be stood up in about 2025, late 2024, early 2025. Those gallery advisory teams the gallery teams include a number of advisory groups. One of those are veterans advisory groups who are going to make sure that it actually tells the stories in the way they'd like the stories told, but it also includes an Indigenous advisory group and a sort of accessibility advisory group. So all the things that we're doing right now with the other galleries will also be applied to the pre-1914 galleries.
Great. Labor announced the funding for the Makarrata Commission, who obviously will be tasked with truth-telling. Will you be working with the Makarrata Commission in this development? If yes, how will you do that?
Well, it hasn't been decided, Senator, but if I could, it hasn't been decided how. But my priority is engaging with the Indigenous advisory group in the first instance. I also have an Indigenous liaison officer at the Australian War Memorial who provides advice and assistance to me, and first thing I'll be doing is taking his advice on how best to engage.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the information about the Frontier Wars, which is an act of genocide to the first people of these lands, where are you hoping for people to provide information on the amount of massacres? I've been part of those rallies outside the War Memorial with a banner that has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of massacres, and non-Aboriginal people would stand by and cry when they would see how many hundreds and thousands of massacres. So where is information going to come from about the Frontier Wars?
Well, it'll come from the community centre, it'll come from academics, we'll be doing for the pre-1914 galleries, we'll be doing exactly the same thing that we've done with all the other galleries. We go to academics, we go to groups, we go to special advisory groups, we actually go far and wide to try and gather as much information as we can to ensure, as the memorial always has, that whatever we portray in our galleries is the truth.
Yeah. Is there a timeline on that?
Yes, under we're hoping to establish the galleries in 2020, the gallery teams in 2025. These galleries are not expected to open until 2028. So the Memorial Development Project is over 9 years, and 2028 is when these galleries would be opened.
Great. So the $550 million that's been allocated,
correct?
How much of that will be for Frontier Wars?
I can say that the gallery amount of money is about $80 million worth of gallery funding, and that's broken up into several portions and several galleries. I would have to take on notice exactly what it is for the pre-1914, but it is in the order of somewhere between $5 and $10 million in that area for everything that's in the pre-1914 gallery.
I've just got one more question in the interest of time.
That's right. Thank you very much.
There's nothing on the War Memorial website about the announcement or the new plan, and if we want community to provide information, which we've all got, and we've been screaming about it for 200 years, how are you going to get out and let people know that this is happening? And also congratulations on it happening, and I think it's a wonderful
Well, thank you, Senator. The gallery design process, as I say, for all of our galleries involves community outreach, it involves travelling roadshows, it involves sort of focus groups, it involves online. Of course, we did an awful lot of online over the last couple of years because of COVID, but it would be all of the normal things that we do to engage the community, to engage all those interested groups, to engage academics, to engage curators, what are the best ways to tell the stories, what's the best technology to use in the telling of those stories. Because part of the gallery design process has also indicated to us the way in which people want to receive their information, how much of it is interactive, how much of it is tactile, how much of it is display-based, how much of it's digital, how much of it can they take with them, how much of it can they gain before they actually get there.
Could you update your website to reflect that as well?
With pleasure.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. Senator Chandler?
I've got a, sorry, I tried to
and then I'll grab
text
the
you
call.
there, Senator
Thanks,
Ciccone, but you mustn't have received it. Is that okay? Have I got...
I haven't received it, but fire away anyway.
Thank you,
Matt,
Senator.
go
Thank
for
you,
it.
Chair. Just a couple of quick clarifications on this August paper that came up last. I was just thinking about it. So you took that to the meeting in August. Could you tell me when did the War Memorial start drafting that paper?
Senator, it was a resubmission of a paper that had been drafted. I mean, I'll look to Brian, but
in the previous August, it was first submitted to the paper, so that's August 2021.
2021?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Did you receive advice or take advice from the Solicitor General?
not on that paper, no, Senator.
Not on that paper?
No.
Was there any legal advice provided for the paper?
No, Senator, it was a paper that was largely driven by the team in our history unit to try and draw together all of the information. You know, it was almost a compendium of all of the issues surrounding frontier violence and the extent to which it's been considered by the memorial since Geoffrey Blaney first raised this issue in 1979 and tried to bring it all together in one place.
Were there any any of your lawyers? Were there any lawyers? But this paper did seem to be, from what you said, it did say that under Section 6.1 of the Act,
Senator, it referred to the legal advice that we received.
and that. Was there any lawyers that provided advice for the paper?
That wasn't the point of it, Senator, but no, there were no. We didn't send it out for independent legal advice.
Just seems very strange, given how anomalous this paper seems to be compared to your 2014 edition, and you didn't receive any. You haven't got any legal advice at all on what seems to me a reinterpretation of your Act. You haven't got any legal advice.
There was no legal advice in that paper, Senator. It was a...
Just finally, that FOI request you mentioned, I've had a look. I don't think it's actually been published. This was, I think, to do with the August paper.
Yes, it was, Senator.
Subject to an FOI request,
Correct.
but it hasn't been published. So could I ask for you to provide that to this committee, separate from the FOI process? Could you take that on notice?
We'll take that on notice,
Thank
Senator
you. Cheers.
Canavan.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. I just have a couple of questions about the redevelopment, if I could. Just broadly speaking, provide an overview of where we're at and how we're tracking to our key goals.
Thank you, Senator. Well, one of the real challenges and the great delights has been to remain open during the development, and I can report that over the last, or since we reopened the doors in November of last year, we've had over 400,000 visitors through, 50,000 school kids. All of the early and the enabling works have been completed. That includes all of the demolition works and the excavation. They've excavated the equivalent of about 50 Olympic swimming pools, and 9,500 truck and trailer loads have been removed from the site. We've engaged contractually the two head contractors for both the what's called Main Works Package 1, which is the southern entrance and the front of the building. Main Works Package 2 is around to the side. That's the Bean Building, the Central Energy Plant, and also the Research Centre. And they've been engaged, and we will hopefully within the next 2 weeks engage the final major works provider, which will be Anzac Hall and the Glaze Link. So we're starting to see things certainly come up out of the ground at the front of the memorial, and we're hopeful that by early next year we'll be coming out of the ground at the front, the side and the back.
I was actually up there on the weekend. I went for a visit on Sunday, not necessarily preempting then coming in and questioning you today, but just for something to do in Canberra, and it was very evident that there's a lot of work going on there at the moment, but it's still great that members of the public are able to come in and enjoy the space at the same time. Are we meeting all of the milestones? Is everything being done in a timely fashion to the budget that was set for the project?
We're certainly within budget and within the total timeframe. By 2028, we are certainly tracking. We're to give you an idea of the milestones. We're hoping to have the southern entrance, or planning to have the southern entrance and the parade ground concluded in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping to have the Bean Building, the Research Centre, and the Central Energy Plant all done in 2024. The Glaze Link, the glass that comes over the back and joins Anzac Hall, and that upper gallery completed in the first half of 2025. The lower gallery completed in the second half of 2025, and that's when we'll go back in, Senator, into the main buildings and start the gallery work. Once I've got all those curators back, all the historians back that are currently working on Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, peacekeeping, and the like, they'll then be free to start turning their hand to the gallery's space that we're creating inside the main memorial building. But we're certainly within the $550 million, and we're certainly within the 2028 deadline.
So you said that you were within the total time frame. Does that mean that all of the steps have been achieved within time to this point, or have there been a few sort of lags and we've had to try and catch up?
Well, so no, I'll throw it away in a minute, but certainly one of the things we did last year was we decided, the acceleration, where the program had always involved building the main works packages and then going into the main building and starting to do some more excavation and other work. We took a decision last year to accelerate that, come into the main building and do that simultaneously. And what that has allowed us to do is effectively catch up on lost time that was lost through COVID, that was lost through finding rocks and other bits and pieces. Naturally, the various things that you discover when you start doing work on a building that was built during the Great Depression. You start realising there are things you need to shore up and fix up in addition to what you had already found, all those latent conditions. But I'll ask Wayne in terms of the project itself, the program.
No, so I'd agree that we have had some delays, which are mainly around COVID and supply chain issues, and especially with digging the large excavations, there were more in-ground problems than we expected. There's a lot of contaminated soil, a lot of very hard rock, but by breaking up the projects and being able to stagger them, we're still very much on our time frame to get to the end milestones.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Now, Senator Shoebridge, you've got some questions. You do. Now, I understand that you've got some questions that relate to a document.
Well, I might start somewhere and I'll show the document in the middle.
Yeah, I was just going to flag, if it was possible for you to maybe show the War Memorial, the document, just in case, because there are some details there.
I'll go through a process and I won't be tabling it until we've gone through a process. I'm just mindful, I don't want to table something that's and I may actually seek to table it with redactions. Yep. Thanks very much for your attendance today. Is the War Memorial in this financial year receiving any financial support from weapons manufacturers?
The financial support we're receiving this year, Senator, is from Boeing. We're receiving...
How much?
This year, Senator, it will be $144,384.
And what's that for?
Part of it, Senator, is to enable, in fact $100,000 of that is to enable the memorial to acquire major artworks by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists that depict defence of country and commemorative Indigenous service. And this is going to occur over a 2-year period.
And Boeing's one of the world's largest arms manufacturers, indeed has an interest in nuclear weapons and a variety of other weapons systems, doesn't it?
Yes, it would, Senator.
Yep. Those weapons kill soldiers, correct? Those weapons kill soldiers, don't they?
They would, Senator.
Do you think it's appropriate to receive funds from arms manufacturers at a memorial that's seeking to commemorate the service and the sacrifice and the death of soldiers?
Senator, the memorial is, the Australian War Memorial is 3 things. We are, of course, the memorial to which you speak about, the wonderful commemorative area, the Rolls of Honour, 103,000 names of our fallen, the tomb of the unknown Australian soldier. We're also conceived as a museum whereby we were able to conduct, to house exhibits as being intended, but also to help people understand the nature of that service and the support that's provided by defence industry to the Australian War Memorial relates specifically to the museum function, the education function, such that, as often, Senator, I say in various speeches, that the point of the War Memorial is to do 2 things. It's 1, to make people think, and 2, as Lord Gowrie said when he opened the Australian War Memorial in 1941, is that when people leave the Australian War Memorial, they should utter never again.
Well, but how can you then be consistent with never again when you're accepting funding from corporations who benefit from the next war and from arming and providing munitions for killing people in previous wars? How can that be consistent with the never again theme?
Because, Senator, the defence industry that provides support to the War Memorial
and sells weapons to kill the people
they also
being commemorated in the War Memorial.
They also sell weapons that sustain and equip the Australian Defence Force in the defence of our borders and the defence of our values and our interests.
In the last 3 financial years, what other weapons manufacturers has the War Memorial obtained funding from?
It would be Lockheed Martin Australia, Senator. It would be Thales. It would also be Grumman, Northrop Grumman. But if you give me a couple of seconds, I'll just run through them, Senator. So Lockheed Martin Australia, Northrop Grumman, BAE Systems and Boeing, and Thales and Leidos Australia.
Right. And can you, on notice, provide the exact sums that were provided in each financial year?
I believe I would be able to, Senator.
Thank you. I'll show you a document. I think there's a Secretariat has a spare copy. This is a document that was produced by your organisation under FOI. You'd be familiar with it?
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's the International Contributions Compliance Certification Form for Lockheed Martin.
Before you do that, Senator Shoebridge, can I just ask if the Director could just confirm for me and the benefit of the committee, is it a public document? I know it's gone through an FOI process, but are you happy for the document to be tabled as a public document?
Senator, it's a document that actually belongs to Lockheed Martin. I think that's the point I would make, is it's a Lockheed Martin document.
I understand, and I'm not sure, forgive me if I'm wrong, Senator Shoebridge, but you've obtained this document through an FOI process?
I've obtained it from somebody who obtained it through an FOI process.
Okay.
And it's referenced in your FOI logs.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear that, Senator.
It's referenced in the organisation's FOI logs. But
Yes,
for the moment...
As in the War Memorial's
the War
FOI
Memorial's
log.
logs. Correct. For the moment, though, before we get to tabling, I might just address it so they've got it in front of it. This is a compliance certificate you'll see on page 2 that was signed and agreed to by the War Memorial. Do you see that? And I won't mention the person's name, but you'll see the person's name, and it was acknowledged on the 7th of February, in this case 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
Page 2. And that's acknowledging that they acknowledge and certify that they're duly authorised by the recipient organisation to execute this agreement and certify compliance. Do you see that?
Yes, Senator.
Do you see on the first page, paragraph number 3, here it says the recipient organisation, and just for the clarity of the transcript, the document defines the recipient organisation as the Australian War Memorial. It says the recipient organisation is not an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of the Australian government, any political party in Australia or a public international organisation, and is not otherwise owned in whole or in part or controlled by an Australian government or any Australian political government or government official or an official of a public international organisation. That's plainly wrong, isn't it? That's plainly wrong.
Well, Senator, you'll notice also that that was the reason why immediately beneath that what we noted was the memorial is the statutory authority of the Australian government with an independent governing council. That was the point
but that
we
note
made.
is wildly inconsistent with the statement that it's not an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of the Australian government, which it plainly is.
Senator Schumer, just for some clarity, is it the case that you're seeking the witness to make comment on a document not from the War Memorial?
Executed by the War Memorial, correct. Executed by and on behalf by somebody who said that they were duly authorised by the recipient organisation to execute it. So yes, that is exactly correct, Chair. It was wrong to execute this document. It was executed knowing full well that the War Memorial was an agency, organisation, association or instrumentality of the Australian government. Wasn't it? That's the case, Mr Anderson, isn't it?
Well, Senator, I'd argue it was executed noting that the memorial declared itself as a statutory authority of the Australian government with an independent governing council.
The purpose of having this limitation on behalf of Lockheed Martin is so that Lockheed Martin is not seen to be making financial contributions to governments or any agency or association associated with a government that it's also selling weapons to. It's an integrity measure. Do you understand that?
I understand that, Senator.
And you've breached the integrity measure. On one view, the War Memorial has got lower integrity measures than Lockheed Martin, an arms manufacturer. How do you explain that?
Well, Senator, I explain it by us being very upfront in the execution of this document by explaining in this document the Australian War Memorial's statutory function and standing as a statutory authority of the Australian government with an independent governing council, made up front, made in bold, and in this case made in red, Senator, to draw attention to the circumstances under which it was executed.
The reason why Lockheed Martin requires this certification is to prevent the appearance that they're gifting money to governments who they've also got arms deals with. You've used this money, Lockheed Martin's money, to defray other costs that would otherwise be met by the Australian government. You're undermining the integrity measures even of Lockheed Martin by accepting this money and executing this falsely executing this certificate, aren't you?
Senator Shoebridge, I think the official has made clear that the document contains a qualification inserted by the War Memorial to clarify the status of their organisation. And I recognise that you are essentially asking the official to agree with a set of assertions that you are putting or interpretations.
I'm giving
that
the
you
official
are
an
placing.
opportunity to defend the organisation.
Well,
that's what I'm giving to you, Mr Anderson,
Well,
an
thanks, Senator.
opportunity to defend your organisation from the obvious conclusions from this. Here's your chance.
Well, Senator, to repeat, the memorial provided a clarification of its standard and its status in this document when it was executed. You also, Senator, mentioned that this was something that would otherwise have been funded by the Australian government. One of the reasons we actually engage with sponsors is to do those things over and above the sorts of things that we couldn't normally do. And in this particular case, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lockheed Martin was supporting the, was this the podcast or was this?
February 18, it's likely the centenary program of the First World War.
How many of these certificates has the War Memorial executed?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I don't have that answer in front
Can
of
you
me.
provide copies of the certificates that have been executed by the War Memorial for Lockheed Martin?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Have you provided similar certificates for any other arms manufacturer when you've received funding from them?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
But you'll take it on notice?
Of course.
And you'll give details and provide those certificates? You can take that on notice.
The witness
too,
has already
Mr. Ramsay.
agreed that they'll take it on notice. I am mindful it's also 6 o'clock and it is the start of our
Thank
dinner
you, Chair.
break. If you have any other further questions, I suggest you...
But what I will do is I'll seek to table this, but I'd seek to do so
Could
with
we-
with the contact information and the personal details redacted.
Could I just suggest that maybe we come back after the break once I've had some advice from the Secretariat. I'm still mindful that there is some other personal details here of individuals, and I'd rather get advice from the Secretariat
All right,
beforehand, and we can deal with it after
But
the
I make
dinner
clear,
break.
I'm seeking to table with the redaction of those personal informations, contact details and names and the like.
Understood, Senator Shoebridge, but for my own peace of mind, I'd rather
No, I'm comfortable for
get
you to
advice. But yes,
Yep.
we can deal with it when we come back from the dinner break. On that note, we'll suspend for dinner and return at 7:05. Thank you.
Who will return at 7:05?
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Now, before we just move to our next witness, just for the benefit of Hansard, dealing with a matter from the previous witness being the Australian War Memorial, there's a document that Senator Shoebridge wanted to table with redactions that the committee has agreed to accept. So I just wanted to table that for the benefit of the committee and its members.
All right, thanks, Chair. So it's tabled with, it's the first 2 pages with the
Just the
agreed
first-
redactions.
Just 2 pages with the redactions.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Okay, well, on that note, we now move to the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. I would also like to welcome Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, who is the relevant minister for this portfolio. Welcome, Minister. I also would like to welcome the CEO of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission as well, who's here tonight, and his officers who are here at the table. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. Very short one.
No worries. Go ahead. And Minister, did you have an opening statement you would like to make?
Not on this occasion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Xavier Simonet, CEO of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Austrade is Australia's Commonwealth agency responsible for promoting international trade, investment and education, and for tourism policy. As the world reopens, Austrade's role has never been more critical. In this context, our priorities this year are connecting Australian companies to the world and enabling them to grow and diversify internationally. 1 in 5 jobs in Australia comes from export. Second priority, connecting international investors to Australia and helping them build pipelines of quality investments. 1 in 10 jobs in Australia comes from foreign investment. Implementing the Export Market Development Grant EMDG scheme that came into effect in July 2021 and conducting the review announced by the Albanese government. The new scheme provides upfront funding, certainty and cuts red tape. Advising the government on tourism policy and leading the promotion of international education. In this capacity, Austrade continues to drive the implementation of the Thrive 2030 visitor economy strategy, supporting simplified trade system reforms, including the simplification of cross-border regulations and government processes. Last, supporting Australians overseas via our consular staff who are always on hand. Most recently, this has involved our teams in Europe assisting with a humanitarian crisis spilling over the borders from Ukraine. Our work is delivered through our extensive network. We have a presence in 107 locations globally, of which 66 are outside Australia. I thank all our Austrade teams for their work and for their commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. I'll now hand over the call to Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to be at this committee. I don't often get a chance to get away from being chained in another committee. I've got a few questions about the live export trade and particularly our trade relationships with the Middle East. What's the mandate of Austrade or the role of Austrade in supporting our live export trade?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Before I hand over to my colleague Daniel Boyer, I'd like to emphasise again the importance of Austrade in helping exporters, particularly in the context of the tensions with China, but also COVID, in finding new opportunities, grow and diversify.
Thank you, Senator. We do assist exporters in live animal trade. I don't have any data with me at the moment about the numbers of exporters we've assisted, but I'm happy to take on notice any particular questions you've got, if that's okay.
I'm not so keen to learn about numbers. I'm more keen to learn about the kinds of things you would do to assist the trade in export destinations such as the Middle East, but also obviously we do live export into a number of Southeast Asian countries. What's the kind of role that you play in facilitating those markets?
So we have a standard sort of set of trade services that we provide, Minister. I might ask my colleague, Mr Meek, to expand on these in a second, but basically they go to providing information and intelligence on new markets, then providing connections through our extensive network of offices overseas into those markets where they're needed, and then on occasion following up regulatory challenges with our colleagues from the Department of Agriculture, who are obviously very involved in those sorts of processes as well.
Mr Meek, I'm happy for you to answer, but I do want it focused on the live export trade rather than more generally in terms of what Austrade does.
Yeah, our service offering is standardised across all industry sectors about advice, connection and support is how we operate. And so for the live export trade, we will be providing detailed market advice, in the example you're given, to the Middle East. If we've been supporting companies there about the entry requirements, what the market conditions are, we would be connecting those businesses to potential customers. And we would also be working through support mechanisms if they need it with shipments.
So you are currently on the lookout for, potentially working with companies on the lookout for export opportunities in overseas markets for live export.
So that's opportunities more broadly is what we focus on as part of our mandate to obviously provide that to Australian exporters. I can't talk about the specifics for live export trade. We can provide that on notice.
Okay, if you could take that on notice then and give me the specifics. When was Austrade, or has Austrade, and if so, when, were you advised of the government's decision to ban the live export of sheep?
So, Senator, I can't give you a specific response on the date of that. We work closely with DAF, but I could take that on notice and come back to you.
Would you have been informed by government of that decision, or would you have found out through the media?
Senator, I'll take it on notice, just to get clarity on it, to be honest.
Has your mandate changed based on that decision?
Well, obviously, if there is the inability for a product or service to be exported, that we would obviously cease doing that support around for that product.
Have any officials met with government or business representatives about this decision? Have you met with the government to talk about the decision? Have you met with current exporters to talk about the impact on markets?
We'll take it on notice, Senator, but I'm not aware of having any specific discussions. Usually that would be handled by the Department of Agriculture rather than by Austrade.
So even though it impacts markets, you wouldn't expect to have a conversation with the government about it?
I'd need to take it on notice. I think the decision predates me in this job at least,
Yeah.
Senator, my apologies, but we'll get a timeline for you in terms of when we found out, if that's okay.
Okay. Would Austrade receive representations from foreign governments about policy positions?
On occasion, but often they flow through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and potentially the Department of Agriculture has a network of counsellors as well overseas too. So invariably policy requests or feedback flows through those two departments rather than through us. Sometimes they come to us and we'll make the relevant agencies aware of them.
Would the Department of Foreign Affairs inform you if a government had made a representation on a trade-related issue?
Yes, invariably they would. That may happen at post or it may happen back in Australia.
But you would be aware of it?
I'm not aware of any of those representations in this case, but I don't, as I say, I don't have any background on the
But if those representations had been made,
yes.
I haven't asked about live exports in this capacity yet.
Sure.
But if representations had been made
Yep.
by a foreign government or government-related entity, would you expect to have heard about it?
We would generally expect to hear about it, yes, usually through the cable system if we're not at post in the relevant place. But Ms King, did you?
Yeah, I mean, Senator, I think it depends on the circumstances as well. I mean, as Mr Boyer says, often our teams work very closely with Foreign Affairs at post. So if there's a particular issue running that, for example, a foreign government has got a particular concern about and will be making representations, those representations will most likely be made to the DFAT officials at post, but it would be logical for the DFAT officials to connect with the Austrade officials if there's a trade implication. Likewise, onshore, there will often be a sort of interdepartmental process established, which if there are trade implications, again, our officials would be involved in those processes and those discussions. The other thing too is we will be feeding into those discussions the perspectives of business and industry. So it's a two-way thing. Often we'll hear from DFAT the representations that they may be getting from government, and we will be feeding into that process the representations that our people, particularly in market, might be getting from business. And so that it would be a very routine thing for DFAT and Austrade, being part of the same portfolio, to work together on a particular, policy issue, particularly one that foreign governments might have a concern or an interest in.
So I take it from your slightly preemptive answer, Mr Boyer, that you have not yet had any direct representations from government or foreign business entities related to the live export trade?
I'll correct myself on notice. I haven't personally. I'll correct myself on notice.
Anyone else at the table?
Sorry, I missed that, Senator.
I was just wondering if anyone else at the table was aware of any representations.
Not aware of it.
I think between the three of us, we would have heard if we had, Senator.
What about you, Minister?
No, nobody's approached me about it.
All right, I might get one of my colleagues to ask that question of DFAT and see if they've had any representations.
Do you think somebody has made an approach? Is that?
I'm asking the question, Minister.
No. I'm just trying to answer your question. If you think that somebody has made an approach, I'm happy to have it investigated and see whether something should have come our way. But certainly I have not had any approach, and from what I can see, none of the people at the table have. But if you think there's something we ought to know about, then please tell us and we'll check it out.
I'm just asking the questions,
No,
Minister.
that's right, no.
Has Austrade had any communication?
No, I'm just trying to help.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much for that offer, Minister. Senator Slade-Brocken, have you got some other questions on this matter?
I do.
Okay.
How long have I got,
just
Chair?
2 more minutes.
Sorry?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes?
Yep.
Okay. I've got to go back to another committee, so I'll try and whiz through these pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Has DFAT had any communication with Austrade about the proposed live export ban on sheep?
Not that I'm aware of.
So not that I'm aware of.
Have you received any instructions or guidance from any minister of the government or any member of staff of a minister regarding the inclusion or involvement of live exporters and representative bodies related to live export in business delegations accompanying a ministerial visit?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you take that on notice to confirm
Happy to
that?
take it on notice.
Has
we'll
Austrade been instructed not to invite live exporters to any trade delegations?
No.
What was Austrade's role in determining the invitation list for the business delegation that accompanied the Assistant Minister for Trade during his visit to Vietnam?
Senator, apologies, it predates my time in this role. I'm not sure, Ms King, whether you had any engagement.
We did. It was the Assistant Minister. Sorry, Senator, it was the Assistant Minister.
Assistant Minister.
We did. So our post worked closely with the Assistant Minister and with DFAT at Post, obviously. Mr Guthrie, too, who's here, might have some further information. But as would normally be the case, we worked with DFAT on the program, and because the Assistant Minister was keen to support Australian business who had commercial interests in Vietnam, and we were enthusiastic about him doing that, we worked with his office to identify Australian businesses who were active in Vietnam and who would have an opportunity at the time to, he would benefit from his presence in Vietnam and the type of events and type of program that he was undertaking in Vietnam when he was there. We identified a range of companies and put those forward that would align with the sort of events that he was undertaking. Worked closely with the Post as well, of course, as in the DFAT Post, and our people in market, the Austrade people in market, and put some recommendations forward, and then ultimately issued invitations to those businesses to attend the business delegation with the Assistant Minister.
Given the significance of the live cattle trade to Vietnam, were live exporters and/or a peak body, the Live Export Council, on your list to the Minister?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, and double check it because I wasn't that close to the detail of exactly who was canvassed as potential invitees to the delegation.
Would someone in the room have that information?
I could ask Mr Guthrie if he has that information, but no. But we're very happy to take that on notice and get that to you.
Okay, and then if so, I would like to understand why they weren't invited to participate, given their importance to our trade relationship with Vietnam. And on that, I will leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Brockman. I'll give the call now to Senator Green.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and thank you for being here, Austrade. I've got some questions about the Simplified Trade System Task Force. I'll just make sure we've got the right people coming to the table. Great. Thank you. I'm fairly new to this committee, and I just wondered, for the committee's benefit, can you just outline what the Simplified Trade System Task Force is and why it was essentially established?
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Randall Brugeot, Head of the Simplified Trade System Implementation Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Brugeot.
The Simplified Trade System Implementation Task Force was established on the 1st of July 2021, and we were created to conduct an integrated response to the emerging cross-border trade environment, and that is intended to effectively make the rules simpler, the services more integrated, have higher levels of digitisation and make Australia more competitive on the global stage.
When you say it was established in 2021, do you mean established in Austrade? Was there a project or a task force similar, am I right, that was being worked on by other agencies before it came to Austrade?
That's correct, Senator. Yeah. There have been a range of task forces and measures that have been applied over more than a decade.
Sure.
to
I'm talking about this project.
this particular
Particularly,
task
like
force.
it had a life before Austrade, didn't it?
There was a simplified trade system agenda that was announced in the October budget 2021, and that was preceded by a task force that was created in the Department of Immigration and Border Protection. They had a trade single window multi-agency task force in late 2017.
In 2017. Okay, so there's been some work around this space since about then. And there's which agencies have been involved or are involved?
At this point, there's 29 Commonwealth
Okay,
agencies.
that's a lot. You
that
don't have to
an
name
interest.
them all.
But the reality is there are a smaller number that have a direct and intensive interest in the cross-border trade transformation. That's Department of Agriculture, Department of Home Affairs and the Border Force, Industry Infrastructure, PM&C and DFAT.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate people with your expertise and skill probably understand implicitly what a simplified trade system means, but what are the outcomes that the task force is seeking? What are the kind of KPIs that you're looking for?
So, Senator, it is to create an environment that makes it easier for businesses to conduct cross-border trade in Australia. So that is both import and export, and it is intended to, as I've mentioned in my earlier comments, to make the cross-border trade rules simpler, and that's through regulatory reform.
Okay.
It's to create more integrated services, and so rather than needing to go to multiple agencies to import a car, have it such that there are fewer, and digitise what are very heavily manual processes at this point in time.
So when you say create an environment, it's not about the vibe, it's about regulatory reform, amending or producing legislation or regulations if needed. Is that right? You might need to verbalise your agreement because Hansard won't pick up your nods.
Yep. So very, very specifically, Senator, there is a regulatory reform agenda which looks at the 200 plus regulations, and we've baselined these as part of the first year of the task force. So a proposal to simplify the regulations, a trade single window or a tell us once service as it's been described is an important part of the proposal that we would put forward, and making the processes that currently occur that require many agencies to be involved to have less agencies involved.
Okay. And I guess in terms of the regulatory reform, looking at pieces of legislation that need reform, enacting that reform, you spoke about digitisation as well of systems and processes. What has your baselining work shown in terms of key performance metrics? How are you tracking around some of the things that you want to achieve?
So we're looking at the performance of Australia globally. So we're looking at international counterparts. We're looking at examples of good practice, trade modernisation agendas, and we're also looking internally to determine what are the current processes that businesses need to navigate in order to move a container offshore or to import an air shipment onshore.
Yep. And how does Australia rank at the moment in terms of international trading across border?
So there are a range of indicators and indices, as you would expect. There is one that is often referred to, the World Bank's Trading Across Borders Index. Australia, over the course of the last decade, has dropped from position 27 in 2010 to position 106 in 2020. And there are a range of other measures that...
but that's the big one, isn't it?
That's
a metric that the rest of the world looks at as well, that we've dropped from the 27th in the world down to 106th, did you say, in 10 years?
That's correct. I will say, though, that the index has been discontinued, so there was a change in the methodology in 2016.
I don't think, well, to be fair, I don't think that's the reason for I don't think a change in the metric has caused that dramatic decline, is it?
And so what we are saying is that Australia is falling behind the rest of the world. Now, unless we move forward, we will fall behind, because most of our partner countries that we trade with are progressing simplification agendas of some form.
Okay. And we talked about the single, a trade single window, I think is the correct term, is it?
It's been described as a tell us once service. So the concept is that we have a facility that allows traders to provide information fewer times to government. So if they have information about their business, they shouldn't need to provide the same information to the Department of Agriculture as they are to the Border Force. The intention is to create an environment that allows that information to be provided once and then shared amongst the agencies that need access to that to make decisions.
Have there been attempts to deliver a trade single window before, in the past, before your task force? You spoke about that work in 2017.
There have been a range of commitments made over more than a decade in relation to creating a more integrated and simplified trade environment.
Yeah, I guess what I'm going to, and there's been some key criticism from industry groups about the lack of progress here. We are lagging behind the rest of the world when it comes to digitisation. You would have seen some of that criticism, I suppose, in your time. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I think, mentioned that Brian Clark said, we've tried to inject positive support for reform over a key period of time, and we're still waiting for that to happen. So how are we restoring that trust with key industry about the progress that's happening here? Because there's definitely seems to be a lack of progress up until now.
So, Senator, I will say that over the course of the last 16 or 17 months since the task force has been in place, we've been able to, for the first time, develop a comprehensive baseline of the current cross-border trade environment. That's the 200 regulations I mentioned, the 145 systems. We've done comprehensive consultation with industry, more than 900 industry organisations we've consulted with, and we have an industry advisory council that Minister Farrell reappointed earlier this year that has senior industry representation to ensure that this is co-designed with business.
Okay. So in the last few months, what has the change been?
In the last few months...
You said there's a new...
Since Minister Farrell has taken responsibility for the program, we have clearly continued our foundational work when it comes to some of the things that need to happen in order to enable us to present business cases to government, so economic modelling, analysis of legislation and so on. We've made some adjustments to the program to ensure that we align with new and emerging strategies from the government, Trade 2040, which is looking at trade diversification, product diversification, target market, tariff barrier removal, and we're working closely with the Department of Foreign Affairs to ensure that we complement that work and in fact enable that work to ensure that there is capacity to grow the size of the cross-border trade business in Australia through making it simpler and more efficient for businesses to conduct their business. And the other thing that we've done, and this has been a significant shift, has been, to your point earlier about reorienting toward the business. The proposals that have been put forward to government for cross-border trade modernisation since the task force has been established are focused on what needs to be in place to allow business to operate more effectively. It doesn't start with the premise that it is a biosecurity proposal or a border security proposal or a revenue proposal. It is simply what needs to be in place to allow cross-border trade to be more efficient and simpler.
How much was spent on consultant reviews to reform the cross-border trade system and deliver a trade single window in the lead up to the task force being established? Do you have
Senator,
that information?
I don't have the figures when it comes to the amount of spend. I know there were a number of consultancies engaged as early as 2016, as far as our records go. But
You don't, can I just be clear, because we need to be precise about this, you don't have that information on hand because that work was being done by other agencies?
that preceded the task force.
Yeah, okay. And
Last question, Senator
yeah,
Green.
thank you, Chair. In terms of what the task force has done with consultancies, perhaps on notice, maybe could you produce a list of contracts with the cost for consultancies directed at cross-border trade reform and trade modernisation, including for the trade single window?
We can provide that in terms of the Simplified Trade Implementation Task Force, so we can provide that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Senator Green. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. For sitting purposes, I'll continue the same line. There'll be some little overlaps, but not that much. The International Maritime Organisation has said it's going to be mandatory to have this system in place for all ports by 1 January 2024. Do you currently believe Australia will be able to meet that deadline?
Senator, the Department of Infrastructure is responsible for delivering a maritime single window. However, we are coordinating that program with them. And we are actively in discussions when it comes to their capacity to meet that deadline or not.
Yep.
The reality is a maritime single window, just as a broader digital window for trade, will have a series of steps in their implementation, and we clearly need to do more work with Department of Infrastructure to determine how much of a maritime single window will be in place by the deadline, as you'd mentioned, 1/1/24, and what other features may be implemented after that date.
Thank you very much. What would be the impact on export and trade if we don't meet that deadline?
I don't know the answer to that question, Senator. I would need to check with Department of Infrastructure.
Not a worry. With your task force and you leading it here, what have you been specifically tasked to do as part of the task force program and rollout of this?
So, Senator, I touched on a few of those things
Yep.
as part of my earlier evidence. One of the important roles that we have is to provide advice on regulatory reform, and that will be presented for consideration by government with a series of short, medium and long-term options.
So there's about 200 at the moment, is that right?
There are 200 regulations that are currently in place, and our analysis of those regulations has identified a set of opportunities that government may choose to invest in remediating.
Yep.
We also are working on a business case for a digital integrated trade environment, currently termed a Tell Us Once service, but the concept of a single window is what it is looking to support, which is an investment that government recommitted in the October budget to deliver in a business case in MyIFO of next year. We have a set of agency-led programs of work which are being coordinated by the task force, and there's everything ranging from a digital verification platform through to very big programs of work, including taking farmers to market, which is the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture. The task force is bringing these various streams together to ensure that we don't duplicate capability. If we have an account for trade, it shouldn't be an account for a given service, it should be an account for trade. If we have ways of identifying traders, that we should make use of existing government capabilities such as digital identity, for example. And in addition to that, we're working through a program of work that is looking at opportunities to simplify the cross-border trade processes. Fit and proper persons is a good example of an opportunity that exists. There are 12 separate fit and proper person checks that exist between agriculture, Border Force and the Australian Taxation Office, so providing advice as to how we might simplify the fit and proper person checks as a first case study for cross-border process harmonisation. And we're also working on looking at the legislative environment to determine what data we can share, because data is going to be fundamental to a highly efficient cross-border trade environment. And as I mentioned earlier, economic analysis among a range of other investments that government has made at this budget.
Slight variation, but in the same funding, the digital service to take farmers to markets, is that being funded through the Simplified Trade System funding?
So it was funded through the STS package,
Yep.
and the STS task force coordinated the integrating advice that had that as a component of the proposal. The funding, though, is provided Department of Agriculture to deliver that outcome.
Okay, and how much funding do you guys, do Austrade get in receiving to deliver that program?
So for the taking farmers to market, there is no direct funding for the STS task force.
So all that funding's in Department of Ag, that's funding profile going through there going forward?
That's correct.
Okay. But what is your role in delivery? Again, none, or it's just advice, or what responsibilities?
Our role is to look at all of the various investments that are being made across government and provide advice as to how these fit together. There are a standard set of features required for us to operate an efficient, modern cross-border trade environment. And as I've mentioned, we don't want to get into a situation where government is investing in duplicative
On the
capabilities.
farmers to market, it's the same role?
In farmers to market, it is exactly the same role. We are working very closely with agriculture. We have 11 departments represented on the task force with secondees that are providing direct visibility of programs, and we work very intensively with the very big agencies in particular to ensure we understand what they're proposing, what they're delivering, and how it might be needing to be aligned.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair, for time.
Thank you very much, Senator. I think Senator Van, you have some questions?
Sorry, Senator Fawcett.
Senator Fawcett?
Much better looking.
Sorry, yes, very
With
much
better
so.
ribs too.
So my apologies, Senator Fawcett. Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Thank you. Who's responsible for governance within Austrade?
Mr. Tonkin?
Yes, I'd be Senator. Yes.
That'd be you, Mr. Tonkin. Who looks after your webpage?
We have a web page team who would maintain and enhance the information there as it becomes obsolete. And I can tell that you have a question about something on the page.
I have tried to check your transparency about information on your webpage to check your latest portfolio budget statement. I've refreshed the page 3 times to make sure I'm not dealing with an old thing. The latest one here is from 2021, somewhat out of date. So I'll use that one because it's the latest one you're prepared to show to the public, and go to page 79 where you talk about your contributions to linked programs, in this case the Department of Defence. And so for the CEO or anyone else who wishes to take this, I look back to past programs you've done with Defence around exports, and particularly the Joint Strike Fighter program, which was very successful, a whole of government effort seeking to help Australian industry to win contracts in that. And I congratulate you guys for your part in it. But my question is, have you had any meetings or correspondence with Defence about the AUKUS arrangement with the US and UK with the intention of looking at a similar whole-of-government program to support Australian industry?
Thanks for your question, Senator. As you've mentioned, it's one of Austrade's role to support Australian defence exporters and help Australia build a sovereign defence capability. We work very closely with the Department of Defence, particularly export controls, and we only support exports that have been approved by Defence. In terms of AUKUS, we're not part of the two task forces that have been put in place in the context of AUKUS, but obviously as part of the whole of government effort and discussions, we are involved in some of the discussions.
So can I just clarify then that you've had no meetings with Defence about AUKUS, even in a preparatory sense in terms of what would Austrade's input be to the AUKUS task forces and how you would encourage our industry?
Sorry, Senator. No. We have had discussions with Defence on AUKUS, of course. I mean, I think there's very strong interest on the part of industry in AUKUS. I think to Mr. Simonet's point, Defence obviously is where the sort of the locus of activity is on AUKUS at the moment. For us, our support to the defence sector is much broader. And we work very closely with a number of defence companies, and we work very closely with the Department of Defence more broadly on defence exports. Obviously, AUKUS is relatively new. I can say that there is, pretty strong interest on the part of the Australian defence industry and the clients that we work with, and Mr. Boyer is closer to that potentially than I am, in understanding where the opportunities might be. In terms of AUKUS, at this stage I would describe our discussions with the Defence Department as reasonably preliminary, because obviously they're very focused on the program and how that's shaping up, and you're really sort of best obviously to direct those questions to the Defence Department. From our perspective, we're interested to understand, of course, the same as our clients are, where the potential intersection is for us as Austrade, given the support that we provide to the Australian defence companies, and we're interested to take those discussions further, and we've had some preliminary discussions with our counterparts in defence as part of the broader sort of strong collaboration that we already have with the Department of Defence, and we look forward to those continuing. But I think that is probably an accurate characterisation of where we are currently at.
Happy for that as a characterisation. Could you take on notice just to let the committee know how many meetings you've had, when you had them, what form were they, as in were you just one of multiple stakeholders who came to a round table, were they targeted meetings? Just to give us a sense of the time frame and scale of engagement, and if you are in a position to indicate what range of defence industry companies or universities for that matter are expressing interest and contacting you.
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fawcett. Now, before I make another mistake, just double check. Senator Reynolds will be having the call next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and
welcome.
good evening. My questions relate to critical minerals, transition metals and rare earths, as they're variously called now, and the role of Austrade in facilitating companies overseas. So have we got the right people here?
Sure.
Thank you. Now, I've had a look at the Critical Minerals Facilitation Office. They've got a placemat, which I know you won't have here. But obviously in the strategy, our international efforts and support are very important. Can you give me a bit of an overview of what Austrade does now with this sector here and overseas?
Sure. I'm going to start and then hand over to Mr. Boyer. So the role of Austrade is important in terms of critical minerals, and our role is dual. The first role we have is to help Australian companies export and also drive investment into Australia. And actually the two are kind of very connected in the sense that most of the time export clients who get into offtake agreements also potentially can invest in Australia as well. So that's part of our role. The other part of our role is to work with the rest of government and to inform government on the regulatory aspect. Critical minerals, a bit like hydrogen, is a very new industry and a very new sector. And obviously there are regulatory elements that needs to be understood, and particularly standards as well. So the role of Austrade is based on our experience with investors or potential investors and Australian companies, based on the feedback we're getting from our international network, our experience, our sectoral knowledge and expertise, is to inform government policy, particularly the other government agencies that drive policy in that sector.
Thank you. Can you give me an idea of what your assessment at the moment of the Interest Rate Reduction Act in the USA is, and its impact potentially on this sector and activities overseas? As a West Australian senator, I've engaged a lot with our sector in recent times, and it's been very clear that there's a lot of interest from Australian either producers or potential producers here, and looking at what they do in terms of going offshore.
Yeah.
As a result of that. Now, obviously, it's an opportunity, but if we're not very agile, it could be a great threat to our emerging industries here.
I'm going to again ask Mr. Boyer to comment on that, but just a broad assessment. I've been travelling quite a lot since the borders have reopened, and led a number of delegations with ministers to the US. With Minister Tian, to Korea a few weeks ago with Minister Farrell, and Critical Minerals delegation. There's a lot of interest. There's certainly a lot of interest from foreign governments, foreign companies in critical minerals, and in Australia as a source of critical minerals, and the opportunity for Australia to be a superpower in that sector. The war in Ukraine and the tensions with Russia have certainly emphasised the importance of having a stable long-term supplier, which also would be a like-minded country such as Australia. So there's really strong interest.
I understand, thank you. I understand there's strong interest, but having interest and having a plan to exploit that now and are two different things, and particularly with what is happening elsewhere, and particularly in the United States, where they're throwing billions of dollars at this and at our companies. So is there any particular strategy at the moment you're looking at to counter? Perhaps it's a question for the Minister in terms of what your assessment of the US Act is and how we can be a little more fleet of foot to deal with this.
Yeah, thank you. You happy if I answer that question?
Yes.
Chair? Thank you. Senator, yes, I was fortunate enough to be in Washington when both the so-called Reduction Inflation Act was passed, both in the American Senate and then subsequently in the Congress. And I think it was fair to say that it came as a little bit of a surprise, even in the United States, that legislation went through. There was a particular Democrat senator who was opposing that legislation, and suddenly he switched his view, and that legislation went through. We've subsequently had some negotiations with the United States, particularly in relation to the IPEF agreement, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Those discussions have taken place both with the Trade Ambassador, Catherine Tai, and the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo. And I think in terms of particularly agreements between Australia and the United States in that respect, I think that will probably provide the basic framework for the overarching discussions that take place between us and the United States. What I think America has realised, what I think the Europeans have now realised, is that the previous discussions, which have basically looked at getting this product from China, is no longer sustainable, and that we all need a diversified trading arrangement. And I think our discussions, both with the United States, with the EU, as Xavier just mentioned, Korea is all about a diversified trading arrangement. There is great interest in this product.
Minister, just on that,
Yep, sure.
I know there's a great interest and there has been increasing interest, but specifically in relation to the IRA, it obviously provides huge opportunities for us as an FTA partner.
Yep.
But the question is how, yes, it did come suddenly, but industry is now looking to that and looking to perhaps move some of the processing they were thinking about doing in Australia offshore into the United States. So it's now a matter of how do we respond rapidly to not only to the opportunities to bring things here, but also how do we make sure that we do not end up with a lot of our processing that we've been trying to attract here go elsewhere. And I believe it is a very real danger. Unexpectedly quick, but it is nonetheless a very big danger to our industries.
Minister, if I
Sure,
could add
sure.
to that, to Senator, that it's a good question for DFAT as well, because DFAT is coordinating with the industry department as well, and we have fed in some perspectives from industry, which to your point is recognising the pros and cons of the Inflation Reduction Act. So, to the point that you raised, there are potentially some big advantages associated with the tax incentives for electric vehicles associated with critical, if you use critical minerals from FTA partners, for example, and yet there is some caution on the part of Australian industry. So some of those perspectives have been fed into that broader consideration that DFAT is leading on, and DFAT is coordinating those views with industry and other departments. So it's a good question to direct to them, to be honest, in terms of that overall understanding.
Look, thank you, Ms King. So I'm not bogging down things here, I might just put a number of questions on notice. But in particular, what you need to understand now is where this government is now going as a whole of government approach and where Austrade fits into that. So if you could take that on notice and your relationship with the Critical Minerals Facilitation Office, how that relationship works, and with industry. And I'd ask the same thing on notice as Ms King has suggested for DFAT, how they're bringing that whole of government to approach, because at the moment there is more to bring together across whole of government.
Can just add something, Senator. I've been at Austrade for a year and a half, and we've been working on critical minerals for some time. Since I started, at least, we've been working with governments to support the expansion of this sector. And what we do is very practical. It's helping businesses connect to opportunities, whether it's Australian companies connecting to offshore opportunities or international investors. I think a year and a half ago, the discussions were very theoretical about this new opportunity because of the geopolitical context, but also because a lot of companies have been able to travel to Australia, and also Australian companies have been able to travel overseas since the borders have reopened. We see practical opportunities that are happening now to connect the two.
That's terrific, thank you. So if you could take that on notice as well in terms of some examples of the practical examples, but also in a more substantive way how that is coming together with the Critical Minerals Office, with DFAT and others in some more tangible information.
And as an example, we're leading trade missions specifically with critical mineral companies to key markets.
Thank you. Can I just, two questions on notice. One is the ethical certification scheme for critical minerals and rare earths. There's a lot of work that's been done in that area now. Obviously that's very important, and I understand that you may be aware of this and whether that's something that you're promoting. There's a number of standards that are being touted. So what is Australia looking, and when you engage with companies, are you looking at that in terms of advice for companies? And that may actually be a question for more appropriately for DFAT, and also the interaction with critical minerals, modern slavery reporting, but also in terms of are you providing any support or engagement on companies' responsibilities for modern slavery reporting, because there is a lot of it in the supply chain from extraction through to production. So if you could take that on notice as well.
Thank you very much, Senator. I'll hand over now to Senator Green.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got some questions about Tourism Research Australia and some of the funding and work that you are doing. So I'll just maybe wait till the officials. The Minister and I are big fans of tourism, particularly in my part of the world. So I've got some questions later on for Tourism Australia around policy, but this is just about the research and the data, if I can. Hi folks.
Good evening.
Dr. Taylor, your the research and the data that you compile, how does that assist tourism bodies particularly to understand, I guess, the trends, but also the opportunities for tourism?
Excuse me, Garth Taylor, Head Tourism Research Australia. Very simply, the data and the analysis we provide does two things. It tells us where we are now, and it points the way forward.
Yep.
So for some examples of the things that we deliver now, we deliver monthly reports from our National Visitor Survey. We deliver quarterly reports from our National Visitor Survey and International Visitor Survey. We deliver half-yearly reports and annual reports. We also have a series of insights documents that give us a sense of the status of the industry, which is broader than just the statistics. These are things that are happening in programs in the states and territories, things that are happening with industry, things that movements within the industry, movements towards accessibility, First Nations, inclusivity, diversity across a range of products as well. So we have a range of insights products that looks at this. One of our products is called the State of the Industry Report. We have another insights document referred to as the Tourism Investment Monitor. That's an annual report. It shows where investments from foreign sources and Australian sources are going into some of the key areas of tourism. And we also have a range of other insights documents around employment and businesses, whether employment is growing, or businesses are growing, and in what areas.
Okay. And I'm interested to understand the capacity that you have to collect that data. I mean, it sounds like the more data that we have, the more information for people in the tourism industry to make choices about investment in the future. In the budget, there was some recent funding allocated to support the modernisation of your analytical offerings. I think it's about $4.7 million. How will that additional funding, what are you going to be looking at, different data sets or different areas and things that can assist even further?
Yes, Senator Green, that's a really good question. It comes back to your first question too about what do we deliver? We deliver a range of products to tell us where we are. That's helpful, but it's a little bit in the rearview mirror. What industry is looking for and what policymakers, what business decision makers are looking for is a bit of predictivity. What's happening in the future? With a prediction, with that sense of what's happening in the future, you do need more granular, more timely data.
Yeah.
And you also need a sense of tying it to what humans are doing in the real economy. So this is a sense of tying the demographic data together with the psychographic data. So one of the projects we are working on is tying psychographic and demographic data together to tell us how human behaviours are in one part of our what we understand from marketing behaviours, what we understand from product development behaviours, what we understand from transactional behaviours in the economy, how does that link to what we're seeing with travel behaviours? And if we're seeing cohorts engaging through those travel behaviours, is that likely to repeat over time? And once we understand the repeating over time, we get some form of prediction. So that's one product that will come out of the enhancement program. Another thing that we're looking at very closely is mobility data. So telecommunications data that shows us movement around the economy. Movement is at the core of tourism statistics. If you don't tour, you can't be a tourist. If you don't travel, you can't be a traveller. So movement is at the centre. Mobility data from Telecommunications Network is as granular and refined a data set as we're aware of. We've been working with this data set now for about 2.5 years. And we, with this data set now and the data science that we've put behind it, are looking to take that to the next level, to use that as the synthetic profile of movement for our statistics, and from that give a more granular sense.
What sort of, when you're talking about telecommunications and mobility data, say I'm a reef operator in Cairns and I'm thinking about the next 12 to 18 months, what sort of information does that give you as a, at that operator level? Is it about, well, we know that people are coming to Cairns and then driving up to Port Douglas because there's that connection there, or is it that people are flying into Sydney and then getting a connecting flight through to Cairns, and maybe we should think about whether there's some direct flight opportunities from other cities? Like, do you understand what I mean?
That's exactly where that data goes to. So
great.
with a more refined view of those movement profiles, you understand where there are gaps of service in the market, where there might be products to be developed for those gaps. And you also get a sense of your supply capacity, because you see the movement, which is effectively a demand capacity. You start to understand, once you match that with some sort of equilibrium modelling against your supply capacity, where those gaps might be. So new product development, new investments, new employment along that supply side is the sort of outcomes that we would expect to see.
Do you get information from airlines, and then conversely, do you give that information back to airlines?
We do, and we do. Yes, and yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, so the airline data is on that supply side. We are really rich on the demand side. We understand the travel and the traveller cohorts really well.
Okay.
But we think on that supply side, really around the mobility data can connect with the supply side much more closely, and we think that's what industry is demanding from us. We're really close to we work closely with the industry through the peak bodies, and this sense of delivering some form of prediction about what the future is likely to hold, particularly in the near term, that 3 to 6 month. We think by tying the supply and the demand together through more granular data sources, you're more likely to be able to deliver that pattern of behaviour, which then gets to prediction.
And am I right that one of the reasons why the data is necessary now, and that prediction is actually really important, is we are coming off a sort of 2-year period of uncertainty for businesses and the tourism industry? They haven't all recovered, or there's still some recovery there. And so the more certainty that we can give businesses with data and the research that you're providing, that might alleviate some of the nerves, I guess, in the industry at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think that is fair. This was the worst downturn in the visitor economy that could be imagined, and we are still recovering from it.
Yeah.
There is certainly good news about the domestic visitor economy, but international education, still some recovery to go. So it is a time for recovery, but there are other reasons that are driving this.
I've just got a question. How are you working with data around business events? Because even I've seen, as I said, I live in Cairns, and I have even seen the conferences starting to come back, but not to the level that it was pre-COVID. And how are you where are you getting that information from, and how are you using it?
So on business events, the government committed an additional $2 million to ensure that business events are included in international and national data sets. So that will be a refined product that will be coming out of Tourism Research Australia over the next 2 years. But you're right about business events. Business events are important to our economy for many reasons, but the 3 main reasons, as you've pointed out, businesses get together and they talk. They talk about what's happening, they share ideas. And what we know from research is that when businesses get together, they talk about innovations, they talk about new products, it's like a tide coming in. They all float upwards. Everyone's better off. It's called multi-factor productivity, and everyone's better off because of it. But business events are really important for our cities as well. For some reason, we've seen in our data set, which we have a very rich view of, 20 years of data in the national visitor economy. For some reason, business travel and overnight stays in cities are directly linked in the data, even though they're completely disparate in our data set. Business travel supports our cities, particularly through the weeks, and we need vibrant cities so they can host the big events on the weekends and other things, right? We need vibrant cities. So business travel goes really hand in glove with vibrant cities and vibrant city visitor economies. And there are other reasons to support business events, and that is why I imagine the government has committed that $2 million to get those data sets established.
Yeah, okay. That's
Just
good.
last minute, Senator.
Thanks. There's also some funding, I think, that's been provided around attracting workers. Is that something that you're responsible for, the marketing strategy around that? Tourism industry?
I'm very happy to pass that to Ms.
Oh,
Palmer.
hello, Ms. Palmer. Look, can I just say it is the biggest issue at the moment in the tourism sector, all throughout Queensland particularly. I'm sure it is in other states, but that's where I have my experience. I even saw an ad today about come and work in regional Queensland so you can spend your weekends on the reef. What are the strategies that are being employed and how are you being supported with some funding?
Excellent. Thank you. Samantha Palmer, General Manager of Visitor Economy and Client Programs. So we're really pleased that the government has provided $8.2 million over the course of the next few years for us to undertake that marketing. And the industry are very, very focused, as you say. Your question is very well put in that respect. We're focusing on a number of areas. First of all, to attract young workers into the industry and the various sectors that make up tourism. And we are also working with our state and territory colleagues who are already doing quite a bit of work in this area, either through providing grants, for instance, to the Young Tourism Network or their local and state tourism industry council to do that work at a very local level. And with our marketing campaign and activity here, we don't want to duplicate our Senator. We want to work collaboratively and effectively with our colleagues. We also have other work to do in promoting the decision that government has made around the additional work rights that pensioners have. We know that's very welcome, been very much welcomed by industry, particularly as those workers often travel around with their own accommodation. And also we're working on employing and supporting businesses to employ people with disability.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks
Sorry,
very
no,
much.
you have
That's
to cut me
okay.
off.
Thank you, Senator Green.
I could
I
ask
think
questions.
Senator White had one follow-up question, and then I'll hand over
Yeah, I just have one question.
to Senator
Just
Cadell.
following up on what you talked about business and business travel. Have you found have you found that people working from home has changed the way in which people are travelling? That is, businesses not working on Mondays and Fridays, say, or they're working from home. Has that changed the way in which business travel has been operating? Do you know?
It was one of our concerns. It was one of the research areas that we focused on. For those reasons I mentioned to Senator Green, business travel is so important for other reasons, those spillover benefits, productivity benefits that you get from having conferences and seminars, that sharing of ideas, testing ideas, innovating in products, it just adds more to your economy. So we were watchful in our research to see if business travel wouldn't return. We weren't sure whether it was a behavioural thing or whether it was just a response because of COVID. And what we've seen in the data this year is very slowly but surely business travel has continued to grow through the year. We saw it plateau a little bit in May and June, but then spike again in growth in July, and August figures will be out on Friday, and they will show more growth in business travel. And that indicates to us that perhaps business travel is now on a growth trajectory somewhere back towards 100% of where it was. I can update the committee with the very latest figures that business travel compared to pre-COVID is now at 82% of where it was. So it is coming back, but the Zoom calls, the video conferences have become so ubiquitous in all of our lives. We'll probably have a hangover for a while, so it will be one that we will continue to watch and update the committee on.
So we have to ban Teams or something like that, is that?
Perhaps we could do that, Senator, but that might be for...
You could possibly say that. Are the airlines matching the capacity need, though? It strikes me that they might be not necessarily meeting capacity.
Domestic airline capacity got to above 100% back in May and June this year, and then tapered a little bit with demand, currently at around 90% of where it was pre-COVID, but that it's not unusual. It seems to be moving up and down around the 100% mark, up and above and below, depending on demand. International is responding to demand. International aviation capacity is somewhere of the order of 50% of where it was pre-COVID, a little bit below that actually at 45%. And that is also in line with the demand from internationals, which is growing, but it has been a lot more steady growth than the domestic traveller cohort.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, and I'll hand over now to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a few questions about trade diversification. I know we've touched on that briefly with a few other questions tonight, but my questions are more broadly around that. So yes, if we need to rearrange at the table, please do.
And whilst we're doing that, just for the benefit of just our officials, we're just going to move our tea break till 8:30 this evening, just to allow, hopefully, for the questions, and then you can go home.
Go, hopefully. Thank you very much. What action has Austrade been taking over the last sort of 12 to 18 months to assist exporters in diversifying their markets?
So I'm just going to, Senator, thanks for your question. I'm just going to give a broad context. I come personally from a business background before joining government a year and a half ago, and diversification in my company was not new. Mm-hmm. It's really what businesses need to do, have growth and diversification strategies. And diversification is not just about one country or diversifying from one country. It is also very much about, it can be about a channel, it can be about a supply, it can be about the reliance on the product. So our job at Austrade is to support businesses and make sure they understand the need for growth and the need for diversification, and that they look at it from a holistic perspective rather than just from a simplistic point of view.
And are there any particular business sectors or sizes of business that have been requesting more support in this regard, or that Austrade has noted requires more support to diversify?
So in the context of the trade tensions with China, obviously diversification became urgent for some businesses and some specific sectors, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Meek and Mr. Boyer to give some more details.
Thank you, Mr. Simonet. Senator, obviously the quite publicly affected goods that were picked up in the trade tensions with China became an immediate focus for us. Wine, seafood, or some areas of seafood, timber in particular. We worked pretty hard to find new markets and to provide intelligence as quickly as we could. I think I was actually in China at the time, and I think I was doing probably 5 or 6 webinars with industry a week, with affected industry a week, about what was happening in China at the time, and we did similar sorts of work with other markets as well to help them expand. I think the challenge, and what I think a lot of people perhaps don't grasp about diversification for a business, is that it is they're having to recreate supply chains, customer relationships, and market scales that they potentially can't recreate quickly or easily. It's easier with some businesses, certainly the ones that are focused on commodities, found homes a little more quickly. I'm not saying that it was easy, but it was easier for that group. For companies like wine, where there's a heavy reliance on product differentiation and an enormous and a very thirsty market in China, shifting out of China just became really, really challenging. So we worked very hard over a course of time with a lot of exporters, and Mr. Meek can probably give a bit more details about some of the outcomes that we achieved through that.
So what I'm particularly interested in is how you're measuring the success of those strategies or the work that you're undertaking with various businesses and industries.
So we're actually doing some work at the moment on the success of our diversification work, but immediately one of the ways that we measure success, the same way that we measure we set our KPIs as an agency, which is the number of commercial outcomes and the value of those commercial outcomes. So over the course of our focus on post November 2020. Mr. Meek might have the numbers close to hand. I can see you've highlighted them, actually.
If you could share that data, that would be great, Mr. Meek. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of our KPI measures, we're measured by the number of outcomes and value. As Mr. Boyer said, we had a target last financial year of 500 trade outcomes and achieved 912 with a value of 1.1 billion, specifically in terms of some of the problematic industries that were affected, that agri-business and food made a fair component of those outcomes because of the effort that we wrapped around, and that was underpinned by the Agribusiness Expansion Initiative program that was put in place to help that diversification occur.
So we obviously know it's been a pretty tough couple of years for our exporters. Has Austrade's mandate been changed or amended by the new government in relation to trade diversification?
No, Senator. Diversification is an important topic with the new government as well. And I want to emphasise again the role of Austrade. We are a very practical delivery agency, and we connect practically commercially businesses in Australia to opportunities overseas. And we leverage a very strong offshore network of about 600 specialists, sectoral specialists, who are well connected to industry overseas and have specific sectoral expertise. That's why we were able, during COVID and in the context of the tensions with China, despite the lack of travel, to very quickly connect Australian exporters impacted by the trade tensions to commercial opportunities.
So there hasn't been any change to your mandate with the new government?
No.
Senator, perhaps
yes.
I can add just to Mr Meek's numbers, because I think this paints quite a good picture of the way that Australian firms have displayed a fair amount of resilience. We last year saw 205 outcomes come out of ASEAN, which is a 60% increase on the previous year. That was obviously a market of focus for clients that were affected by the China trade actions. Likewise, in South Asia, we saw a 68% increase in the number of outcomes and a fourfold increase in the value of those outcomes to 240 million. And in Northeast Asia, we saw a doubling of their export outcomes to $65 million. That's obviously not the total exports to those markets. It's the ones that Austrade played a part in.
Have you been directed to establish any new staffing positions with a specific focus on trade diversification with the incoming government?
My primary role and the role of our management team, Senator, is to allocate the resources with a focus on aligning with government priorities and making sure that we work with business and deliver for business. So we constantly challenge ourselves on how we can optimise our resources and prioritise to make sure that in terms of the sectors we focus on, but also the countries and geographies we focus on, we align with government priorities. And more comment, if you don't mind, on diversification. We started talking about diversification a lot in the context of the tensions with China. But at the moment, when we travel internationally as part of our work, we realise that diversification is actually a big topic worldwide in terms of energy security, in terms of food security.
Indeed.
And again, that's where Austrade's role has got a key role to play, and Australia can become a superpower in terms of agri-food and a superpower in terms of energy.
But also, can I just add from a government priorities point of view, because Senator, it's as part of my team is the government and policy area, so it has responsibility for linking the sort of the core trade and investment areas, which of course Mr Meek and Mr Boyer run, with the government policy sort of priorities of the government, which is a sort of a core responsibility of us as a government agency. And to your point, while Mr Simonet, of course, is right in saying our priorities haven't changed under the new government, because diversification remains a constant focus and priority, the government, of course, as part of that consistent focus on diversification, is of course pursuing new FTAs, for example. So as part of that, they're negotiating an EU FTA, and the government has an ambitious timetable there. And as that agreement comes to conclusion, of course, we will look carefully at what opportunities there are there for us and whether that involves, additional resources, for example. There are other things as we look at the UK and India FTAs as they come to sort of completion and, ratification, what the opportunities are there. And again, they're key diversification measures that will require us to look carefully at what the resourcing is within our agency and how we implement and advocate those for Australian business to make sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities. And for the Trade 2040 Task Force that the government has committed to as its key diversification sort of strategy, sort of implementation going forward, as we work with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade on that, and as that work goes forward, of course we'll sort of think about where those opportunities are. And to Mr Boyer's point, Mr Meek, your point, wasn't it, Jay, about Southeast Asia, where the fast-growing markets are, or was it yours?
That was mine.
Sorry. That's a good point. Where those fast-growing market opportunities are, our responsibility is to adjust our resources as well, and also to feed that input into the government's overall diversification strategy as well, so that it remains a dynamic strategy. And as business is able to take advantages of those opportunities, government directs its resources to best assist to best assist business to take advantage of those opportunities.
But from the sounds of things, there hasn't been a change in your mandate. There hasn't been any requirement to employ new staff beyond the normal ebbs and flows that you would have in staffing arrangements when you're working in a dynamic space. You are always going to need to make those changes. Beyond the $4 million that has been committed in the budget to develop this, did you just say task force, or strategy?
That's DFAT. That's
right.
Yes. So there's no resources for Austrade because it is fundamentally core business diversification for us. I think that might be DFAT. You'd have to direct that question to them, but that's my understanding.
And working on the free trade agreements that, again, were in train under the previous government.
Correct, yes.
There hasn't necessarily been any sort of reset in strategy for Austrade following the election.
No, not a reset in strategy. We will continue to adjust our. We'll continue to always look at our resourcing and where we direct it, etc., to take advantage of diversification opportunities, essentially, is how I would put it,
Okay. I do have a couple of other questions in this area, but I might pop them on notice in the interest of time, because I know Senator Cadell has a short line of questions as well he'd like to ask before
Thanks a lot, Deputy Chair. I'll hand over to Senator Cadell.
We'll get through about two of the questions, and then I think we'll be putting the rest on notice here too. Outside of export marketing EMDGs, are there any other programs that Austrade are receiving administered funds for currently?
So
Trade information system, Trade Start, anything like that?
I'll just say a word before handing over to someone who can give more details. That EMGG remains our core program, and the program has been adjusted to reflect changes that were needed after strong consultation with business and also with stakeholders, and to have a program that is closer to our stakeholders and our clients.
Senator, just to clarify your question, EMDG is an administrative grant program. We have some tourism recovery grant programs that were continuing, if you like, that have been running for some time. And then we have some new grant programs that were announced by the government in this most recent budget as well.
Where is the funding for Trade Start Network currently? Is there the profile going forward, or is that?
Yeah, it's not administered,
It's
Senator.
not administered.
It's in departmental.
It's in departmental. And Trade Information Service?
That's the Trade Information Service funding comes through the package, the Simplified Trade System package of funding.
Thank you. And can I, on notice, ask for the funding profile over the forward estimates for the departmental program? Or it's not through you?
For both Trade Start and TIS?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you very
of
much.
course.
Very quickly, on page 79 of the portfolio budget statement, it identifies average staff levels reduction from 1,208 to 1,155, 53 less. How is that going to be achieved?
I'm just going to give a very quick broad overview before handing over to my colleague, Mr. Tonkin. During COVID, we were asked to do much more than our core work, and particularly to deliver grant programs and support initiatives in the context of the emergency crisis response to COVID. Our budget grew from about $250 million to $1.2 billion, particularly in the context of the tourism grant programs, but also IFAM to support exporters of agri-food. So a lot of those programs are terminating now that we're in a post-lockdown world, and I hand over to Mr. Tonkin to give a few more details.
Senator, the intended reduction in ASL is linked directly to programs finishing.
Yep. Like international freight assistance, that sort of stuff.
That's right, and we have a program where we have ongoing and non-ongoing staff to meet those needs. So we flex up when we need the additional manpower to deliver these programs, and we don't have the ongoing costs and obligations of having permanent staffing. And that's what I think adds to the effectiveness and nimbleness of our ability to take on these programs at fairly short notice, deliver them, and then reduce back to the normal operating size. And I can indicate that for our overall staffing levels in 2021, June 2021, we had a total of 1,205 staff. That means staff that's onshore and offshore, and locally engaged staff as well. That increased in the next 12 months in June 2022 to 1,371 staff. And then in September 2022, it reduced down to 1,340 staff. So if you take the base at 1,205 staff, it increased for these programs mainly by 166, and now it's sinking back by 31 staff at this moment. So it's going in the direction that would normally take when these programs naturally end.
So no one's going to be sacked?
No one's going to be sacked for other than the usual reasons people are sacked.
That's fine. And there'll be no reduction in overseas missions, no change in that profile?
Senator, we constantly challenge ourselves and optimise our resources and allocate our resources to the sectors, countries, missions, posts where they're needed. So that's constant work. That's part of the ongoing task of Austrade. Okay. So there will always be adjustments as part of the normal work we do.
Okay. Mr. Chair, given what your direction, I will be happy to put the rest on notice.
You're a good man. Thank you very much. And on that note, we will now go to tea break, but I will also say thank you very much to Austrac for appearing this evening, and enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we'll suspend until 8:45 p.m. That's all right. You're alive? Good. Good on you, mate. Thank you. All right, I now call representatives of the Export Finance Australia. Welcome tonight, and would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Hopkins, Managing Director and CEO of Export Finance Australia. Export Finance Australia is the Australian Government's export credit agency. We've been in existence for over 65 years in one form or another, and have a current mandate to support Australian exporting businesses, including businesses in the export supply chain. We also finance Indo-Pacific infrastructure development that provides benefits to Australia. Over the past 10 years, we have provided more than $9 billion in financing, supporting almost 700 customers, touching 100 different countries. This has supported over $30 billion in exports and projects. We're a self-funding agency who has returned a dividend to government each year over that 10-year period. Thank you, Senator.
That was short. Thank you very much. When you say self-funding, how are you funded?
So we fund ourselves through the markets. So, in fact, we've recently been out obtaining $1.5 billion in funding in US dollars to support our business activities.
Okay. And how does the EFA support government stated trade policy objectives, including supporting things like trade diversification?
So look, trade diversification is an extremely important element of what we do. As a market gap financier, particularly for SME businesses wanting to enter into new markets, often banks will be hesitant to lend to customers who are trying to get access to new markets. So this is where we can step in and provide financing that sets those businesses on a path to eventually getting the banks involved in their business again, but sort of gives them that kick that they need to get into some of those new markets, which can be quite challenging.
So does this diversification, include things like products or markets? And I don't know if you can elaborate a bit further if it does, just for the benefit of myself and some of the new members of this committee.
We're a financial institution, so our products are loans, bonds, guarantees primarily, sometimes insurance. We also have the ability to provide equity in very limited sort of circumstances on the national interest account, but primarily loans, bonds and guarantees to support businesses.
And how does the EFA work with other government agencies to ultimately drive better outcomes for our exporters?
Look, we work across government, primarily with our sister agencies, Austrade and Tourism Australia. We all sit in the DFAT portfolio of agencies. So in the life cycle of a business, they may present themselves to Austrade early on, and eventually when those businesses need finance to expand into different markets, they'll come and see us. If we're working on larger projects or transactions, we will look for opportunities to help those smaller businesses access opportunities that come out of those larger financings. And again, that can be in conjunction with Austrade. In relation to some of our core mandates around critical minerals and defence, we work closely with the Critical Minerals Office and also with Defence on supporting defence exports.
So when you say supporting businesses, I'm assuming small or large?
Yeah, we've got
Or is there a certain size that you
we
target?
support businesses from the very small businesses with loans of up to $100,000 right up to very top tier, corporates. We recently assisted Telstra with a significant acquisition of a telecommunications business in PNG in the Pacific, Digicel Pacific. So we work right from the very small end up to the very large transactions.
Okay. My next line of question, just wanted to ask you though, in terms of which markets do you see as the largest opportunities for our exporters, both in the short term, but I don't know if you're able to elaborate even for the long term?
Sure. Well, look, we're very much focused on the Indo-Pacific region, but we operate globally, and we really go where our customers have a need. So, while we target certain markets, we're really customer driven. So, sometimes at the moment there's a lot of activity in Vietnam, for example. So we're spending a lot of time and energy in that country, and we're seeing opportunities come out of that. But there are other opportunities that we're seeing, across the region: Taiwan, Singapore, India, Papua New Guinea, the Pacific Islands. Really, very much customer driven.
What type of opportunities do you see with Taiwan?
Look, energy, clean energy. There are opportunities there in those spaces. Look, we look at a range of export opportunities and also infrastructure opportunities. So both parts of our mandate can provide, either direct exports, or we can be supporting infrastructure that's particularly needed in the country, often alongside other export credit agencies and other commercial financiers.
What type of businesses do you try and support? Because I've got a particular interest in agriculture. I just wanted to see if there were businesses of that ilk that you also try and support in helping them export their produce overseas, particularly in Asia.
Look, a lot of, we across the span of industries, agriculture's one, wine, food and beverage. In terms of technology, we support businesses in engineering. Obviously, Australia has a competitive advantage, I very much think, in the mining and resources space. So there's a lot of technical capability that we support with companies looking to provide that expertise overseas. Across the range, we have a mandate to support all of Australia's export capable areas, and we do that.
So do you work with peak bodies of various industries?
We do.
Or just directly with businesses?
Yeah, we've got very, very strong engagement in terms of relevant stakeholders. Maybe my head of corporate affairs can provide some detail as to sort of our engagement activities.
Maybe on notice, but particularly if you can also provide in the area of agriculture as well, I'd be interested to see what you can provide me with. Yeah, thank you. I'd ask if any senators have questions. Ross Cadell, Senator Cadell, thank you.
Either Minister, through you or through you, Mr Hopkins, has Minister for Trade and Tourism provided you with a statement of expectations?
We're still operating on the existing statement of expectations, but DFAT are currently in the final stages of issuing us or working with the Minister on a new statement of expectations. And once the Minister has approved that, I expect we'll receive it and respond accordingly.
I hope there will be great expectations. What ministerial directions have you received since 1 July 2022?
Not sure if we've received. We do receive transactional directions from time to time, so that's why I'm a little hesitant in relation to the activities of.
You want to take it on notice?
Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you. Okay. Talking about you go to bonds, you go to markets yourself. I wasn't aware of that. Do you know what your WACC is? What your weighted average cost of capital across your portfolio?
I'd ask my Chief Credit Officer, John Pacey.
I'd have to take the exact figure on notice, Senator. Are you referring to?
Yeah, take notice. That's fine, no problem. What changes are you seeing across all the risks of the current geopolitical market volatility in terms of prudential capital risk, in terms of credit risk with the world going on, all those sorts of things? How are you seeing risk profile in the world?
Look, it's obviously a very challenging global market at the moment. You don't have to look very far to see all the statistics that are coming out around inflation, interest rates and other things like that. But what we are seeing is a very resilient export market. I think Australia is particularly well positioned at the moment in terms of energy, food, as you discussed earlier, and products that the world is looking for, particularly around critical minerals, lithium, graphite, those sorts of products. So while we're seeing a very challenging geopolitical world, I think Australia is well positioned to take advantage of some of the opportunities that exist within the world at the moment, and we are doing our best to try and support those opportunities as well.
And do you weight those risks differently? Do you see one as being the standout risk at the moment for your activities?
No, look, we look at a range of risks when looking to support a company. Obviously, credit risk is a big one, but environmental and social risk is another. Jurisdiction risk is another area that we look at. So obviously, like any financial institution, we look across a range of risk factors when making a decision to finance a company. And
there's been no direction, no change of mentality, no change in approach since change of government in May on that risk management?
No. We operate as a prudent financier or a financial institution would.
Okay. Do you use any external consultants to provide advice to support decisions when you're going through your assessments?
We do from time to time, particularly around environmental and social requirements.
Right. Is that presented directly to the board or?
They are. The summary is often presented to the board, but for particular technical aspects of some of the transactions that we're engaged in, particularly large project financing transactions, we do use specialists to assess the technical capabilities of companies that are entering into certain transactions.
Have there been any recent presentations to the board on risk and compliance or any of these things?
Look, risk is an extremely high priority on the board. We have a board audit and risk committee that discusses risk exclusively, like any organisation like ours should. It's certainly an area of very strong focus. Cyber risk, no doubt, you would appreciate has been a very strong focus of our board at the moment, along with all our other risks that we manage.
Yep. On notice, could I ask what consultants you use for these external reports? Is that okay?
Happy to do.
I think we're keen to get through time. What impact has the passage of the Climate Change Bill 2022 had on your approach to risk at all?
So this has been an incremental change for us. As an international financier, we take account of a lot of environmental and social risks in relation to transactions already. What it has done is legislate a requirement to focus on the Paris Agreement and Australia's emissions reductions targets, but essentially it's been an incremental step, and you would appreciate that the financial markets themselves are moving very quickly to assess risk in this space, and we are following.
Thank you very much. Have they changed your risk appetite statement? That bill?
There are constant adjustments to our risk appetite statement. As again is a prudent thing to be doing. So, there are always new risks that present themselves that are considered by our board, and we adjust our risk appetite statement accordingly. Environmental and social risks are clearly one of those areas, as well as, as I mentioned earlier, cyber risk.
Okay. When was the risk control matrix last updated by you guys?
I'd have to get. We certainly discussed it at the last board meeting.
Yep.
And there would have been changes flagged at that board meeting. So I can say it would have been changed at our last board meeting. I'll give you the exact date. It escapes me at the moment, but
could I get the changes on notice? Would that be okay to get those? Is that okay?
Yes.
Senator, it was the 20th of October.
20th of October. Sorry. On your website, you say that a key risk is social risk. How do you define social risk and how do you measure it?
I'm going to ask my Chief Credit Officer to answer that.
John Pacey, Chief Credit Officer.
Yep.
Social risks are impacts on people. In particular, human rights is a key risk which we consider in transactions which we assess, which is particularly relevant for larger projects. We would do a human rights assessment where relevant.
Okay. How many projects since May have you assessed and rejected on the grounds of not meeting the environmental and social benchmarks?
Well, I don't have an exact figure with you, Senator. I can take that on notice.
Just on that
part of our
parameter.
normal risk assessment process. We decline projects or transactions which don't comply with our environmental and social standards.
Okay.
And we have a policy on our website and procedure.
Not a problem. That's no problem. And who audits you guys on your application of the International Finance Corporation Performance Standards? Is that is it a certified standard? Who audits that for you?
Well, Senator, we have a commitment under our environment policy to have an independent review of the application of our policy and procedure periodically. The last review was done in October 2021.
Yep.
And that's available on our website. We have a commitment to make that publicly, and that's an assurance audit, and that concluded that we were materially in compliance with our policy and procedure.
Is that the same for the Equator Principles?
Yes.
Okay.
We have two benchmarks, the Equator Principles and the OECD Common Approaches.
Thank you. Mr Chair, I have more questions, but in the interest of rotating, if anyone else has, I'll give a break for a while.
Look, you've still got to...
Let's go.
Yeah, keep going. I think Senator Pocock might have some questions. Yeah,
probably the same one. Are you requiring companies now who seek your support to provide advice on their Scope 1 emissions?
Sorry, Senator, I don't quite understand the question.
Any people coming to you for finance, are you asking them for their report on their Scope 1 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, Senator, under our policy and procedure, and you mentioned the Equator Principles, the Equator Principles we consider emissions impacts on transactions where they're relevant.
Yep. What about Scope 3?
We consider Scope 1 and Scope 2 under our benchmark.
Okay, but not Scope 3?
Not. At the present time, we apply the international standards, which is known as the IFC Performance Standard, to assess to resource efficiency and pollution, and that provides for Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions assessment.
Okay, so going back to the climate change bill, most of these questions are around how that goes. It mentions, and you've raised about compliance with Paris Agreement and targets. How is that affecting your work in practice? Is it reducing numbers? Is it making things harder to avoid, or is it business as usual?
Well, we have updated our policy and procedure for the changes to the legislation and to have regard to Australians' emissions targets. Okay. We apply the OECD Common Approaches and the Equator Principles, which are to transactions, and they're internationally recognised standards of environmental and social risk assessment, and they both apply the same benchmark to projects, which is the IFC Performance Standards.
Yep.
And we have had that commitment for some time, and so we consider how a project is compatible with the country's national climate commitments under the Equator Principles.
Okay. if a company comes to you and they're complying, they're giving you numbers, is there an independent assessment that their emissions are what they tell you, or is it taken on face, or what do we require, a GRESB standard, or what do we require?
In a major project,
Yep.
which we would call a Category A project, that's one with potential for significant environmental and social impacts, we would have an independent environmental and social consultant.
A consultant on that.
Would represent the lenders, and they would examine the company's environmental and social impact assessment and opine for the lenders whether it met our benchmarks.
Yep. In making any assessment, what weighting is given to an emissions reduction versus with EFA? What weighting is given to their emission reductions worldwide and in Australia versus other considerations?
It's one of a number of. Climate risks are one of a number of risks we would look at in a project. There's human rights risks. There's Indigenous peoples. There's the management and systems. It's one of a number of risks. I can't say one is more important than another, Senator.
Thank you. That's okay.
But they have to comply with our policy. They have to meet the benchmarks.
Right. EFA has provided support for a fuel terminal tank in Fiji. What was the nature of that support?
I'm not.
Maybe you haven't. Maybe I've got lied to you.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. Are you familiar with? No. We might have to take
I'll take that on
that
notice, okay.
particular transaction.
Okay, I'll have a look at that. What about the airports in Fiji for air transport services?
Yes, we did provide.
What
support
nature
for
was that?
It was the nature of capital expenditure, Senator.
Okay. And previously there's been environmental activists take action on air transport. In Heathrow, we've seen a ban on their expansion, that sort of stuff. Was the application of flight and greenhouse gas emission of flight taken in on the Fiji airport?
I would have to take that on
Okay.
notice, Senator.
Thank you. And the EFA has provided a loan to Solomon Islands Electric Authority to build transmission lines, I'm told. Is that correct?
Senator?
Right. Would you be able to confirm that such a project, if it connects to fossil fuel generation, wouldn't be applicable anymore? Does it have to be renewables?
It doesn't have to be renewables, no.
Okay. Does it have to reduce emissions?
No, we can support transactions that fit within the risk parameters that we set for ourselves as an organisation.
Okay.
But on balance, no, that is not an automatic exclusion.
Yep. Going off a little bit now, if I come from an industry where carbon-based businesses are trying to diversify, transition, use the word you want, and the question around WACC was that they're going to markets with a heavy carbonised industry, even though they want to get 4, they're getting charged premium 6.87%, not even filling full bonds, bond markets, let alone debt markets. Is there a role for EFIC now with the expanded Paris mandates to look at these businesses and international trade and help them diversify by lowering their WACC, lowering their debt levels?
So we operate as a commercial financier, so
Yep.
we can't provide concessional or discounted finance.
Yep.
So that would be a challenge for us as an agency.
Yep.
So where we lean into other abilities such as new markets, which I talked about before, sometimes longer tenors. And my colleague, Mr. Pacey, runs an environmental and technical team who can actually look at the technical capabilities of companies and make an assessment on risk over and above what a bank might take.
Yep.
So that we can lend into those sorts of companies. So they're the kind of things where we can lean into, but actual discounted or concessional financing is not something that we can do. It's not part of our mandate.
What's the size of your book?
We have about 7 billion of exposures at
Okay.
the present time.
Do you know your... Oh, no, it's okay.
I can split it.
I think commercial, I won't ask that
Yeah.
question.
It's about half. It's roughly half and half,
Yeah.
commercial and national interest account.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Pocock, you've got the call.
Thank you for your time this evening, tonight. To start with, I was after some figures, but I might have to put them on notice. They were I'm keen to sort of look at the proportion of your existing projects that are funding coal, oil or gas projects. Would you have that available, or should I just...
So it's about 9% of our current exposures are in that space that you talked about.
Great. And what would the exposure to renewable projects be as a percentage?
I don't have the exact number, but that is that's certainly a growing area, and our sort of pipeline that we have at the moment has certainly a much larger number of those types of transactions that it's had in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So wind, solar, bio, those types of, particularly in the energy space.
Mm-hmm. And thank you. Just Senator Cadell had a question about guidance from ministers. So I just wanted to confirm there's been no guidance from ministerial guidance as to sort of a shift in projects that should be funded given
on our commercial
the
account, we have an
climate bill?
independent board, Senator. So we report into the independent board. It does contain a government member, the DFAT secretary or their alternate, and we're guided by them. Occasionally, when a transaction doesn't fit our commercial account criteria, we refer it to the minister for his consideration, and he may issue us with a direction to enter into that transaction where there is a national interest reason to do so.
Okay. How often would that happen?
Well, I can give you a recent example. We financed a rare earths refinery for Iluka in Western Australia. That was a transaction, given the size, it was a $1.25 billion transaction. Given the size of the transaction, we didn't really have the balance sheet to be able to provide that kind of loan. We obviously considered that in consultation with our colleagues in DFAT and broader government as a transaction that has a strong national interest case to present. We presented that transaction through to the minister and the government, and ultimately they directed us to support that transaction. So that's probably a good example of the national interest account at work.
It's interesting. That makes sense. And are your operations now guided by the Paris Agreement and commitments under that?
So we have to have regard to the Paris Agreement when we're looking at transactions or financing transactions. It's a key component of one of the many areas that we have to look at as a financier when we're looking to support businesses or projects.
How, I guess you can look at it, but are you really, tied to that? If it doesn't fit that, can you still then?
Well, it may, if there are, for example, if there were emissions related to a project that made the project, not sustainable for the longer term, or might result in the project becoming a stranded asset where we couldn't get our money back, that might be a circumstance where we might not be able to support a particular transaction.
Okay. But if it was a fossil fuel project, you could still...
We're not. We can support
still go ahead
the
with
full
that.
range of Australia's export industries, including those in the fossil fuel sector.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So there's no sort of plan to phase out fossil fuel projects, given the commitment.
I think the market is phasing those projects out in any event. So what we are seeing is certainly in the energy sector, a greater number of renewable projects come to us looking for finance. So we're seeing that trend, and that trend is continuing, and we're not just seeing it here in Australia, but also overseas. So we're following that trend as we're looking for opportunities.
Okay. So you're following the trend. You're not trying to set the trend there and sort of.
No, these are good transactions.
Actively.
There's a lot of like-minded agencies looking to support those transactions. So, we're similarly trying to support them because they provide opportunity for Australian business. So, for us, it's a natural fit.
Okay, that sort of answers my questions. I'll put the dollar figure stuff on notice so we don't waste everyone's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Pocock. Senator Cadell, did you have some follow-up questions from your earlier questions?
Senator, if you don't mind, my Chief Credit Officer's got a correction just in terms of my half and half on the national interest account. He just wants to correct the record.
Approximately of that 7 billion, the commercial account's 1.6 billion, and the national interest account 5.4 billion.
Apologies for that.
Going back. And I'm just seeing my scroll note there. You said in earlier questions there was an updated policy and procedures thing that you've gone through in regard. Is that a public document?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And it's on the website? Or?
It's on our website.
Okay, thank you very much. Going to the $2 billion critical minerals facility, when we touched on critical minerals with the ILUCA thing, that's what, 1.2?
1.25 billion.
1.25 of that fund. Is there any indication, will you be going to market for more funds, or is there, government might be topping that up? Is that something we might be doing, or is it?
Look, that's a matter for government, but ultimately we have our national interest account, which sits outside that. That facility is part of the NIA, so we have the ability to tap the NIA outside that facility, should there be an immediate or urgent need to do so.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any current projects or grants in the approval pipeline of the critical minerals facility?
So we don't provide grants.
No, or loans, or
So I might ask my Chief Customer Officer, Project and Structured Finance.
So thank you. Amanda Copping, Chief Customer Officer, Project and Structured Finance. So Senator, the answer is yes, there are a significant number of critical minerals projects that are in our pipeline, and whilst we don't comment on particular projects that are in the pipeline due to the commercially sensitive nature of them, I can say that, we have issued 10 support letters for critical minerals projects that we're currently considering.
And if we're going through 10, can you, without identifying corporate, again, get the stage of each one? Are they final payment, like when we final draft feasibility studies, are they in different stages?
So, Senator, the reason why we work with companies and issue these support letters is it then provides them the opportunity to go and crowd in private sector finance and raise additional finance. So the projects are at various stages of development as they work through their commercial arrangements, their environmental arrangements, other finance, etc., and they've spread.
Do you have visibility of where they are in that process? Have they got DAs in? Are they approved? Are they environmental standards waiting, or FID?
It depends on, as I said, Senator, it is a diverse mix across that pipeline, and they are the ones where we've issued support letters. We have had discussions with over 50 potential critical minerals.
Over 50? Wow. And one took 1.25 billion. Okay.
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify. So the 1.25 was in relation to one project. We've also provided two other loans to take it up to, in total, just under $1.5 billion.
Much smaller than the others.
And they're on the national interest account. We're also looking for commercial account opportunities in that space as well.
Okay. Again, with the Climate Change Consequential Amendments Bill, are there any different factors that have to be considered under the critical minerals facility, or is that the same as the EFA?
Applies the same as to our other transactions.
Okay, thank you. Has anything changed? Have any loans? Has new government upheld all the loans that were previously made? Those three in critical minerals, has been no change in that profile?
No change.
Okay. Is there an expectation? Do we do round? I don't know how this goes. Are there rounds in critical minerals funds, or it's ad hoc by application?
No, it's by need. It's by need and application. But as my colleague said, we're actually out in market looking for opportunities. We're not just passively sitting back.
Do you have to compete for these opportunities?
Yes, we do.
Really?
Well, we're competing with other international financiers all the time and cooperating with them, but we're out to promote Australian interests, and that means Australian financing. So it follows with Australian business, so that's what we're trying to do.
That's good. Is the critical minerals facility involved in any way in developing or feeding into the 2023 critical minerals strategy?
So the critical minerals strategy, Senator, is the responsibility of Critical Minerals Office and the Department of Industry. So obviously we have a close relationship with them, and we have regular dialogue with them, but ultimately
Is there a thing
they
that
have the responsibility for
you're feeding into it, though?
setting the strategy. We continue to talk to them about projects that we see.
Right. What information can you put on the provided the proposed $1 billion value adding in resources fund within the National Reconstruction Fund? Does that fall under your remit at all?
No.
Okay. Has the Critical Minerals Fund been provided with advice as to whether funding will directly support? That's a question that links to the previous one, so that's fine. So the next two questions are there, so they're out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As always, very good. Thank you very much, Senator Cadell. Look, on that note, just want to say thank you again for your attendance this evening. I know you've been hanging around most of today, but thanks again, Mr Hopkins, and to your team for appearing before the estimates. I will now call our next witness, which is Tourism Australia.
I worked that out about this committee very quickly, that it's get in and get out.
Yeah, I will. All right. Well, thank you very much, Tourism Australia. I'd ask if you'd like to make an opening statement, Managing Director.
I would. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I would love to make an opening statement.
I'd love that. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for the opportunity. I firstly briefly want to take the chance to provide an update on the state of tourism. And the work that we do at Tourism Australia to support the industry as we recover our visitor economy. As a reminder, Tourism Australia is the federal government agency with responsibility for driving international tourism demand to Australia. So we work closely with Austrade, who have responsibility for the supply and policy side of the tourism equation. There's no doubt that the last 2 years have been the most challenging in our history as a sector. Pre-pandemic, we welcomed 9.5 million international visitors to Australia, spending $45 billion a year, and the tourism industry made up 1 in 13 jobs. In March 2020, the industry came to a complete stop, and there have been a couple of turbulent years, but I'm really pleased to say that we are now on the road to recovery, and with borders opening in February of this year. There's plenty of hard work ahead, but we're prepared, and much of the work is already underway. Throughout the pandemic, Tourism Australia remained active in all of our 15 markets around the world to keep the dream of an Australian holiday alive. We trained 80,000 agents a year through our Aussie Specialist program. Our PR teams were as active as they ever were, securing media coverage for Australia. We kept our commercial partners focused on us, and we increased our engagement with the Australian industry to ensure that they were ready when the world opened again. And we were ready to go with a tactical campaign to build on the momentum as soon as international borders did reopen. That activity was ultimately building up to our new global campaign, Come and Say G'day, which launched last month at a critical time for our tourism industry. This campaign is about reminding the world of everything that they know and love about Australia, so that when travellers start thinking about their next international holiday, that we are at the top of their consideration list. Destinations globally are trying to rebuild their visitor economies. They're all vying for the same lucrative travel dollar that we are here in Australia. I'm pleased to say that Come and Say G'day has been really well received. In just a few weeks since we launched, we've generated 2,800 media mentions, which has an estimated advertising value of more than $34 million. The short film that we produced as part of the campaign has been viewed 101 million times across all channels. And all of that saw a spike in our website of 55%, australia.com. So while there are still plenty of challenges in our industry, our focus at Tourism Australia remains firmly on getting international visitors to return to our shores, and we're confident that our new global campaign will help us do just that.
Well, thank you very much for that very positive opening statement. Senator Colbeck, I'll hand over the call to you.
Thank you, Chair.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
very much. Minister, with that, as the Chair has said, positive opening statement and the sector working very hard to recover from...
So was that to the Minister? Sorry.
Yes, to the Minister.
To the Minister, sorry.
And the sector working very hard to recover in international visitor numbers. I think we've already heard earlier this evening, sitting at about 55%, and I think flight levels at something similar. Why did the government decide to cut the budget by $35 million in the recent budget of Tourism Australia? I mean, why would we be cutting funding to such an important agency at a time when our competitors are actually spending more?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I think the way to look at what this government has done is to look at the totality of what we've done in the tourism sector. Harrison talked about our new project, which we've launched. I had the pleasure with Philippa of being in Japan, where we launched that particular project, and now it's been launched around the world and getting a very positive response. So, of course, we're doing the things that we should be doing as a nation to encourage people to come to Australia. I spent the last 3 years, I think, pretty actively in this sector. Senator Green mentioned some of the things that we'd done before, particularly in far north Queensland. And we took to the Australian people at the last election a proposal on how we saw that we could rebuild the tourism industry after, what has unquestionably been the worst 2.5 years in its history. Not everywhere in the tourism industry, but lots of places and lots of families, particularly small businesses, lots of individuals, workers, were really badly affected in this time of the pandemic. So I took a range of policy proposals to the election, which basically saw us spending more money on tourism and not less money on tourism. And if you take out the funding for JobKeeper and JobSeeker, of course, I think it's probably true that in the totality of the tourism budget that we're spending more under this government than was spent in under the previous government. So I think looking at one aspect of the spending is not a terribly fair way to look at what this government has done. I see my role as trying to rebuild confidence in the tourism sector, and only on Friday of last week we had a tourism roundtable in Adelaide where all of the people involved in the tourism sector came together, and I think in a very positive way. We're looking forward and not looking backward. So my job as Tourism Minister is to rebuild that confidence. What's happened, Senator, in this sector is that because of the lockdowns, because of the closures, a lot of people who had made this sector their major source of employment found that it was an unreliable source of income. And regrettably, when job shortages occurred in other more stable parts of the economy, those people left the industry, and to a large degree they haven't returned. And of course, the fact that we, for instance, no longer have backpackers, we no longer have the number of students that we used to have, overseas students living and working in Australia, of course, have continued this issue of labour shortages. So we took a set of proposals to the election that tried to address each of these issues as we saw them as the priorities. So I suppose fundamentally an answer to your question is that we have not reduced spending in the tourism sector. We have redirected funding, and we've redirected it based on what I and the government believed were the key areas. For instance, just to give you one example, caravanning. The caravanning industry believed that if we supported them, they could get a boost as we come out of the pandemic, and all of the evidence.
Senator, I will come to those because they are.
Okay, all right.
So I will come to those programs, and I do acknowledge.
So look, I suppose
there were $48 million worth of additional funding commitments that you took to the election.
Yeah.
I doubt that the sector expected, though, that $35 million of that was going to be cut out of a key marketing campaign at a point in time when we are competing with the rest of the world, and having been Minister for International Education previously, I understand the importance of the international education market, and having been in the tourism portfolio like you previously, our marketing campaign, while we're trying to recover our international business, is really important. So I doubt that the sector would have expected that 35 of the $48 million was going to be cut out of our marketing campaign.
If there was,
and I do acknowledge the new campaign, which has just been presented by.
And we're fully funding that campaign.
Well, but that's coming out of TA's existing funding allocations, and so we're cutting TA by $35 million at a time where Japan's tourism marketing budget has increased by 40% since 2019, South Korea's by 57%, and New Zealand's by 8%. So we're cutting $35 million out of our marketing budget when they are when other key competitors are increasing those.
Well, we of course launched our campaign in Japan, our new campaign, Ruby the Roo, and we launched it on the day that Japan opened for business. I think we've been pretty strategic in the way we've spent our tourism.
Well, I would congratulate Tourism Australia for the initiative of picking that date for the launch of the campaign. And I have to say, yes, absolutely, you mark everyone up that you can get, because it's earned, it's deserved,
I mean, if you
and
ask,
very much appreciated.
If you ask Ms Harrison, she might be able to tell you exactly how many hits we've had on the website. And
I thought it was
you've got them all.
101 million views.
Yep, of the short film.
I was listening to the introductory statement, and a 55% increase in web activity.
Correct, yes.
So good metrics, and look, I think it's a well-targeted campaign, and I notice you've effectively launched it twice, because you launched it in Japan and then you also launched it in the US. So two key markets.
I would say we've probably launched it a few times. We certainly launched it, Senator, in Japan. Then Ruby jumped over to Singapore and we launched it there. Then Ruby jumped over to London and we launched it there. And then the big launch, as you say, was in New York. So I would in fact say we launched it 4 times.
Well, I'm prepared to accept that I'm acknowledging the points that I've seen, so perhaps I need to look more closely. But I think it just bears the point that our key competitors in this market, and I've named a number of them, do we have any information on other markets that have increased, other competitors that have increased their budgets? Do we keep some note of that?
You're not asking me that question.
No,
you're asking
I'm not.
No, okay.
We do keep an eye on competitor activity. It's an important part of what we do. We, destination marketing is a competitive space, and there's been some incredible marketing activity. They've really stepped up over the last couple of years, and so one of the things that we do to compete is to make sure that we are creative and that our creative really cuts through, and that's why we launched with Ruby the Roo, and that's why we use the talent that we do, and that's why we lean into our very distinctive assets so that we can make the most of what we do. But yes, we do keep an eye on our competitor set, and it's a pretty competitive world out there, but I think through all of those measures, we do manage to cut through.
So just reading from the previous budget, where the previous government, in its $45 million additional funding to Tourism Australia for additional advertising in crucial markets, direct partnerships for activities with trade wholesalers, airlines and the media to drive international demand back into key regions. That was 15 for the first, 25 million for the second, 5 million to extend business events, Australia's highly successful bid fund, and that is a really important part of the market. Which of those activities are going to have to be decreased?
Sure. So we, during our annual operating planning, we worked on dual pathing our plans because the additional funds were allocated but not appropriated. So we had two plans, and some of the activity that we won't do this year is we have had to just adjust the levels of investment across our 15 markets. I guess the biggest change there is we have had a substantial reduction in our planned spending in China, and the reason for that is because two-way travel is not possible. So that has taken the bulk of the adjustment. We undertook a national experience content initiative during COVID where we produced assets for 1,400 tourism businesses across 57 jurisdictions around Australia. And we had proposed to extend that, which we will now wind down. But, I think we have pretty comprehensively covered Australia with that program, and it's been incredibly well received across the country. And one of the other things that we proposed was a program of regional tourism missions overseas. Our states and our regional tourism marketing organisations are taking the heavy lifting on that one. But I would like to reiterate that our business events, Marketplace in Market and the Australian Tourism Exchange are unaffected. The business fund will continue.
Okay. So isn't it right that your media agency modelled the funding required for Australia to be competitive, specifically to have a share of voice higher than our current share of the market, and that determined that approximately $45 million per annum is needed to reclaim and diversify our international tourism demand, which is, after all, what we've been talking about seeking to achieve, particularly including through questions tonight, and that would allow Tourism Australia to increase marketing activities across 14 high potential markets: Singapore, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Taiwan, Canada, Germany, India, Italy, France, Scandinavia, Ireland, Switzerland and the Netherlands, with those markets identified based on the historic performance and future potential post-COVID.
Yeah, so I guess, we work in the 15 markets that offer the best opportunity for inbound tourism to Australia. And pre-COVID, that made up 80% of the inbound business. Yeah. We work with our media agency, to determine what media weighting will achieve the cut-through that we need to get to our high-yielding travellers, which is our key target focus. We are always reassessing that, and my job as Managing Director of Tourism Australia is to make the most of the resources that we do have, and that's what we're doing across our 15 markets at this moment in time. As I said previously, a large chunk of our budget went to China, so while travel's not possible to China, we are, able to do a pretty significant job in our other 13 markets.
But you did say in your opening statement that you'd maintained your activity in those markets, although there was some reduction in China, I think you said. And that was, I think it was our largest tourist market.
It was.
Pre-COVID.
Yep. Spend and visitation, that's correct. When I say we maintained our activity during the closure, we do a number of things. We don't just do big brand campaigns. We have our Aussie Specialist program that trains people on the ground. We have our PR activity. We do a lot of content. We have our social media channels. All of that activity in China and Hong Kong is still ongoing, which is the approach that we took in all of our markets when we were closed. And what it means is that when we do reopen and when two-way travel is possible, we have a primed and warmed up audience that we can start working with to convert that business into actual people coming to Australia.
Okay. Just to the Ruby the Roo campaign, how long has that program been in the planning?
We started planning it about 18 months ago. It's been in production for almost 2 years. It was interesting trying to produce and film over the last couple of years with La Nina and state borders being what they were, but we got there, and so we were ready to launch in October this year.
Yeah, some of the traditional vision of the country might have looked a little different with all the water about.
Yes.
So what period of time is the $125 million to be expended?
Over the next 2 years, so FY23 and FY24.
And what proportion of your budget will that take up?
So our appropriation this year is $181 million, and next year it's $171 million, so it's 125 of that, if anyone can do the math better than me.
Okay, so what's the phasing of that then? So more this year as we start than
That's correct.
The next year?
Yeah, so it's about 60 million in media spend this year and 50 million next year, and then there's some centralised costs as well. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have some details on the production costs?
I do. Our production costs were $17 million, which is around 12%. Which for a media campaign is much lower than usual because we are doing it over a 2-year period. Typically, it's about 20 to 30% production versus media.
Does that include the costs of the 2 key stars?
The talent?
Well,
Yes,
I was going
it
to
does.
say Ruby, but Rose Byrne and Will Arnett?
It does, yes.
Can we divide that out?
I can. Yep. So Rose Byrne and Will Arnett were both paid $1.2 million each for their role in the campaign, and what that includes was a 2-year usage of campaign materials, which is very unusual. We usually are only able to secure 1 year of rights. It includes all the publicity and social media that they do on our behalf, including the behind-the-scenes videos, the case study film, social media posts, Q&A videos. For example, they came to our event in New York. They crossed live to London. They posted on their socials. Rose Byrne went on Jimmy Fallon. And Will Arnett went on James Corden. So we really do lean into celebrity to maximise the impact of our campaigns, and it's one of the ways that we build our fame for the campaigns without having to pay for it. So we find that these contracts are just incredibly lucrative for us, and in fact we've done some research and we know that campaigns have a 2 to 3 times higher recall if they have the right talent in them.
Senator Colbeck, I just was also keen to pass the call around. Do you have a few more questions?
I do have a few more on
with
the
respect
campaign,
to this campaign, or just more broadly, just to help me with
specifically on the campaign is the key thing that I've got for the committee.
If it's okay with you, I might hand the call over to Senator Green and then come back to you if that's okay.
Okay.
Given you've had almost the last half an hour on this. So,
you've been very generous.
I've been very generous to you, of course, but happy to hand over to Senator Green now.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Ms Harrison, and thanks, Minister. Obviously, I come from a tourism hotspot. That's where I live, and there's a real positive energy, I can say, on the ground about what the government's doing and also the campaign. I just have a few questions about the campaign. Senator Colbeck has helpfully covered off some of the things I was keen to understand. I just wanted to know how you're measuring the success of the campaign.
Yeah, we think long and hard about our KPIs. Our ultimate KPI is spend of international visitors in Australia. So how do you go from the activities that we do to ladder up to that big number? So we have layered KPIs that really indicate that future success of achieving that number.
Yeah.
So, for example, we have in the early days, so right now, is the campaign itself creating impact? So we've talked a bit about our views. We have targets around how much media we want to earn. We have, social engagement scores as well. Then we look at how many people are engaging with our website, with our channels and all of that sort of thing. And then the next sort of step is, are people taking action and are they moving towards a holiday in Australia? And so sort of 6 months onwards, how are our partner campaigns doing? So we have around 150 commercial campaigns rolling out over the next 12 months. So we have targets in place for them and that's actual, bookings for Australia. We also do some research at that point to say, has consideration for an Australian holiday increased? And we have some targets around that, and has awareness of an Australian holiday increased as well? And then finally, what is our spend and have we achieved our spend targets for the year?
Okay. And you spoke about the cost of the production and the fairly cheap talent that you got for the prominence.
Cost effective.
Very cost effective. Thank you, Senator. I wouldn't want to call Rose Byrne cheap, but I'm sure she feels like she donated a bit of her time to get this done.
We're so lucky. We have so many talented Australians around the world who want to work with us because they love their country and they want to help us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How many, for that production cost, how many assets did you create? Because it's not just one short film, is it?
Yeah, no, thank you for mentioning that, because there's a lot of focus on the short film and the 60-second TV advert that we do in that moment, but it's like an iceberg. There is so much content that we create, and I might actually take this opportunity to hand over to our Chief Marketing Officer, Susan Coghill, who's here at her first estimates.
Welcome.
So I look a little nervous, that's why.
No, what a fantastic time to arrive.
to talk about, what sort of assets that we create as part of that $17 million.
Absolutely. So,
Thank you.
So yes, I'm Susan Coghill, Chief Marketing Officer at Tourism Australia. And an iceberg is the perfect analogy for what we do. Of course, we have the big fame-building assets at the top, which is not just the short film and the 60-second TVC, but of course we cut that down to 30s, 15s, 10s. We also then cut the video assets by state, by region. We do passion points, so for people who are quite interested in aquatic and coastal experiences or outback. But then, of course, we've got a range of print and outdoor. I think we heard a number from our studio releasing artwork over the last 6 to 8 weeks or so, and there's been something like 20,000 plus pieces of artwork that we've distributed.
Wow.
And then through the breadth of the campaign, we also do a significant amount of content marketing. So where we will work with our state tourism partners to make sure that we are telling the breadth and depth of the Australian holiday story. And a really great example of that would be a partnership that we did with Le Figaro in France. It launched the same week that the rest of the campaign launched. It was a 70-page special edition all around holidaying in Australia. And then, of course, there's, through the rest of our channels, our BAU, always on channels, we're continuing with the messaging.
Great. I just asked that question because I wouldn't want anyone to be confused that the $17 million production costs resulted in one final ad, which is of very high quality, but there's thousands of assets, isn't there?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And the other thing I just wanted to understand is I'm particularly interested in the Japanese market, and one of the assets you actually got another actor to be involved.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes. Mary June Takahashi. So she is a lovely, talented, up-and-coming star in Japan. And I guess part of the beauty of doing the CGI animation was that in certain markets where it made sense, we were able to easily dub, relatively easily dub, and they'd be able to leverage local talent. So not only did we have an asset that connected wonderfully with the local market, but we were also able to, in some markets, leverage the talent relationship for greater PR as well.
Okay. And maybe with Ms Harrison or even the Minister, that you were there in Japan to launch the campaign. Why is that market so important for this campaign and I guess for getting Australia tourism back on track?
Yeah, Japan has always been an incredibly important market for Australia. It had its heydays. It had heyday in the 80s where it was sort of about 800,000 a year. It dropped down to about 350,000, and it was on the rise again, up to about 500,000 just before the pandemic. And we just see it as a must-win market. It's a market that our industry love, and we think there's a really good opportunity in that market at the moment because we are seen as a safe but also an incredible holiday and a safe destination. And so we think we've got a moment in time where the Japanese market, we can win back their hearts and minds. I would caution that with that they are just they're not very intrepid travellers, so the build is going to be slow, but I do
but
know
that's why
they will
they
be
want to
back.
come here, right? Because we're a safe place to
That's
come.
correct.
We're relatively similar in terms of public safety, but also COVID measures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Vaccination
Yes.
status.
Yeah.
Okay. And any other languages, or Japanese was the main?
Japanese, Korean, German, and then we did in French and Italian, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Great. And I also noticed that there was a real nod to First Nations culture and language in the ad. Can you talk a little bit about that, Ms Harrison, that decision? Because it occurred to me, even the words, there's no place like Australia. There really is no place else that you can get an experience like you can with First Nations Australians. And was that a key decision to lean into that new type of tourism?
Yeah, absolutely it was. I mean, I think, we do have a unique selling point as Australia. We have the oldest living culture on earth. We have an incredible story to tell. It's always featured as part of our marketing, but we think that there's a moment in time now to really tell that in a much more authentic way. There are many more tourism businesses that are Indigenous owned. It's a key pillar of ours, and we know that when we tell the world about what an Indigenous experience can be, that they want more of it. So there is latent demand for our Indigenous tourism offering in Australia, and we've been working really hard as an organisation organisation to tell that story in an authentic way.
And is there work to be done in developing those experiences? I know that from what I understand, just with my work around the reef, COVID was actually an opportunity where operators looked inward, and so they had an opportunity to develop experiences that they might not have done before. I got a chance to go to Green Island, and I got an Indigenous tour of the island from two rangers. That is a new experience. They've never had that before. So is there still some work to do to make sure that we're getting the most out of those opportunities and creating the jobs, I guess, in that area?
Look, I do think there's always an opportunity for more tourism experiences in general. Where we work in that space is we have a collective called Discover Aboriginal Experiences, and we have worked with a range of experiences to make them export ready, and we market them globally as part of our Signature Experiences collective. And it's a great program, and we're always looking for new members.
And I have one last question, Chair. Might be a controversial one.
Okay.
How did you choose the geographical areas featured in the film?
What, like the Great Barrier
hard.
Reef?
I'll preface this by saying it must be very hard, Ms. Harrison, to keep all of the fantastic tourism destinations in Australia happy. I was very pleased. I know our operators in Cairns and Far North Queensland were pleased to see the reef featured in the first couple of seconds. But does your research actually show you the areas and the destinations that need to be featured in an ad to get people to travel here?
Yeah. We spend a lot of time thinking about what we might feature. As you would imagine, we have 300,000 tourism businesses and many more experiences around the country. At this opening moment in time, we focused on our icons, and the Great Barrier Reef is certainly one of those. In the 60-second ad, we have an opportunity to portray 6 or 7 experiences. We have to lean into our icons, but you'll notice that we also did some experiences that stretch people. So we did oyster shucking in the Freycinet Peninsula, for example, as part of that ad. Yes, there you go. It's an incredible thing to do. And I would say we work with our states and territories really closely on that. Every year we spend in our planning half a day with each of them and talk about what experiences are up and coming in their region, what they think we should feature. So there is always a constant dialogue in those experiences. And then under the iceberg, as we just talked about, that's where we tell the depth and the breadth. So we've got only a few seconds to grab people's attention. That's why we need to be iconic and distinctive at the top, but then we tell a wider story through all of those, the campaign work that we do.
Great, thank you. I'm looking forward to you coming back to estimates in 6 months, 12 months' time and hearing about the reach of the campaign. I guess we'll see what the success rate is then. But so far the feedback we've had locally is everyone's really proud of it and they're ready and open and ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Green. Senator Colbeck, you have the call.
Thank you. I can cross a few questions off my list now.
There you go. We're working like a team.
Absolutely. Did the campaign require ministerial sign-off?
Yes. Well, we kept the minister across it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But is there a threshold for campaigns of this size, of this type, that would require a ministerial sign-off?
Anything over $3 million requires ministerial sign-off. A lot of the media, etc., for the campaign was already signed off under our contract.
Okay, so when was that ministerial sign-off provided?
For the campaign?
Yes.
Commenced in previous government.
Yeah, it was.
Sign off the campaign in its totality.
Do you want to answer the question? Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Ben Cadell, I look after corporate affairs for Tourism Australia. So this is an ongoing conversation with our Minister's office. So in the previous government, as we commenced, as Philippa said, 18 months, 2 years ago, we started the campaign and we provide regular progress reports of where we're going. And if there are individual contracts over $3 million, then it goes through to the minister. But for most of those, they weren't to that amount. So we just provided regular updates pre-election and then post-election, the same cadence of updates.
So there's not necessarily in that sense, so is there a final sign-off required? Or is it a progressive process for elements of the campaign?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when was the final sign-off provided for the campaign?
There's no final sign-off as such. I think it's just progress reports.
So is there a last element that was signed off?
Not really, no. No. As we hit key milestones in the campaign, we provide an update, but we only get sign-off on contracts when it's over $3 million, and most of the individual contracts would not have been that.
I might just hand over to Mark Craig.
Yeah, Senator Mark Craig, EGM Corporate Services. What we have done over the last 18 months is at every board meeting, we've taken the board through the campaign development, we've taken them through the estimated budget, and I can't remember the exact date, but earlier this year we got full sign-off for all spend for FY23 at the board meeting.
And I might say, Senator, TA was kind enough to come and show me the ad, and I was blown away with it. And they did a terrific job.
Look, I don't have any argument there, and I think thankfully, we're all in furious agreement about the quality of what we've got. So you said the board provided a final sign-off for the spend for I think it's at financial year 22-23.
Yes. So as we've gone forward, the board have signed off initially on the production costs, the production element, and then earlier this year they signed off on all the media and the activations around that, such as the events in Japan and New York.
Okay. So you mentioned the final sign-off. When did that occur?
It could be the April board meeting, but I'd have to take that.
We did the annual operating plan, so it would have been the April board meeting. We can give you the exact date of that.
So the program was effectively in the can by April.
Yeah.
The project, the campaign was effectively in the can by April.
Yeah, I mean, it's a movable feast.
No. I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of timelines. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to create a trick question. Okay. And I'm just trying to get some timelines in my head straight as well. And so at what point, Minister, were you given your preview?
Sorry?
So when did you get your preview?
When it was almost done, I would say, certainly before we went to Japan. Yeah, about late May. I can get the exact date for you, Senator, but there was still more work. I think it would be fair to say
So pretty soon after coming into the portfolio, effectively.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Was when you were aware of the whole program.
Yep.
Okay. And so TA would not have been aware at that point in time that they were going to suffer a $35 million cut to their budget.
No, they wouldn't.
Okay.
That was a budget decision.
But we did, as I said, we dual planned because we knew that it was a possibility that there would be some changes with an incoming government. So.
Yeah, and look, I think by that stage we all knew that the government had made commitments for $48 million of extra funding, but we didn't understand that there was 35 of that was coming out of somewhere else in the portfolio. Look, I've got a few other questions, Chair, but I might bung them on notice in relation to staffing and some budget stuff.
Deputy Chair, do you have anything?
Well, on that note, thank you very much. Senator White. Sorry, Senator White. You got me excited. But Senator White, please go for it because I don't want to upset Senator White. You've got a few questions.
No, I've only got one or two. Can I just ask you about capacity, so airline capacity to the...
Sure.
So clearly you can drive, you can have as many ages as you like, but if the capacity doesn't come to, I guess, where we are, which is at the end of a spoke really, what work are you doing to try and encourage, not really, we are at the end of a spoke, we're not in a hub.
Yeah.
What are you doing to drive airlines to return to fly to Australia?
Yeah, so airline capacity is currently sitting at about 59% of pre-COVID levels. It's going to build, it's building at the moment. Look, honestly, the best thing we can do is provide a commercial proposition to those commercial carriers to that they're going to make money on those routes. That's the best thing we can do. How do we do that? The states work really in lockstep with their airports who provide the commercial incentives. Where we come into the picture is we have, I guess, an overarching view. We work as Team Australia and we provide opportunities for airlines and airports to get together. So an example of that is that we have a new aviation hub at the Australian Tourism Exchange that we've had for the last couple of years. We just coordinated a large Australia presence at World Routes in Las Vegas. And then when there are new routes that offer a great opportunity for inbound tourism to Australia, we come in with our marketing dollars to create demand in those markets.
Sure, because I guess when there's limited space but greater demand, the airlines actually maximise their return per seat, don't they? So in some ways it's not in their interests to have too many seats because they can get more dollars per seat, and they work that out to the minute dollar.
I guess we spend a lot of time talking to our airline partners, and I don't get the sense that they're just trying to maximise per seat revenue. What they've got real restrictions around getting aircraft back in the air. You know, it takes 10 minutes to park an A380 and 6 months to unpark it. And they've also got real issues around staffing and the restart. So I think it is restart issues rather than, trying to constrain capacity because, competitive forces are going to come in and negate that opportunity at some point anyway.
Sure. So I think at one stage, I know I said one question, but there are about 43 airlines that had air service agreements to come to Australia. Do you know how many of those 43 are currently flying here?
I'm not across the air services agreements to Australia. That's not something
so
that Tourism Australia manages.
The 13 markets that you're promoting in, which are are there any major carriers that aren't flying in here or not are not talking like they're going to maximise their capacity? I know China you have to take out of the equation, but of those other 13 markets that you're doing your promotion in, what's the...
Yeah, I think, Japan is a good example. We were just in Japan and I was talking to ANA. They have some real issues with pilots at the moment because they have to overfly Russia. They have to have extra pilots on all of their European flights, so they've just got no staff at the moment. So all airlines have different issues, but I can tell you that Australia is strategically important to a lot of those carriers and they do want to re-establish. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Senator White. Very efficient of you. And on that note, that concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates tomorrow, Wednesday the 9th of November 2022. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ministers McAllister and Farrell for their attendance today, as well as all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee. I'd like to also thank Hansard Broadcasting, thank you very much, and also to the Secretariat for all their help today. I also would like to remind everyone that the committee has set the 18th of November of this year as the day by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 16th of December of this year as to the date for when we are expecting the return of answers to questions that have been taken on notice. I now declare that the hearing adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.